Hello, everybody, and good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are. My name is Cutie Roo SR, and I also go by Roo. I love the name Roo. But today we are not going to be talking about kangaroos. We're going to be talking about foxes because we have a whole showcase today full of the Hotfox of all the foxes in speed runs, and this will be a great showcase. I'm super, super excited. Definitely, there's a fox, and then, yep. Definitely excited to have a foxy day. We are going to be having our first run. It's going to be the Trifox. It's a brand new game that just came out in October. I know the exact date was around the time frame of October 14th, if I recall correctly. Might be a few days before, but either way, it was October. And we are doing the any percent with Epistory and with our commentator, Selkuth of mine. I definitely am just super, super, really, really happy because this is a brand new game and it's amazing that we have a run already. And it's awesome to see the development as we, as the few of the weeks went by, there has been new tech, and I am super excited for everyone to see, as well as Sel to commentate on it and just explain all the new tech that's going on. If everybody wants to say hi in the call.
Hi.
Hello.
It definitely just whenever you're ready for the countdown, we are ready to go.
All right. So, so if you're ready, I'm just going to count down. Time starts when I select my file. So,
yeah, I am good to go.
All right, let's do this. So in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right. So this is Trifox, a game developed by Blowfish Interactive, a bunch of Belgian indie developers. And we play as a fox who's on an epic quest to go and retrieve his TV remote that got stolen. So, already a very good start to the game, of course. Getting your TV remote back just so you can watch your Sunday cartoons is very important, obviously.
It's very, very important.
We start with this little intro level where we just learn how the movement works. We can jump, we can double jump. And we also immediately get our first ability, which is going to be this dash ability. Trifox as a game features 3 classes: the warrior class, the engineer class, and the mage class, each with their own set of abilities. And for the speedrun, for 95% of the speedrun, we will stick to the warrior movement ability because we can spam it a lot, and it's just by far the fastest of the 3 movement abilities.
The warrior dash also lets us have sprint movement immediately as well, unlike the others, which requires it to charge up.
Yes, indeed. So overall, it's just a lot faster, and especially since we can spam it a lot, the other movement abilities are just way slower.
Mm-hmm.
Right here, I'm gathering some money because we don't need too much money during the run, but we do need a little bit, especially at the start, and that's why I'm just breaking some boxes, grabbing some chests to make sure I get some money for after the first actual level.
Look at that, and the intro is already done.
Indeed. Now we can skip the cutscenes, place this battery to open up the first actual levels. And here you can already see the entire loadout room. I'll just show it to you. That is the entire loadout room. There's a bunch of abilities for all 3 classes. But since it's a speedrun, we won't be buying all of them. We'll be buying a few of them that we will use throughout the run. So, like Roo mentioned earlier, the game has been out for just under a month now. Well, 3 weeks even. But in that time, we've found a lot of tech already. We found a lot of ways to move through the game faster, to skip things, some out-of-bounds stuff.
Didn't get the cutscene skip.
There is a small cutscene skip here. It requires some very precise movement over that little rock I landed on, but I just barely moved too far, I guess. So still grabbing a bit more money, getting hit by some explosions. And the money routing we do is basically limited to the intro and level 1. After that, the small amounts of money we need do come naturally.
Do we even need any money after we complete that? Oh, I guess we do, because we buy some stuff just before 2-1.
Yeah, we do need a little bit more money, but normally that should come naturally. So we need to press these buttons here, and I just push that plank that's in the water to press the button, and then I drop this skull on that button to press that button, instead of, you know, wasting time and standing on it myself.
And the plank cooperated first try.
Yes. That plank can be very weird sometimes because it is affected by the water physics. So sometimes it's in a different position, sometimes it just doesn't want to get pushed.
I've also seen it like despawn on people too.
Yes.
It just vanishes.
So get just a little bit more money. I need a bit more even, so I'm just gonna break these boxes just in case so I don't have to farm money elsewhere. And now I should have enough.
Yeah, you should be good here. And it's important you break those while you're still doing the fight rather than after, because it's a massive time lost if you do it after the fight finishes.
Yeah, and when breaking boxes, you also have to take into account that if you have lower health, there's a bigger chance they drop potions instead of money, so you want to do it while you're still at full health as well.
Yeah, the game is quite generous about ensuring that you have enough health at all times, at least on normal difficulty, which is the difficulty that we currently run on. But it does make it a little bit annoying sometimes if you want money in these early levels and you end up getting tons and tons of health potions instead.
Yeah, so here we go out and buy 2 abilities from the engineer tree actually. The engineer movement ability, which we will never be using, and we bought some flame turrets. And flame turrets are the big ability that break this entire game, basically.
Oh yeah, the flame turrets. The flame turrets are just overpowered, even in casual, but especially for speedruns.
Yeah, so the big advantage of flame turrets is, well, ooh, I got blown back there a bit.
Oh.
That's interesting. But yeah, the thing about these flame turrets is, first of all, they provide a nice little distraction from the enemies. Second of all, ooh, and that turret is way too high. Second of all, because they have physics, you can stand on top of them, and we can use that to climb some walls and just go to places where we're not supposed to go. Which
so we see
go ahead.
Here puts one on the ground and then one sort of on the edge of that pillar, and then this third one up here is tricky. It needs to be low enough that you can get on it, but not so low that it is like tilted at a weird angle, or is actually falls off and lands on the ground.
Yes.
And then you got to walk up here, which feels like walking on soap. It's very slippery.
Yeah, this is our first out of bounds of the game. We call it Y skip because it skips a Y section in the game where normally you'd have to go to a different split first and do a very long bit of fighting before you actually can go here. And by just using the turrets to get out of bounds, we can just walk to the final room of the game and kill a bunch of crabs.
And let's hope the crabs cooperate with you. Sometimes you have one that just is wandering somewhere in this area, doesn't want to get killed.
Yeah, we can sort of manipulate where they spawn and how they walk, but sometimes there's just one that's like, no, I'm just gonna go the other way and you'll see me in 5 minutes.
And then we're going to do that again on the other side here.
This time we also have some big crabs that shoot spikes at us.
They're so annoying casually, those big spiky shooters.
Oh, are they? I'm excited to play this casually.
Yeah, it is a very fun casual experience, especially since just the casual gameplay does allow you to experiment with abilities a bit more. And there's a ton of fun abilities, like we use a very limited ability set in this because we don't want to route for money, and money is just costly to come by time-wise.
Oh. See, that's what I love about speedrunning. It's just like learning the inside information about a video game. There's so many reasons why I love speedrunning.
Yeah, speedrunning is a good time. So there's still some crab somewhere. Oh, that was the final crab. So we killed that final crab, and now that door opens. And you think, that's the end of the level, but no, there's one more surprise. There's the boss crab.
Oh, the boss crab. I love the boss crab. Just in design. Love it so much.
Look at that eye.
We do kill him very fast, so poor crab, but
Yeah.
He does try.
So here I try to distract the crab from attacking my turrets, because the turrets do a ton of damage and I want them to do that. I got hit a bit too much there. But yeah, if I give him the chance to attack my turrets die pretty quickly. And I'd rather have him attack me because I don't die as quickly, and that way we can just maximize the damage there.
Also, I just wanted to shout out the devs. The devs are so fantastic and so supportive of the speedrun community. Initially, there was a whole bunch of cutscenes, especially when you exit the first and second level of each world. And cutscenes are fine, but they were a little bit long and annoying. And so speedrunners were like, hey, would you mind putting a cutscene skip in? And they had that patch out, within less than a week?
Yeah, basically.
They had it really, they released it super fast. And it makes a big difference for the run. So they're just lovely. Shout out to the devs.
Yeah, and before the cutscene skip was implemented, we did find other ways to skip the cutscenes, but it was just annoying because you had to go back to the main menu, and no one wants to do that.
Extra menuing, never fun in a speedrun.
Oh, and I fell down there.
Oof.
Edges can be a bit slippy sometimes. Oh, these were not good tosses.
They were not quite. You did not get a Kobe this time.
We tried to just throw those heads onto those switches. We need to press both of those switches at the same time and keep them pressed. That's why we need those, skulls, as we call them. And if you aim it well and throw it well, you can just, from a distance, throw them into those, onto the switches and continue. Didn't get those throws this time, but that's fine. Now we're still chasing our enemies, but they're like, no, you can't follow us. And they just...
It turns out we're going to help them, though.
Yeah.
They can't get through this door without our help, so...
And, well, we can't escape without opening that door, so it's kind of...
True.
A two-way street. We go around, grab these two skulls here, put them on the correct pedestals to open the doors. And we mostly ignore the enemies in this level because there's nothing to gain for us, and it just costs time to kill them, so why would we? This first section is just a bit of movement. We try to go down as fast as possible.
Oh, that first guy at the opening of that tunnel cooperated really well. And then we stand on here, and that's going to open, not open half the door, but it's half of the prep to open that big door there.
Yeah. And now we have to go back upstairs, and that's a bunch of elevators, and, well, elevators are slow. So we try to skip as many of the elevators as possible by, using turrets to climb the walls. I'm gonna wait until here.
Turrets are multi-purpose in this game.
Yeah. So as you see, I waited until we were high enough, place the turret, just jumped over, place another turret here to jump to this platform first, then over to the elevator. And then from here again, I place two turrets this time to jump onto the next elevator. And we're at the top. And by using turrets in a clever way, we skip like 3 cycles, I think, in total. And each cycle...
It's very fast.
Each cycle is like 5 or 6 seconds, if not more, so... Now the enemy's like, wait, you're still alive. Let's drop some enemies for you to fight. And I'm just like, no, I'm not gonna fight them. Just move it.
We really aren't going to fight them.
Nope. I'm just running.
That feels like a speedrun thing. Just avoid all the enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on this side, we're gonna get some invisible enemies. and they'll do poison damage, but that's fine. We just go too fast for them.
Yeah. I'll also place some turrets throughout to distract the enemies and kill them, just to make sure I don't get too overwhelmed. Especially when hitting the final button here. Because you have to stand on that for like 5 or 6 seconds. The enemies can just follow you there and push you off and knock you around. So having some turrets to protect you really helps. So press this button, that opens the door to the final button. Yeah, I just dropped some turrets here. This protects me from the enemies. It also breaks a lot of bots and makes sure there's a lot of money laying around. Because even though we don't need too much money, we do need a little money for our final few abilities after the first boss. You can just see it's raining silver coins.
Yeah, and now that we've opened 2 of those pathways, we're supposed to have a fight here. Kill all these enemies that got dropped down here, but why would you do that? That's slow. We're just gonna go through that door that you just saw open.
Yes. And now the old classic, escape from the water. Water is rising, it's trying to catch us, but yeah. We basically don't even know the water's there because we're going so fast. We're also basically ignoring every door that's on the way because we can just jump past them or, yeah, move past them in several ways. And this leads to being back up. But of course, as we saw earlier, there's a bunch of enemies here. And they're not gonna let us go without a fight.
No, and that big guy there with the turret gun is very annoying. Does a lot of damage. Enemies that have guns in this game are some of the most annoying. Just they do such high damage.
Yeah.
So here's hoping they cooperate. Here's hoping you don't accidentally die, because it's very possible.
It is indeed, and that goes for basically all the fighting throughout the game. One big advantage of playing as a warrior is that you get this big hammer swing attack at start. And it can very often also block attacks, especially melee attacks. So usually...
I wonder if you could push him off. Sorry, random thought. I wonder if you could push him off that waterfall.
Most enemies can be pushed off, but it's hard to push them off. It's more likely that they'll walk off themselves if it does happen.
True.
Yeah, as I was saying, you can block most melee attacks, and we really abuse that during this early game to help just keep spamming attacks on enemies, even though they're also trying to attack us. Because we just block all the attacks, or almost all the attacks. Now we're at the first boss. We call this the warrior boss because the 3 first bosses are modeled after the classes Trifox can be.
And this is where the game also teaches you how to throw things if you haven't learned how to throw something yet.
Indeed.
Which, casually, I did not understand, so I spent about an hour on this fight, just trying to kill every enemy as they endlessly keep spawning.
Yeah.
I do that. I'm just like, enemy, go kill, now. That's what I do. I do the same thing casually.
But yeah, the boss starts on that platform. We need to kill these bomb carriers to get some bombs and destroy the platform. And so we can start attacking the boss. Now we're halfway through his health and he's like, nope. He's going to the other tower now. If we're lucky, we kill another bomb carrier right here during that cutscene. So we can just pick up those bombs. Ooh, and that one fell in the water, that's a shame. That sometimes happens. The bombs just roll off. And then again, we kill him. Yeah, now we get him down to I think like 10% health.
And then we go to phase 3.
Yeah.
Also, Bam Bam in chat didn't realize that the bosses are based off of the 3 abilities.
But yeah, now we go to the final phase. The boss is unhappy. He just goes and drinks some nuclear waste. And we all know what happens when enemies drink nuclear waste. They mutate.
Oh no. Yeah, they do.
And this boss specifically mutates into the Tasmanian Devil.
That's true. I didn't even think about that. Oh, and I love cartoons.
So
He just likes to go spin.
yeah, this spinning attack at this phase is always the same pattern. So because it's always the same pattern, I know where to place turrets and when to place them. And you can just see him melt away. And that's the first boss done.
Very nice. It's really hard to do that on first try.
Nice.
I'll just break a few chests here to make absolutely sure I have enough money. Just some marathon safety. And that is World 1 done. And World 1 is pretty tame when it comes to the tricks and out-of-bounds stuff. It slowly starts ramping up in World 2, and then in World 3 it all just explodes.
Yeah, this is one of those games where the later you get, the more likely the run risks dying, so...
Yeah. Yeah, I just went shopping. That's my final actual shopping trip. I will go back to that room once more to swap an ability, but we basically have our loadout for the rest of the game. And what I just bought was the Mage Teleport ability, the Mage's Movement ability. I bought a Mage Bomb ability, which is just an orb we shoot out that explodes when we shoot it with anything or when the enemies shoot it. And we bought...
Does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. And we bought a Gatling gun, which allows us to just attack the enemies from range instead of with the hammer the entire time.
And it's helpful for setting off the Mage Bomb.
Yeah. So once again, there's a big elevator here. We need to activate it first before it even moves. We just ignore that. We use the turrets to climb up.
Yeah, it's out of the way. We don't want to go out of the way. We want to just come straight to this fight.
Yeah. And here you can just see what the Mage Bombs do. I hit that enemy with 2 Mage Bombs and he's just gone. And normally that enemy does take a few seconds to kill with normal tactics, so...
Yeah, and then we're going to grab this battery, and Beastie's going to run into this next room, try not to die from all the enemies. Yeah. Put it in that one. And they'll open this gate and activate a little turret gun railcart thingy.
That battery is always a bit annoying to get to, since there's a bunch of boxes in front of it.
And then Beastie here did a little quick restart once he got into the railcart, because if you don't, all of those enemies from that room up above will follow you down here. So quick restart gets rid of all of them.
Yeah, and while the enemies aren't necessarily difficult to kill, sometimes they can just creep up on the turret, get into a position where you can't actually hit them, and they'll just destroy your turret slowly but surely, losing you a bunch of time.
Yeah, and then here we're just sort of surviving until, as you can see, there's blue lights on the little pad that we're sitting on right now. Once that fully charges up, we're going to go through that door that's in front of us. So it's just really survive until then. And that's the one point of the game where we switched to using a mouse instead of a controller, just for that little section there.
Yeah, the aim with the turret is, because it's very set to being some form of automatic aim, can be a bit weird sometimes. And especially with the controller, it's already hard enough to aim it. So just for that tiny section, I switched to the mouse to make it slightly easier, and then here I'm back to controller. Because in this part, it doesn't really matter anymore.
I don't know how you do this section with controller. I have to do it with mouse.
Yeah, that's fine as well.
Yeah, we concluded that pathing for this section. You'll see there's little signposts like that you can hit, and it'll change what track you're on. The only one that matters is the very first one, and you do not want to trigger it. Otherwise, it's exactly the same speed, regardless of what path you take, with the exception of that first branch.
Yeah, and originally the path I took was somewhat based on needing money, because in the early days of the speedrun, we did actually go for a lot of money. We did a lot of money routing. So originally the path I took was based on just trying to get as much money as possible. I could end this level with over 1,000 coins if I did it well. But since that's no longer necessary, we just want to go as fast as possible.
Yep, Mage Bomb is cheaper and does lots of damage, so it's easier to just go for that than to try and money route and get an ultimate warrior ability.
Indeed. Alright, level 2-2. This level, Steamy Affairs, as one of the more fun out-of-bounds skips.
I hate this out-of-bounds skip. Maybe because I can't do it yet.
Place the rock, thank you. So yeah, normally you'd have to go push a button, activate the steam engine in the middle or whatever it is, and sit there for like 2 minutes while it charges up. We don't do that. We jump around this corner, just go up here, jump around this corner. We're already out of bounds now, just so you know. The moment we jumped off that chest you just saw, we went out of bounds. And now we have a little bit of annoying movement here. That turret may be in a bad position. Oh no, it's okay.
Oh, you're on it.
Yeah.
Good.
One more turret over here. And now we're on the invisible ceiling, and we can just walk on the invisible ceiling and go straight to the end of the level.
You can, yeah, and you can watch the world sort of load in as he keeps going.
Yeah, especially in this part, you can just see. There it is.
Whoop, there we go.
And now all we have to do is actually kill just 2 big enemies. First of all, this minigun guy. He drops the battery that we need to deactivate the laser wall. And we can actually get by the laser wall without deactivating it, but if we don't deactivate the laser wall, the final enemy of the level doesn't spawn.
Ah, that's why we drop in that room. Gotcha.
Yeah. And then this shield guy spawns here. We also kill him.
And you only need to kill this guy, so...
Yeah, everything else can be ignored.
It's easy for us.
And...
You got a nice little cutscene.
He just...
Non-skippable, unfortunately.
Yeah, he just kind of destroys himself. Now we just have to place these 2 rocks on some vents. And that's the end of this level already.
Very quick, very nice.
Agree. It's been nice to just watch the speedrun.
And then I believe we're coming up on coffee break time, right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
So the start of level 2-3 has a trash compactor scene that takes, all in all, like close to 2 minutes. And we don't want to dodge stuff for 2 minutes straight. Instead, we just climb up and go take a coffee break. And you'll see what I mean.
Also looks impressive.
It does.
We do have to kill these few small enemies before the actual scene starts. If you don't kill those few small enemies, the alarms won't trigger and the trash compactor won't start. So, but yeah, we just use our turrets to go up to this ledge. We can go to the control room. And now we wait.
Coffee break time, everyone. Rue, what you thinking? What do you think of the game so far?
Well, for fuck's sake, this is great. I definitely have to say that honestly, like, the whole game in itself is it's a very great speedrun. I honestly think it's like well done and it's made really well. The devs did an amazing job. I don't know, there's so many things that I could say that are so positive about this. I am glad that there is a great speedrunning community to it already. I like seeing that, and I like being able to learn like what's going on, because yeah, I could watch a speedrun and yeah, I can understand what might be going on, but like until I actually speedrun the game myself, I don't know. I'm kind of like a hands-on person, so until I put my hands on it, I'll understand it fully. But the thing is, watching it is just as good, and to me it's amazing to see that this already has a run on the leaderboard, has a community, and it's also like, you know, already establishing a positive impact in the speedrunning community. Is that
Yeah,
that's good. That is awesome. And it's coffee break time is now over.
Yep.
Yeah. So our cue for when to head towards the door is when the lights on those compactor panels go from being red to yellow. That's our cue, and you can hop down. It's safe. And now we get to platform along here. Fun times. Very easy to fall into the pit.
As I just showed, yeah. Also.
And now we're on a giant elevator.
Yeah. This level is currently the longest level in the speedrun by a decent margin, because it's also like the only level where we can't actually skip anything.
The devs built this one just a little too well.
Yeah. So yeah, we just have to wait for this elevator to go down. A bunch of enemies will spawn before any doors, well, any useful doors open. So for this bit of combat, I start by placing my turrets on this side to control the enemies coming from this side, and then I'll just wait here for the door to open. I will shoot a mage bomb once the door opens, and that should just kill those 2 enemies that come out here. Like that. And you can just see how much damage it does. Those enemies just disappear. And then here again, I'll do 2 mage bombs here. And the enemies are just gone. Now I'll place a turret right on the edge here, because there's one more enemy coming. It's a mech walker. That will be coming from that door. But by placing the turret in that position, the mech walker can't actually walk through the door. And then when the door closes again, he'll just kind of self-destruct.
It's very speedy and very hard to do first try.
And now on this floor, we need to go to the end of the floor to go and flip some switches, destroy a reactor, and make sure the elevator becomes active again. We do have to kill these enemies before the door opens here. Now if everything goes well, I don't have to wait for any of this. Just move through. I'm kind of low health. It is very easy to die here, just from exploding barrels or something. It does happen.
Exploding barrels and turrets, not a fun combo.
Yeah. Same goes for turrets and mage bombs, by the way, because you can destroy the mage bomb yourself. Your turrets can also destroy your mage bomb, and if you're close to a turret when shooting a mage bomb, it'll explode in your face, and that will damage you as well. That is like the big risk of using the mage bomb over other abilities. It is a lot of damage, but you can just kill yourself by accident. And we go down to the next floor.
Yeah, we're gonna do essentially the same thing again, just flipped on the other side.
Yes. Again, wait for the door to open. And the enemies go boom.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yes.
What do we think about this whole game as a fox being the quest to get the TV remote back?
I've seen worse motivations.
I mean, one thing to watch Sunday cartoons is a very good motivation to go on a quest.
You know, and like we skipped that cutscene, but to explain a little further in that cutscene, like they very violently, like they come in, they ransack the house, like they really destroy our property. So in many ways, it's more than just our TV remote we're coming for. We're also coming at them for like destroying our house and destroying a lot of things.
Oh yeah, they destroyed our house. They took our generator, I think. They even destroyed the TV.
Yeah. It's very, very sad. So, like, they deserve to get beat up.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
I'm fine.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I'd be worried there for a second.
Yeah, this will be a trend throughout the rest of the game because the fighting does keep getting harder and more chaotic as we go. So yeah. Oh, we made it through. Go back to the elevator one more time. It's the last time, don't worry. This time we'll go to the bottom floor.
And this time we can kind of get ahead of the elevator a little bit.
Yeah. There will be a gap between the wall and the elevator coming up just now. We just go through that and start fighting already before the elevator is down.
Although I learned you can jump technically too early. I did fall into the void the other day when I tried it.
Yeah, you can do that. And we have 2 of these boxers. We try to hit both of them with our mage bomb. Doesn't always work. They are a bit annoying. But this one was pretty smooth. Then
pretty smooth indeed.
2 more enemies will spawn. It's these shield guys.
And you try and mage bomb one and turret the other as best you
Yeah.
can.
But sometimes they just don't cooperate. Like this one decided to start locking onto me instead of the turret. Then it's just a bit slower. But they're down, and that's the end of this level.
Yeah. Was that a new best time?
It always shows new best when you're on an empty save file. So.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Sorry, I'm used to practicing on a not fresh file, so.
My best on my main file is an 801.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, now we have the second boss.
Yes, and this is the engineer boss, and we're not so much fighting the boss itself as we are fighting some mech walkers and the room. So each phase starts by mech walkers like this one spawning in. This first one we just quickly kill with 2 mage bombs. And then they're like, wait, what's happening? They electrify the floor. And we have to run to the center and flip the switch.
Yeah, and normally there's fences that will spawn and you have to like go around them and all that. That's too slow. We just dash right through them.
Yeah.
Well, that felt like a slow spawn in for those.
Yeah, I was just a bit fast with my mage bomb as well. But yeah, the mechs in this phase and in the next phase all spawn in the same position every time. So we can pre-place some turrets to already start doing damage the moment they spawn in. And we can also pre-shoot a mage bomb to explode when he comes there. But yeah, now they'll also pull up some laser walls. And normally you'd have to go around those laser walls. But we found out that if you just start dashing immediately when the cutscene ends, the laser walls don't exist yet, and we can just kind of ignore them.
I remember being in chat the day you completely accidentally found that. That was...
Yeah.
So funny.
I accidentally found that. I was just not paying attention, and I was just dashing forward when I was supposed to walk around. And I was like, wait, I actually got through the wall. What happened? This is the final mech walker. And once again, they'll pull up blaze walls, they'll electrify the floor. This time I have to flip all 3 switches, then once I do that, the boss is down.
And this time as well, casually, it's a little bit trickier, that third circle, because it all electrocutes at the same time instead of it just cycling around slowly. So you do have to jump up to not take damage. Yeah, that is the engineer twin fight.
Alright, so that is World 2 done, and this is where the run actually starts. Up until now, everything has been pretty tame. In World 3, if everything goes according to plan, every level has an out of bounds, has a trick. It's gonna be a lot more difficult.
World 3. World 3, as someone who's actively trying to learn this run right now, World 3 gives me nightmares.
Yeah. So you just saw me visit the loadout room, and that's because level 3-1 is the only level where we want the mage teleport instead of the warrior dash. That is because the skip we do in 3-1, as of now, is only possible with the mage teleport. We are, of course, looking to see if we can make this possible with Warrior Dash as well, but for now we do need to switch here. So at start we can just teleport through these boxes with the Mage's movement ability. We stand on this raft, we build up a bit of speed, try to get into sprint speed so we can just barely make this jump. Normally you'd have to wait for some rafts to appear, and that's super slow, so... Then we go here, we jump on this ledge, place a turret. That's not properly placed.
Ooh, that's not... No.
I'll just quick respawn.
I was gonna say that's not gonna work.
Let's try it again. You want to not go too far into this room because there is a cutscene that happens if you go too far in. But yeah, with the Mage Teleport, because it locks onto any floor it can teleport to, it'll lock onto the out of bounds section and actually teleport us up instead of forward. That's why we can do this out of bounds. And with any other ability, we don't get that extra height. Now there's a bit of a gap in the invisible floor where we just jumped over. We just keep walking, and we go straight into the final room of the level.
And this fight can be a little bit chaotic. Also, there's the mage. Mage is gonna go disappear. We'll see him again.
Yeah. Yeah, this fight can be a bit chaotic. It's a decently long fight. There's also no checkpoints during the fight itself, so if I die at any point, I have to start the entire fight over. There is a checkpoint at the start of the fight, luckily enough, but... Yeah, it's very easy to die here, either due to explosions, due to just missing some bullets, due to enemies being annoying.
Due to getting set on fire, because that's a thing.
Yeah. And there's a lot going on.
And then very soon... Yeah, and then soon also there's going to be, oh, what's the word? There's going to be things falling from the sky as well.
Yeah, once I kill this first wave of enemies, you see these, yeah, I don't know exactly what they are. I think massive drones or something. Exploding
barrels, missiles, all kinds of things just start raining from the sky on top of all the other chaos.
And especially the exploding barrels, they have a much bigger explosion than you think from the visual. And so you can just accidentally get hit by them and they do like half your health and damage. So yeah, there's 2 boxers and 2 RPG guys in this phase. This guy's being a bit annoying. My Mage Teleport was also not working there.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. Yeah, we just kill these guys. Oh, he hit me. Luckily enough, there's enough boxes raining around, so you can just try and destroy some boxes if you do need health. Now, yeah, there's supposed to be 2 shield dudes here that we now need to kill.
There they are.
Sometimes they can be a bit weird on the spawn in and on the pathing they choose, so...
And the little mechanical spider thingies that you see on the ground, those all have to be killed as well. So if one of them decides it wants to go running in some direction, then you gotta go find it. And it's very annoying.
That goes for the engineer bots as well. The mech walkers can drop those exploding spiders. And sometimes one of them just shoots off to the other side of the arena and you have to go chase him. But that's level 3-1, and since this is the only level where the Mage Teleport is actually useful, we go back to the loadout room to switch back to the Warrior Dash. Now we come to level 3-2, and we come to what is definitely my favorite out-of-bounds skip.
This is a fun one.
Technically, we go out-of-bounds twice in this level, so...
Yeah, I guess that's true. That's true.
So we start by going out-of-bounds here. Routing-wise, this isn't necessarily too fast, but it skips a cutscene that happens after we go through a door otherwise. And I fell off there, but it's fine. Can get back up. I should be able to get back up.
You can do it.
And so we just walk over here.
There we go.
Normally there's a cutscene that happens when we walk through a door downstairs, but instead we just go over here and skip that. We can jump over. Okay, I'm getting messed up by bongs there. So we're back in bounds for a bit
And now for the big skip.
Yeah. We're back in bounds, but we're immediately going back out of bounds here.
This looks like it's part of the game. Like it's meant to happen. But I know it's not.
Oh, I trust me, you're about to see how it is not meant to.
Yeah, the original skip for this was kind of easy. So at some point for casual gameplay, the devs implemented some camera fixes. And that kind of made it so that the camera here is locked. So now we can't see ourselves.
So now he's doing some blind movement. He's doing some blind movement, just going to the right and then go to the right for a bit and then a certain cue, down and right. And then you turn it up.
And it's a pretty small ledge you're on, so you do have to be very careful about your movement there. If you move too fast, it's very easy to fall off. Now, we're still out of bounds. We go into this rock here. Just into the rock. Jump down here. And if we fall down here...
That's how you do it.
If we fall down here, the cutscene trigger for this fight is actually pretty large and goes to that out of bounds section. So by falling down in that spot, we just hit the cutscene trigger that is next to the wall. And we get teleported back into the arena as well.
Oh my goodness.
So one very...
Yep, this fight can get a little chaotic.
And one very important thing to note, up until now, there's been no checkpoints. So if I die at this point, we have to go back to the start of the level. The first checkpoint we get in this level is right now. And we also instantly abuse this because there's a bunch of enemies there now and we want to get rid of them. So we do a quick respawn. And that gets rid of all the enemies that spawned up till now.
That is... Wow. I'm sorry, but that was just amazing. All of that. That whole succession in a row. That was just so good.
Don't stand on the saw blade. Saw blades are not for standing on. Alright, we gotta get rid of this mage, because this mage is gonna heal up the crystal if we don't, so gotta say goodbye to that one.
And now it's just the small enemies that are around, plus 2 minigun enemies. Oop, that mage bomb got away from me.
This is actually pretty clean.
So far, yeah. Still plenty of time to mess it up.
Oh, don't die. Don't die. And ideally we want to stay sort of inside this main circle here, because the portal out, as you see, spawns in the center. So.
And that is level 3-2 done. Now we're coming up to level 3-3. We found a new skip in level 3-3 just on Thursday. I will be making an attempt at it. It saves close to a minute, actually. If it doesn't work, then I'll just do the way we did it before. But I'm definitely going to give it a try. And it's a very difficult out-of-bounds skip. And also just very inconsistent.
Yeah, because turrets don't... You can place turrets in some really weird places, but they don't always like it, so... Yeah, some blind movement here. You see sort of pillaring up the side.
And as you see...
Fell down, I'm gonna try again.
And basically the wall we're climbing here, we can see it, but it's not a very smooth wall. So sometimes you'll place a turret and it's just angled in a very awful way, and you just slide off, and I got it this time. There you go.
Hey! There you go. So that saves, there's a puzzle down there where there's 4 skulls that you have to put in, and that will unlock a little portal you'll fall through. We don't got time for that. We're just going to skip up. And then another fairly new find as well. We used a couple turrets, and there's a gap. And we can go over that instead of doing a little fight to open that door.
Yes, and...
That's crystal 1 of 4 done.
And then this cutscene plays. And this cutscene is normally supposed to play when you first get to this central room. The game really wants to show you that cutscene. And that cutscene also sets your checkpoint to this room. So by destroying the crystal up there, we can just teleport back to the central room here. Even though we've never been here before. Then we climb this pillar, we jump over, do a quick respawn here. Both to get up, but also to get our turret cooldowns back. And then this crystal, normally there's a very long auto-scroller you have to take to get into this room. But we just kind of shimmy around, place a turret right about here. And that turret will destroy the crystal for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a turret in the wall. That's fine.
This is fine.
This is fine. Just a turret in the wall. And then we're gonna do the same thing. Gonna pillar up this one, and it's not. Oh right, no. The last crystal has the really hard skip.
Yeah. So we climb up that pillar again. This is the only trial we do in a normal way, basically. Because we haven't found a way to break this one quite yet. So we go up here, we have to kill a couple of these smaller enemies. They can be a bit annoying, especially the super small ones, because there's a lot of them and they're hard to hit.
They're also very fast.
That as well, yeah. They also tend to really ignore the turrets instead of chasing them. They really like going after Trifox instead of the turrets.
Yeah, no, 3-3, we just completely break the
Yeah.
sequence of events.
They're over here. So at the end of killing these enemies, I want to make sure at least one turret is very close to this crystal. Because that way I can just start moving to the exit once this is done. And the turret will take care of the crystal for me. And the exit is actually up here in this corner. So there's a couple of cutscenes that are supposed to happen normally after you do your first trial, actually. If you do it in your casual gameplay. But they happen now because they haven't happened yet. And the game does want to show you them. And now during this final cutscene that's appearing, we actually can move right now. And if we move properly, with a bit of luck, we can fall into the hole. And just during the cutscene already fall down.
Hey!
And that saves a few seconds over having to fall down after the cutscene. And if you get it,
That was nearly
yeah, if you
perfect.
get it very quickly, it looks very weird. Now I'm gonna try to not fall down by jumping over back on top of the torch, and I fell. That's a shame, but that's fine.
Oh no, there's enemies. This is not good.
Yeah, I fell, so instead I'll just turret climb to get to this torch.
I don't think I've ever seen you miss that jump before.
I miss it more often than you think. I'll be honest. But yeah, if I had made that jump, I could have just jumped from pillar to pillar, not having to turret climb. Now instead I have to turret climb. Then we come to this one, and this is one of the tightest jumps in the game that we actually have to do. We need to place this turret kind of on the edge there and get a very far jump into this cage. Unlike the cage we did before where we could place a turret into the cage, you can't do that here, you actually have to jump in, otherwise it doesn't work. And that's the final trial done already. And now all that's left is the final battle.
And in this one, you only need to kill, what is it, the ice giant?
No, we ignore the ice giant. We
Oh,
need
not
to
the
kill
ice giant, the
everything
other
else.
That's right.
So again, a very quick respawn to get rid of some of the enemies that don't belong here. Okay, that was a very fast minigun guy kill. I start by killing this wizard before I start attacking the shield guy, because otherwise the shield guy just becomes a big old mess. And now, as we're fighting the shield guy, the ice giants and a mech walker are slowly closing in on us. We want to kill this shield guy fast enough before they reach us. For multiple reasons. First of all, it's just chaotic. Second of all, the ice giant and mech walker can accidentally destroy the shield carrier's shield. And if his shield breaks, he bugs out and can't die anymore. And then we're stuck. So after we kill that mech walker, the laser door opens and we can just head to the exit, ignoring the ice giant completely. If I don't die.
No dying, no dying.
So one big thing about this ice giant is, during that cutscene where the door opens, he keeps attacking you. He can spawn ice around you, locking you in place, and then you can't move away from him. There is a checkpoint set though once that laser door opens, so if you do die, it's just a very minor time loss, but still, you'd rather not.
Yeah. And now on to the third boss, which is the mage boss. And as is the theme of World 3, there's lots of skips for this one
Yeah.
too.
If you do this the intended way, the entire fight takes about 4.5 minutes. If I do this well, it should be under 2 minutes. start by placing this turret here to destroy that crystal. I'll destroy this crystal myself. And that's phase 1 done already. Phase 1 is very short. Now for the rest of this fight, normally you'd be dodging the mage's attacks while waiting for a chance to get to the crystals. We just climb up here and destroy the crystals. Then I can jump over. And I was slightly short on my jump, but I can also place a turret, and that turret will attack the crystal now. And that's phase 2 done.
Turret climbing is just so useful. So useful.
And we'll do one more turret climb. Again, normally you'd have to wait for his attacks to be done and for the crystals to get lowered. But instead, we jump off the ledge here to place a turret. And we can just turret climb our way up. Destroy the first crystal here. Because I placed the turret earlier in this corner, that crystal is already gone. I placed a turret to kill this crystal. You can already jump over to the final crystal now. I'm gonna wait a bit because it's a bit more difficult with that crystal still up. And then we jump over, destroy the final crystal, and that is the mage boss done. And you may be looking at this health bar like, wait, he has health left, right? Well, yeah, but he loses all his powers right now. So it doesn't matter if he's still alive.
And that was the mage boss. That was very clean.
Let's see if I can see. That was a 149. Nice.
Ooh.
I got a 135 on practice earlier, so. Oh, right, we can skip this cutscene, of course. And now, oh, look, behind the stat screen, there's a final world. With just one level, and that's the final level in the game.
All right, everyone ready for the final boss?
No. No. I want more. I mean, yes, but no.
Don't worry. The boss fight here takes a little while. We gotta travel to the boss first in potentially one of my favorite sections of the game. Yeah. It's just so visually cool.
Oh, I missed that mage bomb. That's not necessarily good.
Ooh.
So you want to kill this guy as quickly as possible because there's a lot of enemies closing in on you right now. And
you got the battery. Yeah. Good. You're good.
Because that minigun guy drops the battery we need to open his door, and then we get into the hamster ball. And this hamster ball section is just a fun little interlude. This hamster ball can die, can be damaged. We can just roll over any enemies and they instantly die, as you can see here.
It's not just a hamster ball, I believe it's an electrified hamster ball.
Yes, it is.
That's electric.
And the final boss is like, stop him! As if they can do anything.
We are Fox, we are unstoppable.
Yes. And yeah, so we just kind of roll through anything, through everything. This section is just speedrun-wise, just try not to bonk too much and try to keep this super speed you get from those dash floors, dash platforms. Try to keep that up as much as possible. But there's not too much you can do to actually make this faster other than just clean movement.
Gonna loop around.
Yeah, this is just a very fun section. Like, there's no real threat here other than accidentally falling off during the next section. But
oh yeah, because now we get to bounce along platforms.
Yeah. But at the same time, it does convey the idea of the enemy actually being some big kind of enemy with a lot of resources.
Why? I don't know why they came after us and our poor little TV remote, but
yeah, but they picked the wrong guy to mess with. That's for sure.
Yeah, you know, you'd think with all these resources and defending that TV remote that he could have just gone to the store and bought one, but
yeah,
apparently he needed ours, so.
Wrong choice, but yeah. Yeah, we're almost at the end.
We wouldn't have had this great adventure. Yes.
And now we're at the final boss. And yeah, the final boss is this very big machine with very big arms that, yeah. How are we ever going to beat it? Well, by shooting it, of course. And we start the fight by jumping off the platform. And this cancels his first attack. And so we can just stand here, destroying the first arm without him doing a very annoying, very long attack.
Normally the arms are expected to, they're supposed to spin around. And you just have to jump over them, dodge them. That's really slow, that's really hard. So the devs very kindly told us that if you jump off the platform right away, it just skips that spinning phase. So.
And we're at the final arm now. That should die soon enough. I hope. Nah, I can't get that potion, that's a shame. But yeah, we destroyed the arms and the boss...
we didn't soft lock?
Yeah. We destroyed the arms. The boss is like, no, I'm not done yet. He drops us down to the next floor. And we just do it again. Just with different abilities this time and some other enemies spawning in as well. So the mage bombs are a bit difficult to aim here. If you accidentally hit the boss directly with them, they just disappear and you don't get the exploding damage, which is the main bulk of damage the bombs do. That was a bit slow to start off with, but that's fine. So we'll always do this attack first. Hopefully I can destroy one of these things before he's done with this attack. Okay, yeah, that's done. Now the final one, and once we destroy that, the boss is done. And so time is when the screen turns completely black after I enter the final portal that appears. So yeah, boss is gone. We got our remote back right here. Ta-da!
Yay!
We enter the final portal, and that is time.
Nice. Wow. That was wow. Can you do that all over again? Honestly, it was amazing. I appreciate you both. Just like, I know this game is so new and everything like that. I definitely have to say it's just I don't know. I'm super, super excited that this was showcased today. And I honestly think it was a great start to the whole Hotfox day. And definitely have to give shout outs on my end to the devs. I really appreciate how nice and sweet, and like it was great to work with y'all. And also it was amazing to get to meet the speedrunning community. So I feel super honored that this was the first of the showcase, and honestly, the game is great. Anyone who wants to check it out, you can find it on Steam. If you want to get more involved with the community, there is their website. And also, if anyone wants to follow any of the runners or the commentator, and you want to get involved with the speedrunning community, I will put that in chat. But before we head on out, was there anything that you all want to shout out or want to say before we get going to the next run?
Well, so before I say anything, let's just show the final cutscene, because I mentioned earlier that when ransacking his house, they also destroyed a lot of things, including his TV. And so, even though we have our remote back...
Yep.
Yes, let's start this cutscene here quickly.
Yeah. It's kind of useless, since we don't have a TV anymore. For real?
It's a great final cutscene. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so good. Oh, that is so good. It's the best final cutscene ever. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and if you do gather all of the collectibles, the cutscene does change. So this is the cutscene you get for not getting all the collectibles. But if you do get all the collectibles, it's a different cutscene. And, well, I'm not going to show you that, but go play the game. Get all the collectibles. Get 100%. It's an amazing game. It's amazingly fun to play. So
Yes, definitely recommend that. I'm super excited for when I play this game. I plan on playing it actually this week coming up. I'll be able to have a little bit of a downtime to play some games, and honestly, I'm like super excited to play it casually myself. But for anyone that is interested in the speedrun, where is the best way to start learning all the strats and everything like that? I know the Discord's a great resource. I also know that there's a lot of great people in there. But is there anywhere else that you would like, anyone else you would like to shout out or anything like that?
Well, there's a bunch of people on the Discord that have been helping us. Mainly Bam Bam has been amazingly helpful in finding a lot of strats. He and some friends of his have been finding a lot of the out of bounds stuff, a lot of places where we can go out of bounds, and I've been doing the work just playing the game, but they've been finding all of that stuff. So definitely a huge shout out to them. As far as the Discord goes, we're currently using the official Discord for the game itself. We are working on setting up at least the speedrun.com page. It's still very early in setting that up. I'm also working on some guides if people want to get into it, so those should be up sometime next week. Other than that, I just want to thank Sel for being here, commentating with me. It helped a lot just having someone else fill in some of the blanks while I was playing. And you, Rue.
Thank you for inviting me.
I want to thank you, Rue, for having us, of course.
Well, no, thank you. I definitely would love to see this be, it would be amazing to, I think it's just great. I think it should be shown. I think everybody needs to see it. So in that meantime though, Sel, was there anything you would like to say or have any shout outs for?
Yeah, just again, shouting out the devs. They've been super supportive and super fantastic to deal with. The community as a whole, Beastie especially super supportive as I'm working to learn this run. Bam Bam as well. And Osborne and I are both learning this run together. We're planning a race submission for a marathon. So just great community. Would love to see more people come join. Come play. It's a great game.
Yeah.
Well, alrighty then. I will have to say Trifox was a great showcase, but we do have a few more runs coming up. We do have Tunic coming with the true ending with TGH. And we're going to be getting ready for that. But just stay tuned. We're going to take a little bit of a break just so that we could stretch, get some water, hydrate, go to the bathroom, all the good stuff that's good for you. Alrighty, we'll be back with some more Hotfox for the Foxy Day. Stay tuned. Well, hello and welcome back, everybody. We're having our special Hotfox showcase, the Foxiest show today, and it's going to be all day. Yay! This is the best. We are having our wonderful next run. I'm very, very excited. I am literally Christmas. It's the next day, Christmas excited. So in the meantime, though, we do have Tunic, the true ending with TGH. And then we have our commentators. We have Dicey and Amber Cyprin. And I would like to have everyone say hi on the call. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hiya.
Hello.
And definitely, whenever we are ready for the countdown, just let Tej know, or I could count. I'm happy to do either. But I am ready for another Foxy run.
All right, cool. Thank you very much, Kiduru, and I'm excited to be here, as always. Thanks very much. All right, so True Ending Tunic. A couple things I want to go over before we actually start. So True Ending constitutes collecting all of the manual pages before going to the final boss to finish the game. I'm not going to say too much about what is happening lore-wise, because honestly, you should play this game for yourself. This game is fantastic. So you should totally play it for yourself to not get totally story spoiled. But I do have something on the bottom right of my screen. I have something that shows my keyboard inputs. You will see because I'm going to be entering a lot of keyboard codes here to make things happen, make things spawn, make doors open, etc. There are also in the in-game manual, which I'm going to be collecting, there are codes that you can enter at any time for you to get bombs, and I'm going to be entering all those at the very start of the run. So yeah, without further ado, I think that's about all I wanted to actually say. So if you want to introduce yourselves, Amber and Dicey, and sort of explain who you are and what you do, and then we'll get started after that.
Sure. Hi, my name is Amber Cyprin. I don't run this game. I just live with TGH and have seen this game a bunch. So I'm here as a peanut gallery and to alleviate when he needs help with commentary.
Hi, my name is Andrew Schuldeis. I'm also in the peanut gallery. I like peanuts, but I'm one of the developers on the game Tunic, and I have a document here outlining a lot of cool stuff that happens in this run, but I have not looked at it very deeply. I understand there's some interesting new tech that I'm looking forward to seeing.
And I'm looking.
Andrew is basically he's being very modest. He's basically like the main creator of the game. So yeah, don't let him fool you.
Yeah.
But yeah, so of course, like the team all did a really nice, really good job on this game. Like again, highly recommend playing this casually instead of spoiling yourself. But here we go. I'm just gonna go ahead and start in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So again, I'm gonna be entering bomb codes at the start. So there's 1. Yeah, we need all 3 of these. The bomb routing is actually pretty tight in this run. So we're going to be getting the dynamite, the flame bomb, and the ice bomb. And we will not be using these as quote-unquote intended. So we're going to be using the flame bomb right away to actually cut some bushes for us. We don't get the sword until at least a couple of minutes into this run. But we're going to be doing a lot of things that we probably aren't supposed to be doing with the sword. For instance, advancing to the west part of the overworld. So yeah, we're going to be doing that right away. But first and foremost, we're going to be running up to the shrine here and saving or setting our death warp point, because we will be death warping back to this point a lot of times throughout the run. And now it's just kind of like, I'm going to be running around the overworld quite a bit here, entering codes to make chests appear to get them easier later. But first we're going to go over here and get this dynamite.
One of the things that we thought about a lot when we were working on the game was, what can we include for speedrun purposes? There were a couple of people on the project that are speedrunners themselves, and I like watching speedruns. And so a lot of times when it came, should we fix this bug was a serious question. Should we leave this in, or should we make sure that you can do things in weird orders? Hey, how's the game going to break if you can put in these secret codes and get items when you're not supposed to? I don't know. Speedrunners will probably like it though.
Okay, that was really cool. The Rudling there just completely destroyed that enemy. That was really funny. I've never seen that happen in this run, but awesome. All right, so now we're in a toll. And I'm going to be doing something pretty actually unintended here. I'm going to be saving a bunch of time by running off that ledge at a very specific angle. That saves about 7 or 8 seconds. For us to get over here towards the frog's domain, which we are here to get the magic orb, which is mainly an item that will help facilitate travel throughout the overworlds, and also helps us to do some pretty cool skips later, involving also freezing enemies and grappling them. We'll get to that later though. But in order to get the magic orb, we're going to do a skip that's actually not really a glitch. It's more of just like kind of an exploit of the way the frogs actually work. So we're going to be standing on the edge of the little balcony that's like in the room where the magic orb is, alerting the frog with the super long tongue and having him kind of tongue us down into the room where the magic orb is. And it looks a little bit like, wait for it, this. We alert the frog, and we get that.
Fingers crossed.
And I grab the magic orb, and I'm going to die as quickly as possible now because I want to get back out into the overworld, and that was pretty perfect.
That was beautiful. So beautiful.
Okay, and now we have this cutscene where we...
I spent a lot of time making sure that...
Yeah, so we actually skip... no, it's okay, it's okay.
Sorry, go on.
Basically, we skip getting the power to defy death from the air and by dying again, because that makes sense. But that saves a lot of time as well.
What were you going to mention beforehand for that, Dicey?
The getting tongued by a frog down into that reliquary there. We spent a lot of time making sure that couldn't happen, but it just turns out we didn't try from every angle. We never thought that someone would get pulled in from that particular hallway. It was always from the back. I thought it was so clever. There's all kinds of annotations in the scene. I was like, we need to make sure that they can get pulled down from here, but not here, and whatever. So you know what? Bugs are great, right? They facilitate.
You made us work for it, basically. But yeah, like you do have to do something kind of specific, as we get the orange peril ring here, which allows me to double the damage output that I give with sword when I'm under 20% HP. So we have that, and we managed to navigate a dark tomb, or literally the dark tomb, to get that. as we grab the magic rod or fire rod, or I'm not sure exactly what it's called, and also get the manual page. And now I'm going to do something called an effigy drop, which is basically using the effigy that I picked up earlier. That's the item in my middle item slot there. We're going to grapple this turret after I grab this fairy. A little bit of tight movement here, and we're going to use the effigy mid-grapple and just drop down, which is possible. And that saves a lot of time. Saves a lot of travel, like through Dark Tomb and stuff like that.
Some bugs we like to say, aha, we knew about that one. We see you, speedrunners. That one we did not know about. That was, that's news to me.
There are some skips later on where there's actually a jingle that plays. It's like, yeah, we see you. We do see you, like in the cathedral, but we'll get there. We'll get there soon.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of seeing speedrunners, that sword right there, the speedrunner's sword, put there specifically because we figured, you know what, someone is going to find themselves in this area having skipped the sword. Wouldn't it be nice if they had one?
All right, a lot of things happening here. First off, I'm going to damage down on Terry. Say hi to Terry. That's Terry the Chomping Gnaw.
Hi, Terry.
I'm entering a code there to reduce my magic usage on an ice rod shot. I will explain that as well later. Okay, there's that. All right, now I'm going to be doing something called ladder storage. Ladder storage is when you swing your sword and try to mount a ladder at the same time and then roll away immediately, and thus kind of storing the, I don't have my stuff equipped on the right angle. I need to kill this. All right, this is bad.
Oh, Terry.
Can you let me, all right, go away.
What?
I definitely messed this up. Here, come over here. Can maybe get away with this. I just had the wrong thing equipped. I forgot to equip sword. Climb down. All right, that'll work. Woo! That was scary. Okay, so I actually I swing the sword and try to mount the ladder at the same time, and that allows me to, for whatever reason, ever since the latest patch, run on thin air, basically.
That's news to me. We didn't change anything related to ladders. It's still a mystery. Yeah,
that's interesting. And now I'm going to do something called ice grappling, which I kind of alluded to earlier. But if you use the dagger and the magic rod at the same time, you can freeze enemies like this, which is actually an intended mechanic. So you use it to do that, basically, in that fashion. There was a lot going on there.
The ice grapple combination thing was intended. The fact that enemies move very slightly was not intended, but it was discovered before release, and the speedrunners on the team were like, this is awesome, leave this in. You can do all kinds of weird stuff with this.
Yeah, a little bit awkward that I get hit twice there, but it's fine. Should still be okay. Health does become a little bit of an issue on this particular segment, going to get the Hero's Laurels, which are an item. Actually, do you want to, Dicey, do you want to explain what the Hero's Laurels actually does and why we're going to get them? Like from a general gameplay standpoint, like what they do, like just like. That'd be fine.
Sure. So throughout most of the game, you're doing sort of an A button sort of dodge roll thing. The Laurels are an ancient and powerful thing that replaces that roll with sort of a hyper dash teleport sort of thing, which allows you to cross short gaps.
Yeah, that's pretty required for the progression of the game. We actually, so we don't actually need it. It's just faster to get. We don't actually need it for true ending. We can actually technically get all of the pages with either ladder storage or some really tight ice grappling strats. But we just know this is going to be faster to do, so like we don't even really bother to do that. It is very fast. In fact, like once we get the Laurels, things pick up very fast. But that is another example of ice grappling here. And also, once I actually get this skip into the cathedral, you're going to hear a jingle play. And that is an example of what I was talking about earlier, where it's just like, yeah, we see you. We see what you're doing. We knew this was possible. We were a step ahead of you. But this skip is actually scary with these monsters following you, or these lost souls following you. So let's see if we can pull this off. Got to make sure I stop running completely before I fire the ice shot. All All right, looks good. And there we go. Okay.
Nice. Way to go.
Yeah, the blueberries that we got also are very important for recovering our mana here before we actually enter this fight. So in order to get the laurels, the game puts you through like a sort of gauntlet here. Once you get here, this is the cathedral. There's a lot of lore associated with the cathedral, but I won't be going into any of it. Again, play the game; it's great, and discover things for yourself. Because honestly, that's the best way to figure it out. This first phase of the gauntlet with the fairies is by far the most scary because we want to get down to 1 HP to proc the orange peril ring that we got in Dark Tomb. So I need to do this part very cleanly. Okay, shoot me. That's fine. All right. So yeah, I actually had to wait a little bit there for that last one to shoot me. But now the rest of the fight is, well, I don't want to jinx myself, but the rest of the fight is not that bad. Because everything here that's spawning is always going to spawn in the same exact place, including all these skeleton monsters that are going to spawn right in the middle here. I just kind of have to hit them twice.
So you're saying this area should have been a little bit harder?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, okay. Well, you're making it look easy.
If I recall, Jay, you didn't use the peril ring at all during your casual playthrough. What did you use during your casual playthrough? Do you remember
No.
still?
I definitely do not remember. I think I just died a lot in my casual and didn't really do anything about it.
Sounds about right.
Okay, so in the middle of this section right here, this is the Garden Knight Phantom section. There's something very important I want to do between these two segments here. All right, it's a little bit bright in here.
He says in a
There we
deep,
go.
dark, dank cathedral.
It's a little bit bright in here, so we're gonna put on some sunglasses.
You look great.
I like the pink.
Yeah,
I like the pink sunglasses.
Yeah, you're rocking the pink. It's very Hotfox.
It is.
Yeah, exactly. If memory serves, the color of the sunglasses is the color of your scarf. So if you've
Oh, that's
secret,
interesting.
there's a way to customize the appearance of your fox in the game, and I believe it's keyed to the color of your scarf.
Nice. That's actually super nice to know.
I may or may not have seen some things in the Discord channel, and that's all I'm going to say. There are some secrets in there, and that's all I'll say. No
There are
spoilers.
some secrets there, indeed. On the Finji Discord, I was going to pull up the URL off the top of my head. Now I don't remember it. You can search for Finji Discord. You can hop in there. There's a lot of nice folks there, especially if you want to talk about Tunic. We've got a Tunic channel, and then a spoilers channel, and then an even more spoiler channel for the very deepest of the secrets.
It's the best kind of secrets. I promise. They're so good.
So we are almost done here. There's one more Rudling Phantom to fight, and then we get the Hero's Laurels, and we're actually going to Death Warp out of here. So I want that. I want to enter this code. This code helps reduce my my Ice Rod mana usage to what it was in the previous patch, because the current patch actually made it made the mana usage actually a lot more on the Ice Rod. Basically it made it to the equivalent what the dagger does. Please get hit. There we go.
It was a tricky decision to make. The cheapness of the ice shot was sort of like a neat thing, and I thought like, oh, this is sort of a bug. It's not supposed to work like that, but hey, how big a problem could it be? And it wasn't until that it was brought up that it was sort of like obviating the usefulness of other items in casual playthroughs that were like, we should fix this. But as a concession to the speedrunning community, there is a way to reduce it to its pre-patch cost.
Which is super appreciated, by the way. Like, you have no idea how much the community appreciates that.
Yeah, having
Whoops.
been an outsider looking in, because I am in the speedrun Discord, I just kind of like keep track of like when new tricks are found and stuff. But the developers, Dicey and like Kevin Regame, and the rest of the team have been incredible to the speedrun community and very supportive. Oh my goodness!
Is that Ern again?
It's fine. Again? There's no way. Okay. Wait.
Okay, maybe
Thank you,
we should
physics.
fix that too. Thank you. Yeah, non-deterministic physics.
I need to. Okay, this is actually not good. What do I do? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna die. Kill me. I'm gonna die and come back here. That was extremely unfortunate. Like, wow, that was that's never happened to me twice in a row like that ever.
Has that never
right,
happened before?
Oh, it's definitely
quite
happened.
possibly.
I've watched him lose runs to that pot just deciding to roll in the way.
Never twice in a row though. That's actually
Yeah,
impressive.
that's new.
That's super bad luck, honestly. That almost never happens even once.
On the bright side, it doesn't take super long to get back over here.
Yeah, it's
upon
not
dying.
that bad. That's what was supposed to happen. There we go. Please let me in. Okay. Yeah, that was something.
I'm sorry. I take full responsibility for this. The QA team definitely has that one on the list. Like, hey, you know, this pot sometimes like moves a little bit, and I'm like, how's that?
I don't have RTSR. Let me go ahead and go back here. I'm actually going to take damage. See if I can do
Right.
this.
'Cause yeah.
Oh, I forgot to take damage. I need to die again. All right, this is officially a disaster. Okay.
No,
Here,
this
kill
is
me.
great. This is a good showcase. See, one of the things that I find about watching speedruns, and I'm like, I have no idea what's happening. But I'm starting to, after having watched it a few times, start to understand, like, oh, wait, I understand what's supposed to be going on here.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, as a dev watching the speed run and you have like all the insider information, it must be like, for me, I always find it the most interesting in terms of just like watching the game and seeing how it works. In the speedrunning fashion, as you see it, what has been the most fascinating like speedrunning tech that you saw that is in this game?
The most, I don't necessarily know which would be the most fascinating, but the one that sort of like grips me the most are the ones that I look at and I'm like, oh no, is this going to be an actual problem? So typically things get real messy around things like animations overlapping. You know, like effigy skip is, you know, the fox is in a particular state and you're doing something that is ostensibly only supposed to be done at a particular time. So it's okay to interrupt the animation, but oh no. And I don't know, just the imagination runs wild at that point. How many other ways could this be horribly broken? Like the ladder storage thing, we went back and forth on that for a while, thinking like, how catastrophic could this be to a casual player? You know, because if it's actually going to be a problem, then maybe we need to deal with it. But really, the thing that I love the most is seeing how all of these different things are put together and how fast the community finds them and finds utility for them. It's really cool.
Yeah, I was
RIP
shocked
Siege
at just
Strike.
how brutal this run was after like a week. After
Yeah.
just a week of its conception, it was just like completely just out of its mind brutal and just like so hard. It was so hard.
Brutal as in like
Right.
the sort of competition near the top of the leaderboard was getting really tight.
It's just hard. It's just hard to complete a run. Like I remember like having a lot of difficulty actually completing a run like when I first started.
Yeah, I do remember how difficult it was for you to actually finish a run out without something catastrophic happening. Forget an entire syllable there.
All right, so we're doing just a little bit of cleanup on the beach here before we do something actually kind of pretty cool that you're gonna want to see this in a second here. All right, so we do a glitch with the ivy that we got, or not the ivy, excuse me, the feathers. I don't know if they're properly feathers, but like they are the item that increases stamina. Let's just say we're gonna get a lot of stamina. Just all right, so we're gonna be standing on like kind of the edge of the trigger of the like where you can stand to offer an offering to the air, and that's an intentional death warp, by the way. We're going to be standing right about here and dashing away and opening our inventory at the same time. And so now every time I press A, I get 1 level of stamina. So I'm just sitting here kind of mashing A. And as you can see by the green bar on the side, we have pretty much, honestly, just as much stamina as you can imagine that you'd get in a casual playthrough. About as much, maybe a little bit more. I don't know, like, you know, I think we have enough at this point.
It must go. It's people needs them.
But you'll see in just a minute or two, like, the actual scale of how much stamina we have. And it's important, too, because the laurels take up stamina each time they are used. So now we can just dash kind of without caring about stamina, whereas otherwise we can only really dash 7 times without running out of stamina. Please get in there. There we go. Okay, so we're just in here for a couple of pages. We're going to come out Dark Tomb side and head up towards the quarry. Let's grab this page first, though. Please. So as you can see, movement with the laurels is like incredibly fast with this much stamina. Like we don't have to care about stamina anymore. And it's super good, super nice. All right, let's see what level my stamina actually is. I'm about to pause because it's actually faster IGT to save and quit at this quarry or at this quarry fuse. Otherwise, we have to wait for the door to open in the background. But we have 80 stamina. We are level 80 stamina. And if you look closely as well, if you look at my money at the top left, we have negative 630,000 money.
Oh, no.
Which, you know, so we're slightly in debt to the game, but that's okay. All for the sake of speed. Okay. All right. So in the ziggurat, there's going to be a lot of stuff happening. Also, nice ice grapple skip to just completely skip the entire quarry almost.
Yeah.
So now, really once we're in Ziggurat, there's a bunch of stuff happening here. So forgive me if I am a little bit slow in my explanation. So first off, there's something called Ice Rod Canceling, which you do right here. So I'm going to use the effigy, and we're going to actually enter the Ice Rod inputs with a little bit of separation, and we're just going to fall down the elevator like that. That saves a lot of time there. So we don't need to ride we don't need to ride the elevator all the way down. And now we're going to use ladder storage to hopefully pull off something else here. So the idea is to have the fairies shoot me out of the ladder storage state, and that was absolutely perfect. There's also a trigger, a load trigger below the pillar where the administrator fight is right there. So we just fell right into it, basically. And we fell like super fast into it too. It's really
TGH, we spent a lot of time on this video game. You're chugging it. Come on. Slow down.
I mean, like, I did spend a lot of time on it in my first playthrough. Spent like a ton of time.
Me too. Yeah, Me too. Like, I loved every bit of it, and all the secrets too.
Whoops.
I spent. Okay. I would say the first time was the best time. It was amazing.
All right, slight problem actually. I don't have enough magic to do this. Because I forgot to enter the C code. So I need to wait for the scav to jump at me here. Also, I need to move out of the way of the bullets.
This is really good.
Come on.
Yeah, normally he would come here having entered the Ice Rod
there we go.
Mana reduction code. So he just had to kind of back up that fight there.
Yep, and I forgot to enter it because I was... I actually don't know why I forgot. Here, let me actually make sure what I have is equipped, what I need is equipped, I mean. All right, that's over. No mistakes, right? As far as we know.
Yep. I was going to say, though, another thing to notate, too, speedrunners, when they are speedrunning, they are playing this game a lot, too. And I imagine, like, in the very beginning when, the world record was chipping down, it was getting harder and harder. And so there's been a lot of love and dedication, especially with the different categories. There's so many good categories for this game. And each of the speedrun for the category is actually really, really neat to watch because they're different in their own ways.
Oh, they're all very different.
Yes. And that's what's so amazing to watch.
Yeah, like if you don't like some of the stuff that we're like skipping the game, there's also a category called All Relics, No Major Skips, which I have also run, and it's also very fun, just like without a lot of the stuff that we're doing here to like, it's sort of like that's exactly what it sounds like, no major skips. It's sort of like a no major glitches category, except not a lot of the things we're doing here are actually glitches. Some of them definitely are, but a lot of them are just like kind of game design exploits, and like with the ice grapples, for instance, aren't actually glitches. Like that's an intended mechanic, but we're using them in ways that sort of sequence break the game. We save and quit there, by the way, to give us a little bit more stamina. Because we enter this place with we enter a toll rather with only a little bit of stamina that we had from the far shore. So when you enter the far shore, by the way, which is that hub, like the warp hub area that we were just in, your stamina goes back to like basically all level 1. You are way over there. Okay. That was pretty bad RNG from that bird. That bird is a friend, except when it's not. Also, the birds, by the way, if you're wondering like where the sound came from of the birds, that's the head audio director for this game of Power Up Audio is Kevin Regami. That's his wife who made that sound.
Really? That's so good.
So yeah, a toll, or the ruined atoll, basically, you just like activate the 4 fuses here by praying. And once you activate all 4 of them, you can take the center teleporter up to the sky, up to the library. And we're gonna fight the librarian up there, but we're not really gonna fight the librarian. We are going to do something called the librarian quick kill. It is a very quick kill. But we're going to do it with the lore that we grabbed in the forest. What the lore is going to do is it's going to aggro the librarian for us, but we're going to do it in such a way that that makes it so that it does it in like a delayed fashion. Also, I'm going to enter a code here, so I'm going to focus real quick. Okay. We're going to do it in a way that sort of like delays the aggro so that we can get underneath a death plane that actually forms as the librarian gets aggroed. All this will probably make sense once I actually do it. Or maybe it won't, who knows. But it's kind of complicated to do, but whoops. Complicated to explain at least. Just grab those manual pages and head up.
In retrospect, a lot of the tech in this game, speedrun-wise, stems from the fact that you can walk off very small ledges, if that makes sense. Like if there's a tiny little drop, you can drop off of it. There's a bunch of checks that happen in order to make that possible, and that's why there are kill planes under things, because it's possible to accidentally fall off in rare circumstances. And it just seems like a lot of the cool speedrun stuff spawned out of that one feature and all of the sort of fixes that were piled on top of it to make it work.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we're gonna grab our last fairy here. So we needed 10 fairies to unlock this second to last page. We're gonna grab that page and we're gonna save and quit and head on out. Saving and quitting just saves a little bit of time IGT. It actually does not save real time. But we go strictly by in-game time here. So that time in the top left is actually that is my proper time. All right, I've been given permission by Dicey to skip this. You can skip this, but first off, let me actually enter the 100 input code here.
Now you just showed off.
I messed up. I messed up somewhere. Okay, we'll try it again.
But we changed it just for you.
Yep.
Thank you.
This today.
There we go. Okay, now I'll show you how to skip it.
Perfect. Yay. Yeah, I wanted to be quiet because I know how much it takes. It takes a lot of concentration. But this is so good. Oh,
Ridiculous.
You know, my mic was muted, so that's 100 input codes. And not only did he just enter the code, he also just said, I'm not going to use the store anyways, and went around it.
Yeah, pretty much. By the way, what you just saw is a byproduct of ladder storage. If you actually entered a load zone, what am I doing? Oh, I didn't. Okay. All right. So let's just like kind of run back down since I need this dynamite. All right, we're just gonna run back down the mountain. Ordinarily, you death warp, but I apparently am not good enough to death warp, so we're just gonna go down the mountain.
What do you need that last dynamite for?
Take a wild guess.
Choosing violence?
Against myself, yes. Okay.
Oh, I see.
So luckily, it's not that bad to get to from here. It's just doing this. Okay, so now we're in the temple, and we're going to use, I did mention Ice Rod animation canceling earlier. We're going to do that to skip every one of these cutscenes. As wonderful as they are, I'm going to skip them. We still kind of get to watch them a little bit. There, that's what the last dynamite is for. There we go.
Nice work.
Okay, so time is coming up fairly soon, actually.
Wow.
Remember when the run used to hinge on getting a really, really dumb skip for those cutscenes?
Yeah, and that was changed with the newer patch. Actually, we can skip them in a couple different ways now. One is intended, and one definitely is probably not. You can actually just kind of, you can kind of like, here, we're going to skip this cutscene here. So that, what I just did, I inputted cancel and confirm within 2 frames of each other, and I'm able to skip that cutscene right away, which saves like 15 seconds. Time's going to come up as soon as I talk to the air again. And time. So 28.
Nice. Okay, so are we ready to do the whole run again as THG?
Well, what if I just like, hang on. So what if I, hang on. I'm about to like flip my camera or something. Is that okay?
Yeah.
And crop. Actually, I don't even know how to do this with OBS. I think it's just like, oh, I would need to go into, you know what? Never mind. I would need to go into like the other scenes and stuff like that.
No, just flip the entire camera scene. It's fine. Totally fine.
Can I even do that? How do I even do that with OBS? There's a way to do it for sure, but I can't think of it right now. Anyway, thanks for having us, seriously. This was a lot of fun. Kitaru, thanks for the invitation as well. Dicey and Amber, thank you so much for commentary, and thanks to the viewers for watching. And Ray, thanks for being great tech as well. And everyone involved, thank you so much for watching and for your support. Super appreciate it.
It got flipped.
You got hotfoxing. What?
Hotfox. You got flipped. Your webcam's flipped. Your 2HG.
Perfect.
Yep.
just invert the colors now, and you have vintage THG.
Incredible.
I saw that. It was so good. I got distracted. I wanted to say thank you so much as well. I honestly, I feel super honored for just awesome. Like, this Hotfox day has been amazing, which is like everybody. The run, it was beautiful, spectacular. Thank you, Dicey. Thank you, Amber. Thank you, T, now the THG vintage style. Thank you so much. Now we're going to be playing some more True Ending again. Now as TG or THG. I'm just kidding. But we do have another run coming up. If anybody is interested in following anything, anywhere, if you would like to see, more of the runner, I know Tej does a lot of amazing speedruns. Just a lot. Like, very talented speedrunner, super, impressive. Amber, amazing. Amber, in fact, if you want to talk about your show real quick, just say.
Yeah, very quickly. I also host a show here on HOTFIX. It is called Never Before Seen. We are celebrating our 2-year anniversary running the show here on HOTFIX. And coming up on every other Wednesday on the 16th at 10 p.m. Eastern, we're going to actually have Sonic-style platformers with Revolution running Freedom Planet 2 with Nira, the new character, and then Argic will be following up right after with Spark the Electric Jester 3, which is really, really cool. So tune in on November 16th and then November 30th again for our last episode in November. And yeah, just if you like watching games that have never been run in main events, check out Never Before Seen in general, but also check out Cutie Roo's Legally Cute. If you enjoy GDQ Hotfox and you like cute games or cute protagonists or just cozy runs, great time to go check out Cutie Roo's show as well. I forgot which day that is.
Oh, it's on Friday. It's okay.
It's Fridays.
Yes, it's Fridays. Every other Friday. We just had a show yesterday, but we'll be back more in 2 weeks from now, actually, with some more. But yes, definitely shout out to Hotfix host. I love you. Your GDQ fam's the best. Also, Dicey, while you're here, I would love to have you shout out about your game and everything else that comes with the game and learning all the fun stuff with the game.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, if Tunic looks like it's your jam, please give it a shot. It's available on pretty much everything. So pick your platform of choice and give it a go. And if you want to check out some more video games this weekend, you can also take a look at twitch.tv/FinjiCo. This weekend, Finji is doing a charity marathon supporting Extra Life. And so if you want to hop over there and show your support, that would be awesome.
Oh, duly noted.
Also, thank you also very much for having me. It's really nice to be able to help out.
Yeah,
for sure. And thank you so much for your insight and everything. For sure. And for creating this game in the first place. Might I add as well. It's an amazing game. So I even remember telling you at some point before, it takes me back to the first time I ever played a video game, like when I played Zelda 1 for the first time. It takes me back and gives me that same sort of feeling of adventure and of discovering secrets. And nothing has really made me feel like that since Zelda 1 until this. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Would you be surprised to know that was exactly the thing we were going for?
Yep.
So that's awesome to hear. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate everyone, and we are, honestly, it's been an amazing day. We have some more Hot Foxes coming up. We have some great games. Stay tuned for more, but definitely we will take that short little break just to get a good stretch, get some water, maybe grab a little snack, maybe go get to the bathroom. That's good. And maybe get a cozy little blanket, because I'm telling you, this fall weather is perfect, and it's nice to just get snuggled up. Alrighty, well, we'll bring more the foxiest foxes ever on GDQ. We'll be back in a few. Hello, everybody. I am QT Rue, SR, and I do go by Rue. I am the host for today for Hotfox, and I am definitely super, super excited for more to come. We have a wonderful game coming up. But before I go into the next game, I just have a very interesting, cool announcement I am definitely wanting to talk about, because December 3rd, keep that in the calendar marked as checked, because at 1 o'clock through 7, we do have another Hotfox but Tales special. It's the Tales Tri-Decade speed celebration, and it's going to be an amazing showcase. Right now, there are open submissions, and the idea would be that Tails is the star of the show. It's just, you got to get more Tails. I mean, come on, Sonic and Tails, but hey, come on, miles per hour needs some love, all right? So definitely have to celebrate the 30 years marking of Tails being able to be playable in the Sonic franchise. And with this milestone, we just definitely want to celebrate. And come on, what more Tails? I mean, if you want more Foxes and you want a Tails, be there for December 3rd. Definitely check that out. It will be amazing. I am super, super excited for the next run. And I am very, very happy to talk about this run and the runner and the commentator. This is going to be an amazing showcase, just like the rest of the show. I would love to introduce everyone. We have Amerlin and me, and then Shockwave. Do we want to all say hi, everybody?
Sure. Hi, I'm Amerlin. Joined today by my commentator, Shockwave.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shockwave.
So this is a game that I started speedrunning a long time ago because of Vooligen, and I'll actually give a greater shout out at the end. But I like this game a lot. I have the shirt that they made a while ago, and I have the plush that they made recently. I'm going to try to keep that on my head, although I doubt I'm going to be able to do it. So we're going to try to adjust here. This is a typing RPG. It's really hard. This is one of the hardest games I've run. There's not much more to say other than that. I play on adaptive difficulty, which means the difficulty increases to beyond the maximum difficulty that you can set if I do really well. So I'm saying a bunch at the beginning because I'm not going to be talking like at all during the run. I can't gate out my keyboard, and I type really hard and really fast. So my mic is going to be muted, and Shock is going to be doing most of the commentary. So,
What would you like to say hi, Shockwave?
Yes, hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Shockwave. I didn't pick this game up right away when Amy did. We used to live together, and I watched him run this a lot, actually. I picked this up shortly after the pandemic actually started, so about 2 years been running this game. And I'm going to agree with Amy. This is definitely one of the hardest games that I personally run, just because it's very easy to get out of place when you're just playing the game to begin with. So,
yeah.
Well, I'm super, super excited. Whenever you're ready, Amy, definitely let us know, and we'll start the countdown.
Okay. So you have to create a new profile every time. I don't know why I have one named Michael Bublé on here. But there's a new keyboard.
It's Christmas time.
People are asking a keyboard for the chat for the keyboard ASMR. You don't want to hear this. Trust me. There's a lot. So I'm doing you a favor. Sometimes I'll unmute and you'll get to hear it then. But
Okay.
all right. So we'll go in 3, 2, 1, go. Dropped it immediately.
Once upon a time.
So Epistory, as we mentioned at the beginning, is a typing game. Both hands are on the keyboard for basically the whole run. There's occasionally parts where he'll grab the mouse to do some small menuing, but for the most part, both hands will be on the keyboard the entire time. And this game always begins with a tutorial section of just basically how to play the game, so everyone can get on the same foot. I'll actually take a note at the beginning right now, just because we have spare time. You can play this game on Switch. It is released on Switch, so it is a typing game and also a button mashing game if you play on Switch. Instead of it being words, it's just a button combo, so it's like up, down, left, right, A, B, X, Y. I think that's the Nintendo buttons. It's been a while. But you can see here that WASD is one of the controls. There's actually two different types of controls. There's EFJI, that Amy has switched to just temporarily. But there's also WASD, so you've got gamer controls and typing controls. Amy uses the gamer controls. I use the typing controls, EFIJ. It's personal preference, there's no difference. But the way that this game works is you walk around the world normally, and you can do whatever you want. You can kind of interact with things, but once you want to start typing, you have to hit spacebar to enter typing mode. So right here is going to hit the spot so you can start typing, and anything that has a word attached to it to type will become typable. And then once everything on screen has been typed, you will leave typing mode and you can start moving again. So the general layout of the overworld is you have these different zones that he stepped on. So that little green circle thing with the square around it, that opens up a new zone. And those zones have different point thresholds. So the main point of like the overworld section is to hit those point thresholds so we can unlock more zones.
Why?
And there's our first upgrade, which is velocity, which is just gonna let him walk a little faster. There's a new upgrade we're gonna get shortly after he gets this chest right around the corner. So this is showing you that you can go explore and find bonus objects in the world, like chests. Chests have 2 different point values. Every time you type something, you get points on it, and you can also see the combo right above the bottom middle of your screen where it says plus 280. That's your combo meter. The more things you hit in a combo, the more bonus points you're gonna get. And one of the parts of the run is maintaining a combo as long as possible, so you get the most bonus points. And it is sometimes a dramatic difference in the amount of points that you're gonna get if you can maintain a combo through the whole section.
Fire fell from the sky.
But also, Amy just upgraded got the next upgrade we were going to have for a while, which is sprint. So now he can hit shift to make the fox sprint just a little bit. We basically got most of the speed upgrades that we can get for a while, and we'll get the other ones slightly later.
She didn't know.
But this is a nest. These are required fights for certain things. This one you can't avoid because to get to the first dungeon, we'll call them, you have to get to this nest and actually complete the fight. These are scripted fights, so the enemies always spawn in the same spots. But one thing about adaptive difficulty is the words can change based on how good you're doing. So we'll get to a point where the words that he's getting thrown at him are like much longer than this. This is an intro nest, so they're not going to be more than like 3 or 4 letters. Oop. Oh, okay, drop the combo. It's not too bad. But yeah, we're just going to clean up a little bit of points here before we go into the first dungeon. And some chests have multiple words to unlock. And then you can pick up a collectible, which gets you even more points.
The trees began to give way to ash and char. This was where the meteor...
But so we'll go and move into dungeons now. Each dungeon has an element attached to it that you earn... We'll say about in the halfway point of a dungeon. This one you'll get it much earlier, but... Basically, halfway through the dungeon, you'll get a new element. There are some minor dungeons that are not required, but we're only doing the 4 main dungeons. The first one we're going into is, you could probably tell from the theming, is fire-based. So later in the section, we're going to get the fire element, and we're going to keep moving on until we get to that, which is... This one, you get it like really quickly because they want you to start messing with fire. But in later sections, you'll get it like... one of them later, you'll get it almost towards the end of the dungeon, and you'll use it for only like 2 puzzles. So you can sort of see on the left here, those like fiery branches. It shows like squiggles instead of words. So Amy can't actually type any of those yet because he doesn't have the firepower, which is what we're trying to get.
I did have a quick question from chat, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
If the game adapts to the ability, would it make sense to drop combos every once in a while to guarantee easy words?
Just based on the current route we have, we're more focused on the point value rather than ease of difficulty. They'll get to points where you're typing about 80 to 100 words a minute. And if you can just keep up with that, you don't need to drop combo ever. There is a route where you can drop combo right here to sort of reset your combo from scratch for this dungeon. But other than that, you typically grab a combo at the beginning of the dungeon and then you just carry it all the way through to get the most points possible. When you're doing a combo, you'll get like a little bit of bonus points when you start it. So you'll get like maybe 5 extra points, 10 extra points, but eventually you'll get 80 extra points, I believe, per extra word you do, just over and over again. And that adds up really quickly. So it's actually better to not drop combo, even if it's for ease of difficulty.
The maze began to crumble before her.
So this puzzle is showing you how to use fire to solve different puzzles. We'll have this puzzle somewhat later in the ending of the run, but here's another nest. Again, these are set spawns, but they might have harder words, slightly easier words, stuff like that. He actually shot that fire branch at a specific time to sort of try to keep his combo alive, because this nest is actually pretty easy to drop combo if you're not paying attention. So you can see how close his combo is close to running out there on the bottom of the screen. So he's basically like racing against the clock here. He's got maybe 3 seconds of leeway, and he can hit this one branch here to reset it all the way from scratch. So something I didn't mention, just because it comes up now, is during nests, your combo doesn't reset in terms of the full duration when you're in a nest. When you're in the overworld, you get the full duration of that combo meter to reset it to keep going. So in the overworld, or when we're just walking around, I should say, there'll be times where we're just going to take a small detour just to go hit one item, and then we're going to come right back to where we were just so we can reset the combo and keep going.
Paintings began to
So like Amy's going to hit this thing here, and then you're going to see the combo slowly drip away. But luckily there's a bug right underneath here that he can use to reset the timer on it and then keep going. And the goal for this combo is to carry it all the way through the final nest of the dungeon. And at that point, it's going to be like 10 to 12,000 bonus points.
They broke new ground together.
So here, making a small detour for a bonus chest for a small collectible. The goal for this dungeon is to leave as close to 25,000 as possible. You don't have to hit it. You can get stupidly close, like 24,000, and you'll be good. But the general goal is to hit 25,000, because then you can just walk into the next dungeon with all the upgrades that you need. So here's a trick. I think he's on fire? Nice, okay, yeah. So Amy actually set an enemy on fire there, and fire's ability when you use it on an enemy is that it will burn through the next word. So if an enemy has one word left and then you set it on fire and walk away, it'll eventually just burn away, and that burn word will actually reset your combo meter, and it gives you just enough time to make it down here to reset your combo to carry it into the nest. But now he's in the final nest, and at this point he should be able to carry this combo all the way through the end. But you will see where adaptive difficulty really can come to bite you if you have some trouble with some big words. You'll see it at the end here. Normally during the middle of the nests or the beginning of the nests, it stays pretty easy. You can see most of these are 3 or 4 letter words. But towards the end, they start to kick it up a notch depending on what your difficulty is. And I forget if it was mentioned, but we'll just go ahead and say it again. But adaptive difficulty can actually go harder than the hardest difficulty in the game. So the difficulties have different values in the background. You know, we'll say 1, 2, 3, for example. Adaptive can go to like over 100. There you go. Here's the adaptive difficulty. That's that actually was not bad. Those were some pretty easy long words. You could get some really, really weird ones that could screw with you. Oh yeah. When I was speedrunning this game at the beginning of the pandemic, I had someone in chat basically be my dictionary. And anytime a random word came up that had no clue what it is, I was like, hey, what does this mean? Because this seems like a fake word.
I totally. Oh, I honestly would want the same thing. Yeah. Oh, really?
You'd be surprised what words they find. They just shove in the dictionary based on like whatever it is.
Really?
Again, like speleogens is like a rock word, but it's like they use it on the rocks, so like it makes sense. I don't know what it means anymore, but I know it's a rock-related word. You can also see they relate like different things based on what you're doing. So like the treasure chest has different things relating to what possibly a treasure is, like bottle, message in a bottle or something like that, pirate treasure. The flower patches over on the ground were like violet and azalea. The fire things over here are related to fire words. So like conveniently the words are related to what the thing you're like throwing at.
Interesting. That's fascinating to me.
There's a small little design detail that like if you're not paying attention, you'll probably just like glaze, all over that and not even notice it.
Yeah. All right. So I can do a little bit while this. So these unlocks take a little while. They're pretty chill. It's a good little bit of a break. Because you start typing really fast. Yeah, this next, so I'm at just below 25,000, which is about where I want to be. I'd prefer to be at 25,000, but it's close enough. And coming out of this next dungeon, I have to be at 42 to 44,000, roughly. So that's the update on the points. We're going back in.
going back in the trenches.
Yes, we in there.
So now Amy grabbed actually some more upgrades. So it didn't really matter beforehand, but now it does. Amy spec'd into 3 points of intensity. He got one earlier, but now he has 3. That's mainly used for the nests. When you type the combos, remember I said earlier that you get only a certain amount of your combo meter back. Well, now he's gonna get more of it during the nests whenever he kills something. This is more of a puzzle dungeon. So there's all these buttons. You can step on them once to turn them on, and you step on again and turn them off. So like the goal with those rooms is to step on all of them and turn them all on. This one's kind of tricky to do. They kind of fake you out here. They expect you to go all the way through it, and then you have to mess up, and then you have to do it all the way backwards. But if you can get the right angle here, you can actually... just missed it. Maybe. Oh. Nice save, actually. Okay, yeah. So you can go around it, but you can use both sets of controls to do weird angles because WASD is up, down, left, right. EFIJ is the diagonals. So you can actually combine those to get even more precise angles to skip having to go through the puzzle a second time, which is what they basically intended you to do. Yeah, this is just basic puzzles. I don't think that there's many more of these later. I think it's just in this dungeon is where we're doing these floor puzzles. So we'll do a couple of these and then we'll be done with it.
She knew, trapped, frightened, she ran.
But now the game's gonna spawn ice bugs at us, and we can't shoot them obviously because we don't have ice powers right now. So we have to run away from them, and there's nothing we can do.
Mountains rose around her.
And this is the mechanic with the ice is once you step on it in a direction, you're committed to that direction until you either step on land or you hit a wall. So in this case, it's just minimizing the amount of angles and turns you have to do. All right, here adaptive difficulty is going to start kicking in again for some of the ice words. Like glaciation. Sure, that's a word.
She learned to control the right.
Whatever that one was at the bottom, I'm not going to attempt to read that one, yeah.
I'm wondering if I should have tried it. I'm super bad at enunciating, so this would be interesting for me to pronounce.
Oh, yeah, you could go ahead. There's some of these. There's a cryophobia is one of the ice words that's really long. That's
cryophobia?
Yeah, cryophobia.
I can do coldness. I saw coldness.
Yeah, coldness. Yep. So here's another nest, and this is where Amy needs to keep this combo all the way through, and where speccing to intensity really pays off. So he's going to kill all the bugs first and save the ice patches on the side for later when there's nothing on screen, so that way he can try to keep his combo as high as possible. But once he gets the one-letter bugs to spawn, it should be pretty good to maintain it. Yeah, the hard part was getting it through the one-letter bugs, and these are just freebies. They throw these things at you. But now we're starting to switch elements in the middle of nests, so not only do you have to pay attention to what you're shooting, you have to pay attention to what type of thing you're shooting at, so that way you can switch between the elements at will. Should also mention, he's switching elements by typing the name of the element he's doing it, so whenever he hits spacebar to go into typing mode, you can see on the bottom of his screen what elements he has at his disposal. So he has fire and ice, so if he wants to shoot fire, he has to type fire and then type the word of the thing he wants to shoot. So not only if he's like in the middle of a nest, he's got maybe 6 bugs on screen, he has to pick what to shoot, he has to pick what element to switch to, and then shoot that thing, and then possibly switch back. So it gets a little cumbersome, especially with some of the longer words when you have to switch constantly, and you'll see it at the end fight, how complicated it can get with all the elements. Ooh, nice, okay. So this is the hard part, is maintaining this combo all the way to the end. If he can do that, he can save a lot of time not having to get a backup. It's not a huge time loss, like it's not a big deal, but it does save, we'll say a minute-ish, give or take, because you have to go to a separate area to go grab stuff. But basically, anytime he hits something, even if it doesn't give him points, it will reset his combo. So like those statues, they open for a little bit and then they go down. He could just shoot it again to reset his combo. Ooh. There you go, so resetting his combo. But like that statue would turn back on, so you can just shoot it again. But yeah, now he's got the combo for the rest of the dungeon, so he's good. Ooh, that bug got a little close.
One final test lay ahead of her. One last chance.
And then this is the final nest of the ice dungeon. So it's going to throw a bunch of stuff at him, neutral, fire, and ice all at the same time, and because he's on adaptive and hasn't really made a mistake yet in terms of the game's concern, he's going to start getting bugs like on the right side of his screen, like spiders. Those are starting to get like 6-letter or higher words. Basically, the bigger the bug, the bigger the word you have to type is. That's kind of the shorthand. Also get to enjoy the banger nest soundtrack whenever you're in a fight.
This
I have no
music
idea why
is so
fence
good.
is an ice word.
Yeah, fence is.
Yeah, I have no idea why fence. Oh, there you go. Poopivorous.
Poopivorous?
Gypsium. I don't. Whatever.
Pop. There's a. I can't even say most of these. Scruffiness?
Scruffiness.
Scruffiness?
Dissertate. Yep.
Dissertate?
It's just there are sub words you get like that just completely mess with your hands because it's like all one hand except for one letter. If you do the traditional home row ASDF JKL semicolon,
Yeah,
it gets.
I'm not great at left hand only words.
Same. Yeah. I'll have to find. Hopefully, we can get some of the wind dungeon. Typically, the wind dungeon gets me with some of those. So he's a little low, but it's not too bad.
I was going to say, you're going to get a little bit of keyboard ASMR here while I explain something.
Yes.
There's a mechanic in this. So elements are in this game, obviously. There's a mechanic called element swapping, which is where if you type a word at an enemy and then swap elements before it hits... I cannot think and type at the same time.
No worries. Take your time.
It switches to hit that enemy with that element. So if I start on fire, hit an enemy with fire, and swap to ice before it actually hits them, it freezes them, which is what ice does. That's not bad. Seriously, don't need mute. It'll get worse later. I'm taking it pretty light right now, so we'll see.
There's a nest at the end that's 5 minutes straight of just 80 words per minute typing.
The ruins stood empty. She wondered what.
So the backup is 45k going into here, but I grabbed that chest and that's 45k. So now from here, points are basically free. In here we get Spark, and Spark is the most overpowered thing in this game. Okay. All right, Ray, I'm going to trust you. I'm still going to let Shock do the most of the talking, though. Because basically I'm just saying the words to myself in my head. So if I was commentating, I'd just be saying the words.
But then you're going to start typing the words, too, that you're saying. Yeah.
But for the final nest in the game, you need to average like 100 words per minute if you want to do the really dangerous strats. My average is 120 to 130 just from testing myself. So if you're really good at typing, you're going to be good at this game.
Next time you do this run, I should lend you my like 90s IBM keyboard, and you should put the mic right up against that.
Yes.
All right.
Great idea.
All right, Shock, tell us about Creation City.
Yeah, Creation City. So this is probably the Ice Dungeon had the hardest combo to maintain. Creation City, it's not as hard as Ice to maintain. Like the timing's not as strict, but it's easy to get lost in what you're doing and then drop your combo. The ideal goal is once you pick up the element in this dungeon, you take that combo and you carry it the whole way through the rest of the dungeon. If you're good and lucky, main thing is if you're lucky, you can get the combo here and you can spam after you grab the spark and get lucky hitting something off screen, which I'll get to later, and maintain a combo through the whole dungeon. That's just like extra security, but it's not necessary. So here it's like showing you have to do all these weird side paths just to go through the dungeon to get to the element. But once we get the element, we can start opening a lot more doors. But here's Spark.
She survived a place like this. Then
do you get one? You got one. There we go. Hey. Okay, you got lucky. Well, maybe we can find what he hit off screen. This dungeon's weird. Normally with like what you can only type what you can see on screen, but this is a vertically stacked dungeon. It's not like every other one where you're exploring wide. Here you're exploring tall. So the higher up you go, the more things are visible on your screen to type, and theoretically you could be on the top floor typing something on the bottom floor as long as you can't see it, like as long as you can see it. But one thing that's weird about that spot is for some reason you could just hit like almost anything in the map, and some of these bridges are just 4-letter sequences like this one that are all right next to each other on the keyboard or easy to type. So he hit one of those somewhere. We just don't know which one he hit.
she didn't truly belong here.
It's a great strategy. You get on the spark and then you just spam different 4-letter combos like ASDF, DF, JK, JKL. Like, you just hope that you pick the right one. It's great.
That is great.
But for this, we've got a little. Yeah,
one of the major things for this dungeon is that the electrical things that I'm hitting here, so like when I type impulse, that changes every door in the dungeon, not just the doors that you can see. So if I keep myself on a very strict schedule or a very strict rotation of exactly when I'm hitting it, I can do a skip later. I'm also really bad at index finger rolls.
Try doing that one on your keyboard, chat. UIOP, doing that quickly. That's hard.
No. She would
Right. But yeah, this one's dangerous.
Yeah, depending on the word you get here.
Oh.
You got a lucky word.
Yeah.
Oh, I did it wrong, though.
Close yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're still fine.
Yeah, you're fine. But yeah, so as Amy's saying, like whenever you hit a spark, every door on the map changed. So if he didn't hit the sparks in that specific order, that door to the maze wouldn't have been open, at least immediately. So you would have to go hit a different spark and come back, or do some other weird stuff. That will be important for one specific part in the dungeon later. There's this very specific timing. You almost had the same word twice in a row. That's pretty rare.
I was doing practice earlier. I had a bug where it had the same words.
Nice.
Oh, really?
That was kind of interesting. It was a three-letter bug.
Oh, interesting.
So this is the midpoint nest. Each dungeon sort of has a midpoint that they do. They throw a nest at you, and they want you just to they basically give you a lot of points here. This is where you get a lot of points. Theoretically, I believe he's going to be hitting around 10,000-ish when he's going to the final nest. So you think he's got a lot of points now. Wait till he finishes this dungeon, and it's massive. But you can see Spark actually at work here. So Spark, if the bug has 2 or more words, and you don't kill it too fast, because you can actually type too fast for Spark not to work, but if it has 2 words, and then you type one of them, it will then spark onto a nearby enemy and kill or take a word off of that enemy. So sometimes specifically, instead of killing something with 1 word left, he might actually target something with 2 words left and then spark off of that so he can kill both of them at once rather than having to type all 3 words. So it's a minor thing you sort of have to pay attention to in your head of what you're looking at and what you want to kill with Spark. Don't forget to upgrade Spark before the final nest, by the way.
Yep. Yeah, so you'll notice I haven't been upgrading anything so far throughout this dungeon. That's because I need to keep my combo.
There's some hidden stuff on the bottom for combos.
It's because I'm just going to jam all of the points into Spark and then we go. And then Perseverance.
So the Perseverance, it gives you a bigger combo meter. So it means he has more time to maintain this combo. And each upgrade of Spark lets it chain to an additional bug. So again, as long as he follows the 2 or more words rule to spark a bug, he could possibly kill 5 things at once with 1 word. So that's why Spark is the best thing in the game. And here is why the Spark switch is important. If he didn't have those doors, if he didn't have the sparks on the correct timer, he would have to go all the way around and lose combo, and there's nothing to save it. And he would lose not necessarily all of these points, he would get all of these, he just wouldn't get any of the extra combo points he would want to keep it. In terms of all the hard stuff of Creation City, most of the hard stuff is done. There's like 1 tricky spot in the nest where they can sneak up on you, but other than that, you know, Creation City is just getting to the final floor.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see what the 4-letter was. Hope it's easy.
That one's fine.
That's okay.
That's not the worst one.
This music, I love the music. I'm mesmerized by the music. Like, it's really calming.
Oh, yeah, this is a great game. This is really hard. Like, this specifically when I'm Creation City is very hard.
Oh. I have to say, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so he's shooting stuff on the 2nd floor while he's on the 4th floor.
Standing empty.
That's
all the way shoved in the back. So this is where the weirdness of this map comes in. Is you can shoot stuff like way in the distance. But here's the final nest, and this is where Spark is going to murder a lot of the bugs with just like one thing. There you go. 2 died at the top for 1 spark chain. They do also have to be somewhat close. There's a good one. That got 4 hits off 1 spark. So it's choosing the appropriate target so you don't have to type as much. And the main thing that you can see that he's not losing time on this section is if the camera, as it's doing this whole pan effect, if it doesn't freeze in place, most likely he didn't lose any time.
This is interesting to watch. Sorry, this is very fascinating.
You're good. We can see now his combo's getting up to like 22,000 points. The only thing that could be happening like that's really bad here is if he dies. There's one spot where like firebugs can possibly sneak up on you if you're not paying attention. I've had it happen a couple times, but other than that, like most of the points for this run comes from maintaining a combo throughout the entirety of Creation City. I love looking at the words in the distance, like all the way in the left. You like you got the fire words all the way at the bottom.
Yeah,
just like
Promembro Espicapol? I can't even say it. Rave Hook? I can say Rave Hook.
Yeah, we'll get some bigger bugs in a sec too. Yeah, we're starting to get to the end of it. It's a hyphenated.
You just have to wait for this to turn, because I can't do it till they're on the screen.
Yep. Rowdyism.
Neighborhood. I can say neighborhood.
Dothead, Dotehead. I don't know what that one is.
I don't even know what Dotehead is. That Originary is interesting too.
Reconfirmation. There you go. But actually, so there you go. There's a good strat. He's shooting the big bug, the big spark bug that has like 7 3-letter words, and instead of typing any of the long words, he's just gonna choose the smaller bug with the short words, so he can just get rid of all of those. You somehow lost combo in that?
Yeah, I dropped combo right at the middle because the camera legitimately took too long to pan around. So it dropped. Oh well, I'm still fine, I think.
Yeah, you're very close. You're like 79,000.
Yeah.
So the next threshold's 80k.
All right, so now we grab teleport, slam into perseverance, slam into... I didn't have full intensity. That's interesting.
Oops.
Nah, teleport.
She had grounded the storm.
Yeah, we got a teleport upgrade, so now we can teleport to any major landmarks, which for the most part is just the dungeons. But here, this one's 55k, so this one's a freebie. They let you have this one, but the next one that actually opens the next dungeon is 80k.
Yeah, there's a little bit
right there.
There's extra I can get. I'm a little.
You're
bit
40
short.
off.
Yeah. The good thing about it is that types give points, but also combo. So I probably get it running to the, but yeah.
Yeah, you got
there's stuff you have to unlock on the way.
That was like the most minimum amount of points you could have asked for.
Yep. And now we're fine because wind gives a ridiculous amount of points. Wind is also. I'm really sorry to Eddie Devs in the chat. Wind is the worst element in this game. I'm really sorry.
Yeah,
so okay. So like wind is fine for casual players. For speedrunners, it's really bad, specifically because of how you have to keep the words on the screen. You have to keep the bugs on the screen. Wind pushes things back. So it pushes bugs off the screen, and I can't type the word anymore. So that's why it's not good. Everything else is really good, though. Spark is great.
Yeah. Specifically, when I see wind bugs come up, I will let them get as close as possible, so that way I can just try to mash through all the words before they get pushed off screen.
Yeah. That's like actually when element swapping will come into play.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because if you could type a wind word, and then you could switch to spark before it hits, and then you could spark all of the wind bugs. So they're just throwing like small little mosh pits at you for like a little bit. There's like 3 sections of them, so you just gotta sit and just get through these before you can get to the end. If you skipped these, you would actually not have enough points, so it's actually good to get the bonus points from killing all these bugs. You theoretically could kill like 2 of them and then run to the teleporter, but you need the points.
Yeah. Because I was gonna say, I could see where like now that I like this is very, very insightful, just because I've seen like the VOD, but it's just more like now that like it's nice to see the strats because, like, I could just see words and typing, sure, but you know what I mean. It's nice to hear the explanation behind it. The commentary has been stellar.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm also so. This game is really fast. I'm also doing basically exactly half of the content available in the game.
Yeah, there's
a lot more that I just don't do that you're supposed to do to be able to get enough points to hit the end. But
she wondered if she were broken too.
Just by careful combo management and continuing combo through places that we're definitely not supposed to be able to do. Like I don't think they intend you to keep a combo all the way through Creation City. We can,
especially now with the lucky spark spam where you just get the thing randomly off. I didn't even see what you hit too.
I hit it way off screen.
It was it was a bridge. I just didn't know what bridge you hit.
No, I think I hit a lantern.
My story. What is my story?
All right, so we got some little bugs here. That's cool. We're gonna just run by them.
A lattice work of runes surrounded her, arches of bone.
So you'll notice I'm no longer stopping to type anything, pretty much. I'm only hitting when I need to get through. That's because I pretty much have all the points I need.
And this puzzle is the same every time. You walk up, you hit the first switch, walk in, hit the second switch, then go in the middle, hit both of them.
A confusion of wind swept past her.
Ah, this the wind,
you thought Creation City was peaceful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love this dungeon so much.
This is like one of my most favorites. Oh, it's so beautiful. And something about the music. Right now I can't think of the instrument's name, the flute. The particular flute. My brain's like not there.
Wind flute or something like that, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's so beautiful.
I don't know music, man. All flutes use wind. What am I saying?
we'll use wind flute. I'm gonna go with wind flute. I know there's an actual name, but my brain's just not right there right now. But it's just there's like the ears are filled with
By the
joy.
way, say hi to this bug real quick. We'll be seeing him in a sec.
Oh.
We didn't kill him for a specific reason.
Oh.
But now we're gonna get the wind power. The wind does have. I think the wind element actually has the coolest puzzle attached to it with the whole windmills that you'll see here. I think it's got the coolest puzzle system. Fire's just like, make sure you turn on everything within the time frame, but this one's cool. You got to set up the right angle there.
What? All right, now we lose a little bit of time. I have to wait for this combo to drop.
Oh, I mean, that's fine. But anyway, you should name the bug. What's the bug's name?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. All right, everyone say hi to Jeffrey.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Oh, streamer, you died.
Yeah. I did it wrong. Oh, no. No, just kidding.
No.
There we go.
Yeah,
it's a death warp. It saves like 20 seconds or something.
I was about to say, Amy.
Yeah. No, you leave that bug alive and then you face check him and die. There's a bug, not a bug, a glitch in this game. I don't know if it's actually still there because the reason I delete my profile at the beginning is to fix it. Where if you die, for some reason, it like erases all of the score you've gotten since Creation City. So that's why you delete your profile every single time. I don't know if they actually fixed that bug, but I don't want to check.
I just did it because you told me to.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was the right thing.
Yeah. But yeah, the wind is really cool because it hits everything in a line, so it's way better to hit things in the back than in the front. And this puzzle introduces the concept of stuff not always staying on. Another index finger roll.
Oh, that was... That was... Yeah. You looked at your keyboard to figure out how to do that, didn't you?
Yeah. So you have to hit it in that exact pattern at those exact angles. Otherwise, that puzzle doesn't actually finish. I don't know why. It's just how it works.
And some of them have to be hit twice, depending on like what angle you're hitting. I think there's like one fan that gets hit twice.
Yeah. But that's
one of the cooler puzzles, is that one right there.
Yep. That's the wind dungeon, basically. There's like not much to that. We're at the end
ironically enough, in the final dungeon for this, they don't throw wind enemies at you here. Unlike every other dungeon. It's a little weird, but you know. But in this one, you'll see the full power of Spark just completely killing all the bugs, like with one go. There you go, taxidermic. There also gets to be sometimes, depending on what it is, it might be worth it, depending on how fast you type, of letting something get closer to you, so that way bugs are closer for a spark chain, or if you're fast enough, to just mash through it as quick as you can. It just really depends on like how well you can type things out. So like here on the left side of the screen, everything's just spawning over there, and you can just spark everything. This is where Spark really shows off just how strong it is. I think the dev just asked if we reported that bug. I don't know if it's been reported.
I was gonna mention to Amy after, because I know.
I don't know if it's been reported. It's known, but I don't know if it's been reported.
Yeah, because
So that's it.
I know
that's
it's hypey.
wind is super short.
Oh.
And you got enough points too.
Yep.
You don't have to go get
I'm at
anything.
exactly 100k, which is what you need to unlock the final area. All right.
That was a race to the end,
She
basically.
left the islands with
It's been going pretty good, by the way.
renewed.
Oh,
Yeah.
just to clarify, not a dev, but Ahmad, part
She
of
realized
the
okay.
the game. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
it's not
my
this one.
brain
Yeah,
is filled with
you're
so
good.
much joy right now. I
it is this one.
literally feel like it's Christmas.
Yeah, it is that
This
one.
is Christmas. I get to see foxes all day long. Like, this is Christmas.
Wait, is it this? No, it's not this one.
It's the upper one.
That was a little,
it's
it is the upper one.
right there.
Duh.
Yeah, it's that one.
Yeah, look for the bamboo.
Oh no.
All right, Chuck, you got to be doing the dictionary for this last part.
Oh, okay. Was that one Pauline?
Paulinia. Yeah.
Paulinia. That one is an area of open water surrounded by sea ice.
All right, we all know what congeal means. Let's get a.
No,
no,
the lower one. Phreatic, whatever that one is.
Phreatic.
Phreatic. Groundwater.
That's that guy from League of Legends, right?
Yeah.
All right, so going into the desert, it's time to talk a little bit about the story, because I really like the story of this game, and I think it's gonna spoil a little bit, like if you watch the end, but I still think this game overall is very good. So a lot of this is a journey of like self-discovery. Where it's most present is Creation City, the Spark Dungeon, because it very explicitly says like this is about a person moving to a new place and being uncertain. You know, if you listen to the dialogue that goes on there, and the desert is the final dungeon of the game, and there's a lot of self-doubt in the desert, where like the girl riding the fox isn't sure of where she's going, how she got there. Everything is so hot, she wants to lay down and die. I'm directly quoting the things that you're going to hear, by the way. That's not just me, I like ad-libbing. It's really good. I really like this story a lot. This is like one of the only games ever that's made me like tear up at the ending. So you might get spoiled a little bit if you watch this, but I highly recommend still watching it because it's really cool. And the ending song is an absolute banger. So here we go, into the desert. This is the hardest area in the game.
Yeah, there's two nests. The first one's not insanely difficult, but the second one it's very easy to get lost, especially at the beginning, and if you die, it's like 2 minutes. But the whole nest itself at the end is like 5 minutes long, and it's just a spree of bugs coming at you. Are you fighting the horde or no, by the way?
Oh, of course I am.
Okay, cool. All right. In the end, you can skip. So here we're just like repeating a bunch of puzzles we did earlier, but in slightly different ways. So like it's just kind of like this is the end section. So use everything you've learned to complete the game, kind of thing. But in the end section, right before we get to the final nest, there's a bunch of bugs that are like in your way, like this guy right here, where you could just leave them alone. You don't have to kill them. But if you don't kill them, then they just like come in a giant horde at the bottom of your screen for the nest. So not only are you fighting the nest enemies, you're fighting the enemies you ignored. Yeah. And it is faster to do that way, but it's easy to get overwhelmed.
Yeah. So the way it works is their enemies basically have two movement speeds. They have nest movement speed and then they have overworld movement speed. Nest movement speed is significantly slower because you're standing still and they're just throwing a bunch of enemies at you all at once. Hope I hit that right. And then please don't kill me. I'm going to shoot one of them. Okay. Overworld movement speed is pretty fast because, you know, they're coming at you from all angles and you can kind of shift what you're doing. And then fighting the horde is you don't kill anything.
Yeah. So here, there's no element bugs here. These are all, whatever, four-legged bugs and these slugs. But they throw a lot of them at you. So if you don't pay attention or you don't have anything upgraded, this can get a little cumbersome to deal with. But we have Spark all the way at level 5, so we're melting through a lot of things pretty quickly. That big bug just like killed 3 things for you at the same time while you were fighting it. That's how strong. There's no cooldown on Spark either. It's every single time that you do a bug with 2 or more words, it will spark. That's what makes it like so powerful is you can just go ham at it. So if you like see one thing on one side of the screen, you could spark. Ooh, a little close. Yeah, so if you see one thing on one side of the screen and then you go to the other side of the screen, you can just keep sparking like over and over again, which is what makes it incredibly potent.
I'm killing that one. I've died to that bug before.
Yeah, the
hitboxes are a little deceptive because it's 2.5D isometric. I also killed this one because again I've died to that one before. But I am leaving as many alive as possible so I can fight the horde.
Yeah, here there's just a trigger right there. You have to touch that piece of grass to open the next area. And they are really swarming you this time.
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, you're gonna have to kill some. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
leaving as many alive as I can.
If you get better better patterns with their movement, you can walk around them and keep them alive. So even while you're doing this puzzle, they're still following you in the background. Yeah,
I am killing bugs ahead of me. Sorry to anybody that wanted to see me fight the full horde, but if I run into them, it costs a lot more time than if I die on the final nest. So I believe someone mentioned in chat earlier that the way adaptive works is... Alright, fire is maxed. If you die, you lose difficulty, and I haven't died for the whole game. So I'm at basically the hardest difficulty the game can throw at me. It also counts off of your typing mistakes, and I make a few of those throughout the run, obviously, but I try not to. Yeah, so the danger with this part is that it sort of randomly unfolds, and if a bug catches me, then I'm dead. All right, but we've done it. We're on to the final nest. Here we go.
Yeah, so this is the hardest in the game. It's right at the beginning is the hardest part. So you've got firebugs on the top that are slowly working its way. He's the horde on the bottom of the screen, so this is everything that he didn't kill on the way. Oh. Nope. Nice try.
Yeah, I needed the element switch way faster. Okay, so now it gets way easier.
Yeah, now that horde on the bottom... The horde on the bottom of the screen won't come anymore, so it'll just be the things on the top left and right. Yeah, that was a good try, though. The horde is hard to beat if you don't prioritize targets perfectly, basically. Because you got, like, one bug that has 2 words that's following you, so if you don't spark off that, you don't kill, like, the massive small pile that's following you as well, and it just gets really unmanageable.
As if the desert itself hungered for her doom.
But yeah, so it's gonna go fire, ice, spark, wind, and then at the end it's gonna throw a couple elements. Then it'll basically be neutral words for the most of the fight. So here, you could element switch on some of these guys if you're fast enough, but you know, they're 3-letter words, so you can also just spam through them and get rid of them much quicker. So now we're in the spark stage. This stage is by far the easiest. You just find the most words on a bug and then you just focus on that one. But I think we mentioned this earlier. You don't want to mash through it super quickly. So like he's got a bug there with multiple words. He wants to let Spark make contact with the bug first before he types the next word. If he doesn't let it make contact, then it won't actually trigger the spark because he's already killed through both of the words. So that whole 2 words or more rule doesn't apply.
So the wind pushback also only works if it's if it has more than 2 words as well.
But these bugs aren't a huge problem. These wind bugs, because they're still on screen. Eventually there'll be bugs that are spawning on the right side of the screen, and they'll once they immediately come into view, if you were to wind them, like this one here, you would just push it off screen. So there you go. Okay, nice. You got through all 4 of them before the wind even pushed them. Okay.
We got it.
Let that guy a little too close.
Dude, no stress, no stress.
That was almost a wipe. That was very close.
Ooh.
All right, yeah, here, so they're gonna throw a couple element bugs at him, but after this, basically he doesn't need to element switch anymore. He can stay on Spark for the rest of the fight. And then here it's gonna be like target prioritization is gonna be the big thing, is choosing what thing you want to kill first, because if you spark the right thing, other things will die because of it.
Yeah. Can you talk about fire real quick and why I upgraded it?
Yeah, so fire upgrades, the more you upgrade it, the faster it burns through the word. So because we're on adaptive, we're gonna get those really, really big bugs, like the 12-letter words or something at the end. So what he's gonna do is with that fire upgrade at level 5, he's gonna type like 2 of the 3 words and then let fire take through like the last word so he doesn't have to type it. And that's like the only reason we upgrade fire is for like this fight here. But you'll see like a big cobra monster spawn in the top left section when we get there. This guy right there. Understandability. Oh, nice. You got lucky with the sparks. Yeah, so fire, he could type 1, and then he can switch to the other one if he wanted to, and he can just bounce back and forth, letting fire burn through some of these words. So there's a couple different strategies you could actually use here to like speed up the fight. Personophone? I didn't even just read what that one was. Intergovernmental, okay. What is that? What?
That's why I upgrade fire.
What's that word? I couldn't even read it.
Oh, I don't even know, but it was so good.
All right.
I didn't even have time to read it.
So that's like that's like the one contribution I made to this run is you upgrade fire at the end specifically to kill that one bug way faster. Because otherwise you have to wait for him to get close enough to spark. All right, but we're basically at the end now. There's not that much left. So I'll do my shout outs while we're walking along this. I guess, Chuck, if you want to do yours first, I have.
Yeah, sure. So thanks again for Amy for having me, and thanks for Cutie for hosting Hotfox. If you want to find me, I'm on YouTube, youtube.com/shockwave. Also on Twitter, same thing, youtube.com/shockwave. I've mainly been doing Destiny challenges right now, but I'll be getting back into speedrunning very shortly. But that's all for me.
Yeah. So you get 2 random words, and then you get I am lost, and then you get who, where am I? And then you get my name is, and then time is going to get called soon. So, what is my name?
Yeah. When he types my name is, that's time.
And then my name is time. All right.
So I want to give time. I thought it was Amerlin.
So I want to give shout outs in order. Shout outs to Kitty for putting this together. Hotfox is really cool. I love this game a lot. I think it deserves to be shown off. Shout outs to Shockwave for rekindling my interest in this game. This is genuinely the hardest game I've ever run. Drowning Halls is really difficult. Shout out to Thextera, one of the mods of the Epistory community, for making the load and mover. And then my final biggest shout out is to Vooligen, who was a GDQ staffer from a while ago who retired. And he was the single biggest inspiration for me running this game. Huge shout out to him. And Vooligen, if you watch this, thank you. You changed my life a lot. So thank you for that. This ending song is great. It's Desert Dream by Lark and Poe. We can let it roll, or we can move on to the next one if you want to.
I think we're okay to listen to it for a little. It's so good. I just wanted to say, oh, sorry. The shout out to Vooligen like touched my heart. Yeah, I appreciate you being on the show. I like both of you being on the show. It was an amazing game. I cannot say this enough today, but this is literally the best day. This literally needs to become like a holiday. That's what I'm gonna proposition for. There might be a Fox holiday, but I want a Hot Fox holiday. But yes, I definitely appreciate everyone today. It's been an amazing showcase. I'm like all emotional. And I just want to say this has just been an honor, and thank you again. And I love the t-shirt and the plush, by the way. That was such a good... I see that the plush isn't there anymore, but it lasted for a little bit.
It's back on.
Oh, it's back on. Yay!
Yeah, it's back on.
I was going to say, I can't hear anything because this ending song is very loud.
The ending song is blasting in his ears right now.
Yeah, it's really loud.
Okay, duly noted. Well, in that case, we are, we do have some more Hotfox coming up, so stay tuned, but definitely check out, we're going to have, it's amazing lineup. We're going to have more runs, more games. We have more to come. Get all the foxes, do some fox time in chat, and we will get ready for the next one, but we are going to take a quick break, stretch those legs, stretch your arms, get some water, go to the bathroom, do all the good stuff for you. I hope everyone has a wonderful time with Epistory. I can't say right now. I can't talk anymore. I need some water. But long story short, appreciate this and love you all. And thank you for showing this. And we will be tuned. Stay tuned for more. And also, Amy's going to be here. Hello, everybody. I am back with some more Hotfox. The foxiest day ever. It's the greatest. We have foxes. Speedrunning foxes. Best thing ever. I'm here. I'm Cutie Rue, SR. I also go by Rue, but I just wanted to bring some more foxes. We have a great game, Spirit of the North. We actually have it for quite a while, but for the first runner, we're going to have Conquer with any percent and our commentator, Arky. And I am super, super excited. We are going to be showing more foxes, of course, but also the any percent is going to be very different because we do have the 28 Shamans later on, but we're going to show any percent first just to show the differences between the two. And when we're ready to take it away, I just wanted to, have everyone introduce themselves and say hi. Say hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Is there anything you'd like to say about yourselves?
I'm Concord. I'll be the one running. And this is my pal Arky.
Hi, I'm Arky. I'm the commentator for this one, and we'll be telling you guys Fox facts today and facts about this game.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Whenever you are ready, would you like me to do the countdown?
Yes, please.
Awesome. On the count of 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. So immediately, you'll notice on the top right-hand side, there's a stamina meter, I think you can see, which was developed by our lovely pal, Niu, who should be in the chat. He's the current world record holder. Unfortunately, there's a weird stamina system in the older versions of the game that you need to use this tool for.
the stamina was removed in the newer patch, though.
Yeah.
And I don't know why exactly, but it's way better without stamina.
But we have to use this version because there's a lot of skips here. Unfortunately,
Yes,
they got
very
patched out.
hardly skips, and yeah, they got patched out.
Oh.
And so right now, playing on an older version of the game, so we can do better skips. And I think there was a graphic update too in the newer patches, but it's still a beautiful game. It's a bit snowy and white right now, white screen.
Yes.
But yeah, this is a very chill game, guys. You're just gonna jump around with the fox. It's actually a white fox, matches to the environment.
Honestly,
I'm just gonna follow that path here.
it's beautiful to see a white fox too.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for this chapter at least because it's all snowy and Arctic.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we're just gonna. I mean, this run involves a lot of running. There are some really cool skips though. Like for instance, this first starting area is really, I think, pretty much impossible to break out of, and it's a general trend for the game as a whole. It's just been really hard to break it. But there's one spot right here coming up on the right where I can get out. You'll see that in a second.
So yeah, it's technically really hard to break the game in terms of glitches. So we're basically going to go out of bounds most of the time and gonna skip some of the puzzles. And like that. And can you do it?
And we are out.
There we go. Out of bounds.
And that is a tough spot because you can get soft lock there.
Yeah, we
Go to the
get
wall.
soft lock there. I was hoping not to, but we got it. You got it.
Okay, good.
That would be embarrassing.
Yeah. That would be funny.
5 minutes in and we're soft lock.
You're like, well.
There's a few spots you can get soft locked, and it's okay if it happens. You just have to restart that part of the game.
Yes, we would see that lovely opening cutscene again.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you could get soft lock though. That is a kind of a nerve-wracking moment.
There's a couple moments like that actually, especially like later on. There's a couple run killers that really, like you get so far and then you just have to stop.
Also, the controls are really janky in this game. If you play with a controller, I think it's worse than with a keyboard, in my opinion. Now there's like people that like to play with keyboard, and there's people like to play with a gamepad or controller.
Honestly, I think the experience. Oh, by the way, we just learned to sprint. I don't know if you caught that. We just decided we know how to sprint, so that was cool.
Let's go.
Let's go.
But the gamepad is a better experience in my opinion for like casual play, and then you need to use a keyboard if you're speedrunning. It's not comparable.
Yeah, that's right. So we're gonna skip an ice wall here. Just walk over it, just casually. Usually there's a spirit fox with us right now, but we haven't met her. So maybe like in the game we will meet the spirit fox.
Yeah, we actually skipped the point where we met her. That was like half the level right there that we've just passed. And we could go to the end all the way out of bounds, but it's actually slower if we do that than if we learn sprint.
Also, the game was developed by Infi Studio by 2 developers and 1 music artist. And it's just breathtaking what they did. It's, like I said, 2 developers for the game, and 1 that did the music. And it's just a breathtaking game.
It really is. I have to admit, this one, I didn't even know until Ray introduced this one to me, and I was just like, wow, like I honestly love that this was introduced to me by Ray, and then like it's just the speed run, and then going into the community, and then honestly, I'm like very, very thankful that we get to showcase this because it is. I kind of wanted it to be showcased with the different categories for that reason too, because they are different. But it's just also like it's a beautiful game. All these games today have been like amazing. It's a Hotfox day, but this one is really, really good too.
Oh yes, we love it.
Currently, it's cold fox because we're in a cold area with a snow fox. But it's getting hot soon. So
It's getting warmer.
It's getting warmer. It'll get there. It'll start like. Wait, what was the word earlier from Epistory? Glacial? Oh, I can't remember, but it'll melt. I was thinking like they won't be glaciers anymore. That's what I meant by that. But oh wait, okay. I just saw that. Okay. There she is.
There's the spirit fox. Just barking randomly in the air. Like, okay. Also, someone in the chat asked, what's the record on this? The 90% run, the world record currently is 33 minutes and 21 seconds. And say that too, I had the former VR, and the run got beaten by 30 seconds.
I think a sub 33 is definitely possible, but very hard.
It's really, really hard to do.
There's a couple new skips. I think there was one in particular that I just passed back there, but it's just impossible. I can't do it yet.
Oh, what's happening? Oh no, the fox is getting sneezy.
Yes. And
oh no.
Lie down.
No, we're just gonna sleep. Don't worry, guys. Fox is just sleeping. And now we can see the spirit fox in action.
Spirit will help us.
Spirit will help us. And just break the stone apart. And we're falling down. Yeah, that didn't hurt at all.
There we go.
That was pretty interesting in the beginning. You can walk and then it's...
Yeah.
Okay.
This doesn't happen in the newest patch though.
No, it was fixed. But
it is weird. It's really weird.
I love the walking in your plop. That's the new fox plop.
Yeah. And chapter 2, and we're Hotfox. We are walking slow.
We get to
and this
walk
chapter,
slow.
This chapter is 7 minutes long. We just have to walk straight, we just have to follow the spirit fox. And the spirit fox will tell us a little story about the game. You guys can imagine by yourselves what's gonna happen, because there will be murals, like pictures. And you can imagine what is happening right now.
I think, unfortunately, if I go fast enough here, it's not going to light up, so they can't see it unless I wait for the she-fox. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's a nice little slide jump here, if you're lucky. I hope I'm lucky. Nice slide. You jump off at the end, maybe?
Also, it seems a bit unreal to slide at this point, because we have a hurt paw. Oh, fox statue, look at that.
So here's the first mural.
Yeah, there's the first mural. It gets
Not much happening there.
It's lights up at some point. There you go. A flying fox. What does this tell us about the story? Well, the game is called Spirit of the North, guys, remember, right? Also, the music track in this chapter can hit really hard. It's just really emotional.
Yeah, the music through the whole game is just amazing. There's people in the city. I missed that one.
I was about to say, you gotta miss that one. You have to follow the Spirit Fox, not the Spirit Fox following you.
I know where I'm going already.
Also, while we are in this chapter and you guys are imagining the story, I can tell you guys about a fox fact. Did you guys know that foxes make 40 different sounds?
I did not know that. Maybe. But I'm wondering if the GD cuties in chat, that all the foxes, like all the fox time and all that, maybe there's 40 different emotes or 40 different, I don't know. Now I have to find this. Hold on. Now I'm going to do fox time while I hear some more fox facts.
Fox facts. In the speedrun, the Spirit Fox follows you. Exactly.
Pretty much.
Okay, there's a stick on the right, but we're not gonna pick it up.
No.
On the next run, you're gonna see, after this run, we will pick it up.
That's for saving the Shamans, which is the only really collectible in the game. There's 28 of them.
And you get fox skins. This sounds weird because it's for it's like Conquer help. What is it called?
Okay, so you get skins for. So this is a shaman right here on the table. He's dead, but he's cursed. That was what the red stuff was earlier when the Spirit Fox barked and helped us and got us into chapter 2. So the more of those you unlock, or the more of them you save, rather, the more skins you get. And I think there's like 6 or 7 total in the game. So right now I'm wearing the Kitsune skin, but the base skin is orange.
And I believe in the Xbox and PS5 versions, there's 2 extra skins that look really, really pretty.
Yes, they have custom skins for the different console releases that they did.
Yeah. Also about the release, this game was released on the PS4 on November 2019. And later in 2020, May, it was released on Steam and the Nintendo Switch.
So
and I bought
here,
off.
no worries. I just want to talk about this. So I'm gonna bark early because there's a designated bark button in this game. Don't ask me why it sounds like a dog, but I'm barking early so I can get into the cutscene early that happens in the middle of the circle.
That's actually really funny. Why does that happen?
I don't know. It's a weird trigger, and
yeah,
like there's so many unexplained things in this game. That's new. I haven't seen the water look like that.
We're just sleeping, guys, and the Spirit Fox will help us now. And the bark is extremely loud for some reason. And if you can hear closely, you can still hear the walking noises.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm listening now.
Yeah, because we're still in the water.
And we are Spirit Fox. We got energy. Our little spirit friend.
You turned into a wisp.
Turned to a wisp.
Aww.
But the wisp will help us through the game. In the newer versions of the game, like in the newest patch, it actually helps more. And now it's just like floating around sometimes, and it just makes noises when you bark. But really cute noises.
I would try to imitate, but I don't think I would do justice.
Conquer, bark for us. I mean, like in the game. I mean, in the
game. Need some payment for that. Wow. Okay. No, wait. There's the bark noise.
Aww.
And you can hear the wisp doing the sound.
So if I go left here, I can skip a cutscene, which is interesting. That was
Let's
patched
go.
down.
Time saved. Let's go. Yeah, and it was patched, right?
And this whole time, I'm really managing how much I'm sprinting, because if I don't, then I have to stop running, and I have to walk, which I don't want to do. So you're not going to see it, hopefully, but if I mess up, you will.
Stamina meter is really, really useful. I've never used it, to be honest, because it was new.
Oh yeah,
It was
brand
done
new,
after
like
my
this
runs.
month.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's
We
really...
just decided to allow it, so.
Oh, interesting. That's interesting to know.
Also, we are out of the ice. Now we're in like ancient volcanic landscapes. These rocks that you currently see, those are actually real. They exist in Iceland.
Really?
Yeah. Also,
So if I... Oh, go ahead.
The whole landscape of this game is English.
It's kind of like what it looks like and the actual
it's-
location.
It's heavily based off of Iceland.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I want to go to Iceland now, and now I'm gonna go to like visit the spot. Exactly the spot.
Yeah,
I've done
exactly
that.
the spot.
Yeah.
All right, this is the single hardest jump in the game. I hope I get it first try. If not,
Let's
we're gonna
go.
be in the water. Oh, got it.
Oh, let's go.
Aw.
I had it.
I know.
Aw.
Yeah, this is really a hard jump. It took
Yeah.
it's fine.
This
It's
this
fine.
is what I was talking about when I said run killers.
Yeah. There are a few run killers in this game that basically can they can not bring joy. Let's say
They
that.
don't spark joy. Oh, and then I get the glitch that I can't jump.
Lovely.
Lovely. There's a random glitch that'll pop up where you just don't have the ability to jump for some reason. You have to get off whatever you're standing on.
Yeah, there we go. Made it. You activate the spirit stone. Also, I think you're seeing this for the first time. There's second time. There's power flowers. They basically, when you bark at them, they give you power, and you can lighten up infused stones. And the music is going really emotional. For a chill Fox game, it's really much going on right now.
Yeah. No, the music. So music to me is a very, very important thing. I used to play the violin for like 12 years. And then
I play the cello. That's cool.
Oh, let's go. So music to me is like, I love it. I go to concerts all the time. Like I'll go to like all the orchestra concerts. Like I just went to the Distant Dream Worlds concert. When I hear a good song or a soundtrack or anything like that, I just can't help but listen because it's just that good.
So here I just activated the geysers, and I ran, so I'm fast enough to get it on the first time it blows.
I'm surprised this is the first day on the geysers. Aren't they like really, really hot? Like it's really hot water, right? Am I wrong? Actually, don't know. So in this area, there's like lots of sticks. Call them sticks for the shamans, but we're not gonna obviously not gonna pick them up. Yeah, there's a guy in there. We'll see that later.
And so coming up is the single reason why I'm using the older patch and I can't just sprint. The skip in here.
Yeah.
So we can just straight up walk through this entire area as a puzzle. And it usually takes about 5 minutes, and we're just gonna walk through it.
We're just
because
gonna
we can.
walk on
We're gonna walk.
behind the wall.
It's not even like getting out of bounds. We're just walking.
It's just walking. It's totally fine. We're just walking.
And we're through. Into chapter 4. Loading screen. Let's go. Also, I can tell another fox fact. Foxes are extremely playful. They like to play.
Ooh, that's a
Like
bad
to
one
play
for
this
me to
game
find
about
out.
Foxes.
Yep.
Fine, another fox fact. Foxes are smelly. They smell
Aw.
bad. They stink.
Really?
Yeah, they stink.
So if I smothered a fox, if I had the opportunity to, that would be stinky?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I'll still
fluffy.
boop them. They're still
fluffy.
fluffy. They're still fluffy. I still love them. I did not know that. Now, all these fox facts, are they foxy?
Yes.
Do
they're
they?
foxy.
They're very foxy.
Also, this area is pretty huge. There's it's almost empty for this area. It's just a big area that you can sprint, but there's not much to see. There's 2 shamans to find there, and that's it. It's a bit of a bummer.
The second part of the level, though, is where it's interesting.
Yes.
Oh, I screwed up. So now I can't run.
Oh.
If you
Oh,
listen
no.
carefully, you can hear him pant. But we're gonna skip a little section here of getting to the cool area, and what that does is it doesn't let it load. Unfortunately, so you're not gonna be able to see all the cool stuff, but you are gonna see some cool skips here. We're gonna fly in a second.
Oh, I hope you're gonna fly. I hope you don't soft
If I
lock
don't
yourself.
fly, I reset.
Soft lock time. Guys, it's time for a soft lock. Here we go. Just concentrate.
No. Oh,
That was really, really close.
We did it.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
nice.
That was way too close.
That was way too close. Oh my god. Okay, it's getting
Nicely
wet now.
done.
Thank you. So
So-
there's normally a huge city up here that you can explore and solve puzzles, but not there.
Who needs puzzles?
Yeah, who wants them?
Obviously, just hills right now.
We're not here for puzzles. We're here to skip the entire city.
Yeah.
So interestingly, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say. So the level ends here because we can clip into the load trigger for the next level. So we just skip everything up there.
It's pretty interesting because there is a checkpoint in the wall. So what we do right now is gonna go to the corner of the wall, and then it saves, and then we go back to the loading screen, back to the main menu, and just load back in, and we're in chapter 5. That's how it's done. It's that easy.
Ta-da! New area.
And anyway,
Ta-da!
chapter 5. I really like this chapter. It's the longest chapter in this game, and it's very, very pretty. Like this landscape right here. It's very pretty. And for those who was wondering, the game was built in the Unreal Engine. It's very good graphics.
Yes. I can't believe it's done by 2 people.
Yeah.
Like that right there. I'm really impressed. Because imagine it's a lot. Like this is really well done.
Now we're getting yeeted by those portals. Yeet fox. And
Yeet
enjoy
fox.
it. Yeet
Fox
fox.
yeets.
Fox yeets.
Oh, it's so good.
And we have a little glitch in the bottom right. It says chapter progress saving all the time.
Yes. So after we entered chapter 5 by skipping the rest of the level, it's now going to say chapter progress saving for the rest of the game. gonna go away.
So this is a puzzle too, but we're just gonna skip it by.
We can just walk through it. Like,
Yeah,
it's
we're just
not-
gonna walk up the water, like usually. And now we're climbing Fox up to the mountain. It's pretty tricky. There's
Got
like
the
colliders
jumping thing
everywhere.
here. There we go.
I was about to say, is this ain't no mountain high enough? Ain't no valley low?
There we go. Oh, almost. Still getting stuck.
Still getting stuck. This is another hard spot. Ah, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
And now we just ride the wall.
Also, pretty interesting is in the newest patch you can go through that mountain where the water is coming from. It's the collider is just gone, but in this patch you have to walk around it. Really interesting. And now we're just gonna walk to the mountain in front
The
of
rest
us.
of this chapter is just walking.
Yeah. So basically, we skipped like half of like 80% of the chapter is like gone. You will see that in the 100% like 28 shaman run, but that's why gonna be interesting to see the other one too.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any Fox facts or jokes for this?
Foxes are more like wait no. Foxes are more like cats than dogs.
Ooh, okay. I do like cats. I might have 2 cats. Just saying. If I could own a fox, I would, but I don't know if that's good.
I think if you own a fox, you obviously have to have like a outside area for the fox.
Yes.
I know people that have like indoor foxes, but I don't know. You gotta have a garden for the fox.
They can't be litter box trained, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. They do it everywhere. Just say that.
I never even thought about that. That's why I need a zoo. I just want a big zoo.
Big zoo at home.
One day I will find a zoo and I'll be like, that's my zoo. Owning a zoo is like, it's a lot of money. I looked into it. It's a lot of money.
I have one more fox fact. Foxes are solitary.
Really?
Yes.
I'm kind of... Oh, wait. You know what? That makes sense.
And actually, you can train foxes. I know a channel that they do tricks and stuff. That's pretty interesting to see. Like, obviously with treats, they do fox tricks.
Here, coming up in just like 2 seconds, I'm gonna take a massive leap of faith, and we're gonna get on the other side of this ravine here. Unless I screw it up. Oh, I didn't.
I was like, oh no, we jumped too early.
I'm just keeping it exciting, guys.
And now
Making
we're
it
just gonna
spicy.
jump into chapter 6.
Yep.
There you go.
I
Chapter
love
5 done.
I love the leap of faves. There's been a lot of leaps where it's like, I hope you make it. And then when you make it, it's like, yes.
Yeah. And if you don't, it's like, oh, that's 40 minutes of my life I'm not getting back.
Oh, no. Oh, wait, really? It's a 40 minutes? That's a huge time loss. That's a big time loss.
Oh, no, I meant because you have to restart pretty much.
Oh, got it. You don't want to, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
We're going to get the flower.
So we're in a mountain right now.
And we do actually have to heal a shaman right now.
Yeah, we actually
gonna
have
get this
to
staff.
get them.
Hopefully, we'll pick up
Found
on
the
first
stick.
try. Fuck stick.
Stick in mouth. I don't like the old patch in this area because it just plays regular music, and in the newest patch it has really, really good emotional music.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like the
I
music
mean,
was
I
changed.
still think this fits.
Like it is just slower pitched, or however you say it. But it fits much better to this area because it's supposed to be dark and sad.
This is the inside of the mountain where the foxes live. And it's all corrupted. Very sad. So here there's a puzzle, but we're just skipping it by walking to the end and walking through before it can close on us.
And if you guys have noticed, our wisp turned red.
Yeah. I was about to ask that actually. What's going on in the storyline?
Well, wisp got corrupted by the red stuff.
Ooh. Okay.
And the wisp is in. It sounds sad. It's the wisp is in pain now, but is still trying to lead us. But I think you will see about more about the story in the 28 Shaman run. This is literally just going through this area in the quickest time ever.
So we just jump up the walls instead of doing the puzzles.
By the way, I can't get over the chapter progress saving. Chapter progress saving. Chapter progress saving. So good.
And we are about to do it again. Right, Conqueror? Going back to the loading screen.
Oh yeah, we're gonna
double the chapter progress.
We get free flower energy by doing this. So we leave, press enter, and come back in. And voila, we're powered up.
And now chapter progress is always there. It's always saving.
So once again, we're just gonna jump over the puzzle. We don't need to do puzzles.
Yeah, we don't need that. Oh, we got dirty by the mud. So in the real game, I'm just gonna say it like that and not in the speedrun. This is a very sad area here. Our fox is getting really, really sick by the red corruption and is eventually passing out here.
Yeah.
And we are now a spirit fox. And we're just walking in the void. And we're gonna enter chapter 7 now. Somewhere.
Oh, I got the weird glitch where it lets you walk around during the cutscene.
Oh. Oh, okay.
It normally doesn't do that.
In a while.
Let's hope I don't get the one where I can't leave this chapter.
Oh, that would be no bueno.
There's so many soft lockable moments in this run. It's kind of ridiculous, but most of the time it just works.
Cross fingers.
Yeah, so we were passing out and now we are in the spirit world. Everything is blue and pretty, but we are a ghost or a spirit. But it's very, very pretty.
And we're out of bounds already.
And yeah, out of bounds.
I'm going to open the door real quick by jumping in front of it, and we'll need that for later. So now stamina doesn't matter at all.
Oh, really?
No.
You don't get... Oh, that's nice.
It's just for this chapter, because we're a spirit, I guess. Canonically. Why?
Yeah, that... You know what? That's fair. That makes sense. It's kind of nice, though. It's nice to see that you don't have to worry about that.
And I don't know if you guys noticed, but we have a dash now.
Yes.
Since chapter 6, actually.
Oh, yeah. Forgot to mention that.
Forgot to mention we have a dash. Because
That
at some
happens.
point in chapter 5, you gain an ability that's a dash. So there's 3 abilities you can gain. There's the Spirit Bark. You do spirit explosion clearingness. So like you bark and the corruption goes away. The second ability is you go into the spirit form, and you can walk around in the spirit form for some seconds, and you can actually walk on water too. And the third ability is the dash. And every ability is, you need some abilities and some different puzzles, and that's how you get through the game. And there's the Shamans walking through.
Yeah, so here we can just jump through because the castle's not loaded yet.
Yeah.
Because we went out of bounds.
The level is actually not fully loaded because, like Conquer said, it didn't pass a level activity trigger. It's pretty fun. And that's
now
the spot
they're healing the spirit fox right now, but we don't care in the speed run. We just keep going.
Yeah.
And she
You like
doesn't
Nyx, but
end
peace
up
out.
catching up, but
Oh.
they'll come up in the next chapter.
Okay. I like seeing the spirit fox.
So our spirit friend always got, like I said, corrupted in chapter 6, and now she got healed here. And if you were playing this game normally, she would follow you now. And you have a fox friend with you.
Aww. I love fox buddies.
Yeah, the speedrun misses a lot of the cool stuff about the game. Normally there's like an Aurora Borealis that you walk all the way back to the start of the level with, but instead it's faster to go out of bounds, so we skipped it.
Yeah. That's one thing I love about speedrunning is that you do have a different experience with the video game than if you were to play it casually. But I always, I always play the game casually just so that, I know what the game is about. And then once I start speedrunning it, it's just a different way to play the game. I'm trying to think of the best game to come up with. I would definitely say Ori and the Blind Forest is a different, I love it casually, but as a speedrun, it's very different.
We have an open door for us. Don't have to wait for the door.
That saves 6 seconds, because the doors take a while.
Yes. And now we are going back to the real world by just pressing... Oh no.
I jinxed myself by saying this wouldn't happen.
No.
Oh no! Oh no! That's unfortunate.
It's okay. We still have
It's
time.
okay.
Oh no.
I don't.
Wait, how did that happen? I don't even remember how this happens.
There's no explanation for it yet. We don't know. We don't know a lot of things about the game. The same way with the barking that we saw earlier, where I could bark and get into the cutscene earlier in chapter 2. That's really unfortunate. So that would be a run killer right there.
Yeah, that definitely was a run killer. Well, we have to do everything again in the spirit world. Let's go.
Let's just rerun the game again. It's okay.
We can see all the beautiful sights again.
Yes, let's just rewind time, and it never happened.
Say what? Let's do it again. No, this is a beautiful game. So all the games I see today, I think the only one I played so far was Tunic, but I am definitely interested in playing every single game that I have seen so far. I have given Season After Fall a chance. I need to give it another try again, though, because I think I got very distracted pretty early in the game. But I definitely love all these games that I have been watching. They're so beautiful. This one's probably in terms of I'm super impressed that it's just 2 people made it. I can't get over that.
Yeah,
This
it's
is really
really
impressive.
I mean, I think all the bugs like this are excusable for the fact that it was just 2 guys. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, that's very true. Can you, like, when you're at the healing spot, can you, like, walk around a little bit there more instead of going instantly to the door? I think this is why. Because
No, I mean I will.
I think
but
there's a trigger.
I will like make sure, or I'll do everything I can, but it's completely random. That happens during normal gameplay too.
Really? Well, actually,
I've
because
probably had it
if-
happen in about 10 runs total, maybe.
I don't believe
Kind
it's
of.
random because everything is a trigger, you know. Well, anyway, here we go again. Healing Spirit Fox. Let's go.
Let's go. I like that. Hey, if I get more of the game, I'm gonna get more of the game. I like it. It's so beautiful.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna walk around a little bit, but
Okay,
I
that
gotta
should work.
leave.
Yeah, yes, that should
I
work.
gotta go.
That should
or else
work.
we'll be stuck in the Borealis thing. So
Yeah, we're just gonna walk down there. I'll go then. It's fine.
oh, did you want to go down the
Nah, it's
normal
okay.
gameplay way?
No. Maybe
can still
the
go back
28
and
Shaman
check.
one will do.
No, they still use this strat because there's no shamans in this level to heal.
True, yeah. Imagine they're gonna like find every shaman in this chapter. It'd be interesting. But it's probably boring to watch.
An all achievements run.
Yeah, all achievements run. Let's go.
We
That'd
do
be
have
interesting.
we do have the 28 shamans after this. How does the shamans work in the speedrun? I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah, so basically the goal is to give the sticks to all the you got to bring the sticks to the people as the fox. And so you heal them individually, but that means you can't use a lot of the same strats as you use for this run, because obviously you have to go and get every single shaman. So by this point in the game, you will have gotten all the shamans if you play the run. So it doesn't make much of a difference from this point on. If this decides to work this time, hopefully, we'll cross our fingers it doesn't happen
Let's
again.
cross fingers.
It's like a 1 in 12 chance or something. Then we will have 30 seconds left in the game.
Yeah. If we pass this
that's how
chapter,
long the last
it will
chapter
pretty much
takes.
done. The last chapter is incoming, and it's
Please
like-
work.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
We're having issues, apparently.
We're having issues. Oh no.
But
Oh no.
I'll just skip to the next one.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. 2 in a row.
Yeah.
That is. Okay.
And basically, what happens? You're gonna need to restart
I
the
gotta-
game now.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, how unlucky!
That's what I said about the game being buggy. I mean, you're not going to have a lot of these problems if you're not speedrunning. But
Also, yeah, all those bugs are like gone in the newer patches. This is really, oh no, that's why I don't like this patch.
Oh, this
I mean-
patches.
like this is really a low chance of happening.
Yeah,
It normally doesn't, but hopefully, yeah. So we're in the last area now, and all we
need to
got to
screen
do
share.
is get to the top of the mountain.
Honestly, I'm still happy that this is showcase. This is a really great, like, it's just beautiful. I would say that now I'm kind of curious how why it's doing what it's doing, the soft lock, but I totally can understand soft locking just because of some other speedruns that I've done, but definitely have to say, you know,
And the run is over.
And the run is over.
The run is over.
let's go.
That was so fast. That was so fast.
That was all that was left, and it wasn't letting me do that. But
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Just wow. Well, GG's. I appreciate you showing the run, and honestly, it was a lot of fun. I loved learning about my fun facts about foxes and how they're stinky. And apparently they're a lot like cats, and they have 40 different types of sounds. I do love finding that out. And I want to say thank you both. Was there any like shout outs or anything you would like to say before we get to the next we're going to do the 28 shamans category for Spirit of the North?
Yeah. I mean, I love to make videos on this game, and I love to make videos in general. So you can find me on YouTube. It's youtube.com/@Concore. And Arky is also on YouTube. If you'd like to find him, he's at, I think if you search Arky under channels, he'll come up.
Yes, and I uploaded the full soundtrack. If anyone is interested to listen on it, it's also on Spotify, on whatever music website it is on. And yeah, you have to listen to the music. The music is really beautiful. And also, I want to shout out to all of my friends that are currently watching. Thank you for just supporting me, guys. That's all I'm going to say.
Aw. Well, I noticed some of the friends in chat were saying hi, so that was adorable.
I know, that's the truth.
You're so cute. So definitely stay tuned for more of the Spirit of the North. We're going to have the 28 Shamans category next. And definitely super, super excited for this Hotfox Day showcase. If you ever want to follow Concord or Arky, the links are in the chat channel. And if you ever have like any questions, the Discord to the community of Spirit of the North are very, very sweet. So definitely, if you want to get into the speedrunning, you could get into the Discord and then ask questions there. Just definitely super, super excited. I am going to be ending the host shift for this. We are going to have Amerlin that's going to take on the next Spirit of the North with the 28 Shamans and then Seasons After Fall for the Hotfox Day. But I definitely have to just say thank you again, you two. I had a blast. I really thank you for showing this game, and I appreciate you both. And I hope everyone is having a great day, and we will be with some more Hotfox on GDQ.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Of course. Alrighty, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back for more.
All right, y'all. Welcome back. I'm Amerlin. I was just on for Epistory. I'm taking over for Rue for the last 2 runs of the Hotfox. And we just had Spirit of the North, any %. But now Nero is going to go ahead and demonstrate 28 Shamans, which is significantly longer, and you get to see way more of the game. So Nero, take it away.
So yeah, basically the goal of the 28 Shamans run is we're going to try and get through the game as fast as possible, but throughout the run there are 28 different shamans, which are dead shamans that we have to go find their staffs, pick up their staffs, and deliver it to their bodies. And doing that rescues them. And so we're going to get all 20 of the shamans throughout the run and get to the end of the game as fast as possible. So I'll go ahead and start in 3, 2, 1, and go.
And while this opening cutscene plays, because it takes a while, I'm Corleana. I am not a speedrunner of this game, but I am a speedrunner of a lot of other games, and one in particular that also involves cute animals. And I just love this game, so I'm here to help.
Yeah, because there are some kind of difficult parts in this game and some areas where there's just a lot of focus that has to be given, so she's going to help in those hard times to kind of give me some commentary. So as soon as we get into the game, you'll notice that one of the first things that we're going to do is I'm going to be jumping throughout the entire game, just because doing that is a little bit faster than walking. So I'm basically going to try and stay in the air as much as possible. So as soon as I hit the ground, I jump again, and do that for pretty much the entirety of the game. So we start the game with this nice opening cutscene. I will say I love the visuals and the music of this game. That's one of the reasons why I decided to speedrun it, because it's just such an incredibly beautiful game. And yeah, the music is awesome.
The fur effects here, brilliant.
Yeah. So where we're going is right over this hill, but I'm actually going to go a little bit to the right, because right at the top of this hill is a probably like 5 to 6 second cutscene. But if we go around it, then we won't actually hit the trigger. And that's something that we're going to be doing a lot throughout the game. There are a lot of cutscenes, and this is a very atmospheric game, so a lot of the cutscenes take a while, but they're almost always triggered by you entering a specific area. So if we're able to get around that area, then we don't have to actually trigger the cutscenes at all.
And some of these cutscene skips are absolutely hilarious. And I will be pointing them out when they happen, because I will probably be laughing through them.
Yeah. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go into this little cave here, and that's where our first shaman is supposed to be. And normal game progression, we're supposed to go rescue this shaman and then continue inside the cave for a while. But that's kind of slow, so instead we're going to go and get the shaman and then turn around and break out of bounds of the game for just a little bit. So there's something I'll go ahead and talk about. Whenever we are picking up the shaman staffs, there's probably about a 3 to 4 second animation of your fox leaning its head down, grabbing the staff in its mouth, and coming back up. But we found out that we can actually skip that by telling the fox to wag its tail right after it has grabbed it. And that allows us to kind of skip the whole animation and grab the staff quicker. So here's the staff, I'm going to grab, wag my tail, and then it just teleports into my mouth, and I can continue on. And then right over here is our first shaman. I'm going to deliver that and then start heading back out. So in normal gameplay progression, this opens up some rocks back there. It gives you a passageway, and you continue through there. And that brings you to where you can actually meet the spirit fox, which is kind of our companion that follows us throughout the game. But we're actually going to skip meeting the spirit fox and just go around because it's a little bit faster. So up here is where we're going to do an out of bounds skip. We're going to climb up here, then jump onto this rock, and then jump over and across here. And there we go. Now we're just going to kind of walk into this big block of ice because we're not supposed to be here, so this doesn't actually have any sort of physics to it.
Cracks me up every time I see it. Like, yeah, no, there's totally ice there. No, there's nothing.
So now we're out of bounds of the game, and if we wanted to, we could actually go for a ways through the game out of bounds like this. But the problem is, as you probably noticed, we don't know how to run right now. And that's something that we'll learn up here in just a minute, but we're going to have to go back into bounds to get that. So we're just going to run a little bit, skip all of the cutscenes that come from meeting the spirit fox, and just skip straight to the point where we learn how to sprint, and then we can continue.
Which does raise the question, has this fox actually gotten to adulthood without learning how to sprint at all, ever?
Yeah, guess that's something that we'll never learn. All right, so now we are officially back in bounds. We're just going to drop off this cliff, and now we're back into the regular area that we're supposed to be. And as we come through this little corridor over here to the right, we will learn our sprint ability and get to go there. Now, sprinting is something that adds a lot of complexity to the game because there is a hidden stamina mechanic that the game doesn't show you how much stamina you have, but you do have stamina. And if you sprint for too long, you'll run out of stamina and not be able to sprint for a while. So we kind of have to just manage how much we're sprinting and jumping to try and keep control of it. Now, here's an area that once we meet the spirit fox brings down this ice wall, but we haven't met her yet. So instead, we're just going to jump over it and slide down some ice. And right down here is where we're going to find our next shaman staff, right over here to the right. Then over behind us is the next shaman. So we're just going to do a little bit of mountain climbing because apparently foxes are pretty good at that. Now we can drop this one off. And now this next section is just really fun because it's really fast and just a lot of sliding down ice and yeah, going really fast. We're gonna jump from here to there and down to here.
Yeah, this game, and especially the speedrun of this game, goes from like slow to fast, slow to fast, slow to fast, back and forth a lot. So
yeah. So now we're over here, and we're going to do a little bit more ice sliding down here. So yeah, this part of the game has always been fun for me, just because it's a lot of, like I said, it's very fast paced, and there's a lot of optimizations you can do to try and make sure that you're staying on the ice for the longest possible, that you're jumping in the right area. And I guess something I should mention is that this game is momentum based. So if you build up a lot of speed, when you get off the ice, you don't immediately lose that speed. But the longer you stay on the ground, you do start to slow down. So if you can time your jumps really precisely, you can keep your momentum for a very long time after you have gotten off the ice. So down here at the bottom of this section, we'll get to the next shaman in the run. And we're getting close to actually meeting the spirit fox for the first time. Again, she's supposed to be with us this whole time, but we've just kind of skipped her. But at the bottom of this section, it starts a cutscene where we actually get to meet her for the first time. Alright, so at the bottom here is where our next shaman is, in this little building here.
I also just have to say the level design of this game is so brilliant.
Yeah, and all of the puzzles are really great. I honestly am not the type of person that likes a lot of puzzle games, but I love this game and the way they have everything set up. It's just that right balance of being challenging, but still easy. And you'll notice here that we just unlock a fox skin. As you get more shamans in the game, you unlock different skins that you can wear for the fox. And here is the spirit fox for the first time. And yeah, she's going to be following us, helping us throughout game in multiple different areas. So now we just slide down a little bit more ice until we get to the end of chapter 1. And you can kind of see what I kind of like to call the corruption, or some people call it the curse. And you'll see that there are some areas that are like covered in this red light, and it's basically very deadly, and it slows us down whenever we go around it. That's something you'll notice throughout the run. So later on, we'll get abilities that will help us to deal with this, but for right now, we just kind of walk up to it, and it starts a cutscene.
Yeah, there's not like a definitive canon story in this game. Like, there's a story, but it's not like entirely pieced together and straight out told to you, because the only living creatures you see in this game is fox.
It's a really interesting game in the fact that there's no dialogue in the entire game, yet it still tells very. But yeah, like our fox doesn't have a name. The developers intentionally didn't give it a name, and there's a lot of things, especially in chapter 2 where we're going now, where there are these murals that give you a little bit of a glimpse at what's happening in the background. But again, it's not only telling you what's going on, so a lot of it is up to interpretation.
Yeah, so that's why you'll hear us refer to them as fox and spirit fox. We call them he and she. There really is no canon name or gender or anything like that that has been given to us. That's all just kind of fan made.
Mm-hmm. All right, so in chapter 2, you can see that we're wounded, which means we walk very slowly.
Mm-hmm.
So the biggest optimizations for this chapter is just making sure you're walking in a direct straight line to where you need to go, not taking any detours, not taking any long turns. You're just kind of walking straight to where you need to go, taking turns as tightly as possible. And there are a couple of smaller things that I'll showcase as we go through here. And so, yeah, this is definitely the slowest part of the run, but also one of the coolest, because as you'll see in just a minute, we start to get to the area that gives a little bit of the backstory of the game. You get to see these murals. And right here, we're about to go down some ice. And right now, I can't jump. But sometimes if you skirt against the right wall here, as you go, you can get a little bit of jump, but I didn't get it there. But it's fine.
We also here are about to leave Spirit Fox behind. If you watched the 80% run, you'll see she kind of walks with you. But there's a point up here where she gets over to the left and she stops and waits for you to catch up because she thinks you're behind her. But we actually went out to the right to get a shaman staff. We're not going to go back to her. We're going to keep going, and we're just going to kind of leave her there.
Yeah. So it is going to be a little bit darker for just a little bit because all of the light, or a lot of the light in the area, comes from the Spirit Fox. We're just going to come over into this room and grab a staff. And as we come out, you'll notice that over to the left there's the Spirit Fox waiting for us so that she can continue and tell us the story. But we're just going to leave her behind because she's kind of slow.
She'll catch up.
Yeah, she appears at the end of it. That is something that is a reoccurring thing, is that there are some areas where we'll leave the Spirit Fox behind and then a cutscene will happen where she needs to be there and then she just appears. And yeah, we go from there. So yeah, these are some of the murals that would have been lit up if she was following us. But basically kind of my interpretation of the story is that basically the Spirit Fox was here kind of watching over everything. And then there was something happened, and then all of a sudden there was this curse or corruption that came in and destroyed everything, killed all of the people, kind of corrupted the whole land. And that's kind of where we walk in to the story. When we first find the Spirit Fox in the canon game, she's sleeping in the mountain, and we kind of wake her up and follow her. And now she's guiding us to the source of where this corruption is.
So that's also why we are reuniting these shamans with their staff, because it frees them from the curse and stuff.
Yeah. So there's something I just did there, and I'll do it again just a minute. I'll explain. When you're putting the staffs by the shamans, the staff doesn't have to be directly on the shaman, it just has to be nearby it. And there's an area around it that you can place the staff down and collect the shaman. And so how we know when we're close enough is all of the shamans have an amulet around their neck. And whenever we're close enough, that amulet will glow blue. So there are some areas like this shaman that I'll get up here where I want to actually be kind of far away from the shaman so that I can be closer to where I need to go after I collect the shaman. So I'm not going to go straight by the shaman. I'm going to try and stay as far to the right as I can. And then as soon as I see the amulet light up, then I'll place down the staff and keep going.
Yeah, this is probably the slowest chapter in the game because it's supposed to be very reflective and also telling the story and all of that. So after we get out here, it gets a lot more interesting.
So yeah, you'll see I'm still a little ways away from the shaman, but the amulet lit up, so I knew that I'm good to place that down, and then I go. And then yeah, at the end of this section is one of the weirdest kind of skips. We have no clue why it happens, and it's just really funny to watch. But whenever we get into the water, if we just start barking, then it triggers a cutscene that's supposed to happen when we get into the center of the water. But it triggers it early, so we basically just fall over asleep in the puddle of water instead of actually going onto the land where we were supposed to fall down.
And sometimes, not always, but sometimes if you pay attention during the cutscene, you can hear the fox still swimming because we're still in the water, even though we triggered the cutscene that takes place on land. It's so weird, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of skips that we've looked into and we know exactly why this happens, but this is just one of the ones that is a mystery. But we know it works, so we do it whenever we do a run. But now I'm in the water, start barking, and plop. Yep. And this brings us into another cutscene, and in this cutscene, basically our fox is not doing too well, so what the Spirit Fox decides to do is give us her power. And so she's going to give us, infuse her power with us. And this is going to be a core mechanic throughout the rest of the game. That we now have her power that we can use to activate different monoliths and pillars throughout the game. And that allows us to progress further.
And she is going to turn into a little bitty spirit orb that follows us around.
Mm-hmm. And if you pay attention, you can still hear my fox paddling in the water because we're still walking in the water in the game's mind.
And I just have to take a quick about how beautiful this game is. I know I'm going to say it probably a million times, but this game is just absolutely stunning.
Mm-hmm. All right. So now we officially have that power, and more importantly, we are back to full speed. So we can start sprinting again, and we are done with the slow section of the game.
Yes.
So now we're going to come up here, use our power to activate a pillar up here, and then we will go into the next chapter.
Which is the water chapter, right?
Yeah.
There is one thing you're going to see him doing as we get into different water sections. The way the game is designed, when you come out of water, your fox does an adorable little shaking animation, and it's super cute. It's also 3 seconds long?
Yeah.
And it can be incredibly annoying, especially as someone like me who casually fell into the water a lot. But if you just jump, it breaks that animation entirely.
Yeah, if you jump right as you come out of the water, then it allows you to skip that whole animation and you can keep going at your full speed.
Yeah, so this is a section of a lot of super precise jumps.
Yeah, there's a lot of them in a row, and some of them can lose you a lot of time if you don't get them right. So, I'm going to see how well I do here. First, we're going to jump onto this, and not quite. You can go and get some power and then activate this, and then it'll lower everything, but it's a little bit faster if you just jump on there and jump up.
There you go.
And then we're going to do another bit of a long jump over here to jump over this canyon onto here, and then grab some power from these flowers. So yeah, you'll see the flowers throughout the game, and whenever we interact with them, it gives us power. So basically, our fox kind of acts like a battery. We refill our power at the flowers, and then we use that power to activate them. So throughout the whole game, we're going to be interacting with a lot of them to refill our power. A kind of interesting note, all of these pillars that just fell on the ground, they fall randomly every time, so it never actually ends up being in the same exact spot every time you go to them. So we've got our next shaman staff over here. Just a little bit more to get to the next shaman. And then we get to a very complicated part of the game with a lot of hard jumps. Okay. First, we're going to...
oh no!
That didn't work. Alright, it's fine. I know how to climb this rock because we're about to do it again in just a minute. But
yeah, I will say I actually practiced this run in preparation for this. None of these jumps are as easy as he is making them look.
Yeah. Right.
Especially this one. Very tricky.
Yeah, it's one of those jumps where it's right at the limit of how far you can jump. So you have to basically jump right at the end, and there we go. So we do all of this to come and get a staff here. Now this whole area is a big puzzle that revolves around you raising the water level by activating different pillars, but that takes a long time. So there are a couple things we can do to just completely skip that. So now we have the staff. We're going to climb back up the road and jump to a different area. So first we're going to jump over here like before, and we're going to jump up here and over to this section. And now we're basically at the end of the puzzle, but there's still another area, another precise jump that we're going to do to skip some more.
And this jump absolutely cracked me up the first time he showed it to me.
Yeah, because we're basically going to jump on a couple invisible walls. Let's see if I can get this. Yeah. Jump on an invisible wall there, jump on another one there, and now we're over.
And again, practicing, that took me probably like 20 minutes to even get onto the first invisible wall. So that, again, is super precise jump.
Yeah. So now we've just interacted with the last pillar of the puzzle, which lowers the water level down to be low enough for us to get to the end. And we're just going to hop down here, and here's the shaman for that step. So we're going to drop that off, and then keep moving this way. We're going to put power in that pillar, take power from the other pillar, and then move on to the next area.
Yeah, a lot of this run is power conservation.
Yeah.
And figuring out what you have to do, what you can skip, and where are the most optimal places to get more power.
Yeah. So right there, I put power in there to lower down the area, but then I took it back because we're going to need it again in just a second.
This is one of the most hilarious differences between this version and the current patch. In current patch, they saw that you could make that jump right there, and they actually moved the rock farther away.
Yeah.
So that you could no longer make that jump.
Yeah, so doing it in this patch for this specific skip saves us probably like a minute, because otherwise you have to go activate another pillar, which activates some geysers, and then the next thing to come up. Okay, activate a pillar which activates some geysers, which then lets you get up to that area we just were, and then you can do what we just did. So it just saves a little bit more time.
There's also another big skip coming up at the end of this chapter that you can only do on this version.
Yeah. So this area, we're just going to run up a wall that we're not supposed to run up, but it saves us from having to activate another geyser. Come over here and grab the next staff. And this is where it introduces these like teetering platforms that if you stand on one end, they move. So you've got to kind of stand on one end so they get up high enough that you can go and jump to the other end. So try and quickly run over here and get on this one before the cutscene triggers. There we go. That just lets it tilt down before the cutscene happens. And that just opened up some rocks that will allow us to get to our next shaman. Jump up here, and then curve around. And here's the next shaman. All right, and then coming up is the second reason why we do it in this patch instead of the newest patch, because in the newest patch, whenever you get around the corruption, red power in the pillars, it not only slows you down, but it also stops you from jumping. But in this version, it doesn't stop you from jumping. And luckily for us, right at the end of here, there is a convenient hole in the wall that we can just jump through. So we can skip the whole puzzle to get the power to clear the corruption and just jump through.
Which is probably another like minutes of gameplay that we can just skip because there's a hole in the wall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and something to keep in mind with this game, whenever you get into a new chapter, it tracks what things you're supposed to have at this point. So we just skipped getting a new power, but the game knows that we're supposed to have the power in Chapter 4. Therefore, it just automatically gives the power to us without us having to actually go and collect it. So we're going to do that for the next power as well. We're going to just skip actually collecting it and let the game just give it to us.
Yep.
But now we get to use that power, which is we can basically charge up our power and release it to destroy some of that corruption. So you'll see that here, I'm actually going to start charging up right now, even though the area that I'm going to destroy is way ahead of us. And the reason why I do this is the spirit fox needs to be near me for this to charge up. And you'll notice that she's flying around because she's trying to tell me where I need to go. But that means that I actually can't use that power there. But if you charge it up beforehand, then it will already be charged while she is flying around.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're going to get 2 shamans in very quick succession. We've got one right here, and then the next one is right up on top of that hill.
And if you notice this red streaks in the sky, that's kind of where we're going to. So the farther along we get into the game, the more you're gonna the more pronounced that's gonna be.
Yeah.
Because that's our whole goal at this point is to get to the source of this red corruption.
Yeah. So go pick up this staff, run it up to the Shamans right up here. And then we get to one of my favorite skips in the run. Because basically, up in this next area, there's this area that has a whole bunch of buildings, a whole bunch of puzzles in it, and it takes a long time to get through, and we do have to go through it because there's lots of Shamans. Mm-hmm. But what we realize is there's a way to skip the trigger that spawns all of the buildings, which allows us to skip a lot of the puzzles in this area. So instead of going all the way through this canyon to the end and hitting that trigger, we're going to do a little bit of mountain climbing and jump over the trigger. Well, actually, more precisely, we're going to fly over the trigger, which is always fun.
Yeah, because our fox kind of gets stuck in their falling animation because it thinks we're just falling, but we're actually on an invisible wall. Mm-hmm. It looks absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. Coming up right over here. Mm-hmm. So we're going to get on this rock, and right below us at the bottom of this canyon is where the trigger is. So we're just going to jump. Oh no! Oh no! I messed that up. I actually soft locked this. That's fine. I'll just restart the chapter real quick. That's actually only the second time that I've ever made that.
Yeah, there's a couple of these jumps that if you mess them up, they will just straight up soft lock you.
Yeah. So that's fine. We're not too far back. So we'll just repeat this section and then go through that again.
Yep. But it's like the very first out of bounds we did in chapter 1. If you mess that up, it will just immediately soft lock you.
Mm-hmm. Great.
So running back again through this gorgeous landscape.
Mm-hmm. So I guess I can go ahead and start talking about what we're going to be doing in the next section once we get past here. We're basically, there's a new power that you're supposed to get in the area, and it allows you to leave your physical body, and basically we can use that to get through different obstacles and things. Mm-hmm. And here I didn't time the bark right, so she's going to kind of float around for just a minute until we can actually use it again. There we go. But yeah, that allows us to do things like there are certain puzzles that have pressure plates that you have to stand on, but then interact with something that's beyond the door that it opens. So we sit on the pressure plate, and then we use our spirit form to go through and activate the things that are behind it. So you'll see that a lot in the upcoming chapters. But it's another power that we're actually going to skip getting and just let the game give it to us when it realizes we don't have it in an area that we actually need to get it.
Yep. And I will say, getting this game is worth it just to see this next area and all the puzzles that you have to go through. Because again, we're going to deload pretty much all of it for 90% of the time we're in this chapter. Mm-hmm. But it is absolutely gorgeous, the whole area. The puzzles are really interesting in the way you have to complete them.
Yeah. Alright, so we're going to come back here and do a little bit more mountain climbing again. Luckily, I've done this mountain thing enough times that it's pretty easy. It is a little complicated just because there's a whole lot of jumps you have to do in succession to get it done right. But overall, it's not too hard to do.
And again, this whole game is momentum-based. So you can't just start a jump from standing still. If you do that, your fox will literally just jump in place, which again is a super cute animation, but it's not getting us where we want to go. So there are certain jumps where you make it, and then you have to take just the smallest step back so you have room to then push forward and jump.
Yeah. You'll see me doing that a whole lot in chapter 6. Mm-hmm. There's multiple of those jumps where you land on very tiny invisible ledges, and so you have to kind of go back and forth like that. Okay. All right. And there we go. Now we just fly, and then we fall. And that's the trigger right there. That's the trigger right there to load in all the buildings. So now we're over here without all of the buildings. And this is, this is one of the areas I love the most. It's so atmospheric, even though it's kind of like bad because it's like all corrupted. It's just the whole atmosphere and everything falling from the sky. It just looks great. So you'll notice we aren't actually going up the hill yet, and that's because there is one shaman that is way off in the back corner here, and we have to go get that one first. So we just kind of walk a very long ways. This is one of the shamans that I missed in my original playthrough of the game, just because it's so far in the back that the only way you know it's here is if you decide you're just going to walk through the entire area.
Which is funny because this is one of the only shamans I found in my casual because I missed where you were supposed to grab the power and had no idea how to get into the city. So I ended up going all the way along the walls to the back and finding this little shaman back here.
Yo. Alright, so now that that's done, we're going to run back up to the gate. And there are, even though there aren't any physical walls over here, there are still some invisible walls. Mm-hmm. So we have to walk back towards where the entrance of this area is, and that will give us access into it. And you'll notice there are these vines here. Those are what we are supposed to use our spirit power for, because our spirit can go through those, but our regular body can't. So usually there's walls around here, and you have to use your spirit power to get through that. But luckily, we can now just kind of walk around it instead of doing any of that.
Yep.
And we're going to do the same thing here, scoot through a little gap in the invisible wall. And the majority of the rest of this area doesn't have that many invisible walls, so we are kind of free to just move wherever we need to get all of these. So our first shaman is actually a little bit behind us, but we have to climb up this cliff to get its staff, and then we can jump down to get it.
And there are a bunch of like towers and such in this area. So like this shaman that we go to, I think it's the one we go to now, is not entirely on the ground? Or is it the next one again?
No, it's just a little bit later. I think it's like 2 shamans later. It's that one.
Yeah, there's one that's like not entirely on the ground.
And then in the middle a little bit we'll find one that's just floating completely in the air. And I'll point that out when we get to that one. Now we're going to come back over this way, and we need to move on to the next area. So we just kind of jump over here and climb up this area. And then up here is another area where we're going to need to use our charge power to destroy the corruption. And it's going to, over here, it's actually going to start something that we'll see a couple times throughout the run, which is shaman staffs that are hidden under the corruption. So you'll notice that when we come and destroy this, it will clear up and you'll see that the shaman staff is actually sitting.
Yep, so we gotta wait for all this to disappear.
Go. Pick that up. And the shaman is right up here. This is the one that's just kind of floating there.
Not quiet on the ground.
Yep. And then if you look over here, you'll notice, oh wait, there's a staff just floating in the air. And if you look up there, it's kind of small, but you can also see there's a shaman just floating in the air. So this shaman is one that we actually need all of the buildings to be brought back in to get, because they are up on a tower. So what we're going to do is right up here, we're basically going to reload the game. There's a checkpoint just a little bit ahead of here. And we're going to quit out of the game and then come back in immediately. And that will reload this area with all of the buildings back in.
Yeah, also, if you were paying attention to the shaman tracker that pops up, you might have noticed that it looks like we skipped one. We didn't. For some reason, like this is the order you're supposed to get the shamans in. But for some reason, when they were making these shaman tracker, they just decided not to put them in order.
Yeah, I've never understood why that one is that way, because that's the only way, as far as I know, that you can get them in game is to go the order that I've gone so far. But this next shaman we are getting out of order, because we are going to go ahead and get this one first and then go back to get that last one, just because the exit is nearer to the last one. So here we get to use our spirit form ability for the first time, which we got because we reloaded the checkpoint. So now we can turn into our spirit form, and go into this door that we just opened and activate this pillar. And that will open up the big main door there. But before we go there, we need to come around the back here to get the next shaman staff. Which there are a lot of shaman staffs that I like. Understand why a shaman staff would be laid there. This one, I have no clue why it's here. It's literally stuck in the top of the tower. So we're just gonna leap over here, grab it, and then leap over here.
Shaman was like, yeah, that's totally a safe place.
Yeah. Alright, now we're going to come up here. This is a really cool puzzle section that when I first started doing this category, we were going through this whole puzzle section until we realized that we didn't have to go through this area. And it takes 6 minutes to go through. And now we've realized we actually don't need to do any of it. So we're going to get that shaman and then just walk back the way we came. So now there is a bit of a problem in the fact that since we loaded after that doorway in front of us, it thinks we don't need to go back there. So it closed the door. But luckily we can just climb up this rock here, and this will allow us to jump over the wall and get back. So that's where the shaman is up there, and we've got to backtrack just a little bit to be able to pick up its staff.
And then in a minute, we're going to come back this way and have another super precise jump. Does not look as precise as it is. That I failed way too many times.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's one of the cool areas of the game where we basically, like a lot of the areas, we kind of generally go in the way that the game wants us to go and do some deviations to go faster. This is one of those areas where we completely sidetrack the game and go completely out of where it wanted us to go to get where we need to go. So first, let's just run back up here, and then we have to climb the tower to get the staff to the shaman.
Yeah, because in a category like this, there's not a whole ton of deviation that you can do while also getting all of these shamans that are spread out.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of forces us to follow the standard flow of the game with some deviations to that. So now we're just going to jump off the wall there and come down to here. And then there's a little hole in the wall down here that I'm going to try and jump into. And you have to time your jump just right. And there we go, we're in. So this is where we would be getting to if we had finished the whole puzzle area before it. The only difference is this area is supposed to be filled with flowing water that we kind of slide down. But since we didn't finish the last area, it didn't load in the water, so we just kind of get to run down a dry river all the way to the end.
And because it didn't load in the water, it also did not load in some a little later on that will let us skip over some other parts.
Yeah. So it's also trying to introduce us to a new mechanic here, which are these warp gates that you power and then you can run through them and it shoots you out really far, but it's actually just a little bit faster if I run up the mountain, which is being a little bit difficult right now. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
There we go. So now we have gone through that area, and up here is one of the areas where basically this whole area, you see there's high definition rock, and then there's low definition rock. There's supposed to be another big rock here, which makes it a little harder to get up, but we can just kind of casually walk up now because that rock didn't spawn.
Because for some reason, not loading the river also does not load this rock.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting things I've always loved about speedrunning is that there are always weird connections between things in the games that you wouldn't ever really think are connected, but they are. So just figuring out the little things like that is really fun for me. Now we're going to come deliver this staff to the shaman that's up on the rock there. And then we get to do a little bit of sword. This jump here is one that you have to do casually, and I struggled with this one casually just because it's a very long jump, and it's harder than it looks like. Yeah. So now we're going to run back just a little bit because we have to activate the warp gates in this area, and that will allow us to get through this area really quickly and then also get into the next area.
Mhm.
Yeah, so put some power there. Come through here. And I usually have to wait a second. It doesn't always trigger immediately, but there we go. Now we're going to fly, and we'll be doing a lot. This area. We're going to go through another one, and then going to go through two that are very close.
Mhm. And if you notice, there's a lot of detail put into these levels. In the ruins that are around, and the fact that there's fox statues everywhere, like there's a lot of little bits of lore that you can piece together just by looking around the levels.
Yeah. So now we're going to come up here, jump over this waterfall, and then we get to one of the funner skips in the game.
I love this one so much.
So basically, water in this game acts kind of like ice in the fact that it's very low friction, you can kind of slide across it. The only difference is the water is trying to push you in one direction. Well, up here, there's an area where we're supposed to use our spirit form, do a whole lot of puzzles, because we can't get up the water by ourselves. But we've realized if we move fast enough, we actually can just slide up the water. And now we are running upstream, sliding on the water all the way through here. We can just kind of slide through here onto our next area. So this next part is where things get really fast and really complicated, because we're about to learn the dash ability. And this is the only ability that we actually learn the proper way in the game. We're going to interact with the statue. But this allows us to dash repeatedly, but it does make things a little bit complicated because then, for me, I'm not only having to keep track of like how much I'm jumping, like make my jump times right and keep track of stamina, but I'm also having to keep track of my dashes and the dash cooldown to try and make sure that we're going as fast as we can.
And the dash cooldown and jump cooldown is not the same. They are slightly different timings.
Yeah, so it makes things just a little bit complicated. Come over here, activate this last one, and then run onto the platform. Because there's actually two cutscenes here, one to tell you that the pillar has been activated, another to tell you that you got dash once you stand on the platform. But since we were on the platform when the pillar got activated, it does both cutscenes at the same time and effectively lets us skip. So now we have the dash ability, which lets us move really fast, and it also will allow us to skip into a lot of areas we're not supposed to be in.
Mm-hmm.
Just like this area up here. We're supposed to go over there, open up a doorway, get in there. Instead, we're going to run up here and just dash into the top. Now, these are doors you'll see a lot from here on out. They're very fast closing doors, so you can only get through them by dashing. And we're going to try and dash through them as quickly as we can so that we don't have to wait for the door.
And from here on out, you're also going to be seeing a lot more of these pillars. These are kind of like mini puzzles where you have to activate them in a certain way in order to open doors or trigger things. And they're all based off of the murals that we have seen going like up until this point in the game. So you kind of have to match up the top part with the bottom part to make a piece of a mural that we have seen at some point in the game.
Yeah. So those are going to be used a whole lot later on. And as far as the run goes, I've just gotten to the point where I have them all memorized. So I just know how many times I need to turn everyone to get to the right result. All right, and now we've rescued that shaman and we're kind of free to just run for a little bit. Right up here is an area that we actually do the way you're supposed to do casually, but it's still really fun to do where we combine multiple of our abilities. Going to stand on here, go into spirit mode, jump through here, dash through here, put power into here, and then come back. And that we do all of that just so that we can open up this door over here and move on to the next stage. So we're going to run over, grab our power back, and now the game gives us an area to test out our dashing skills by giving us multiple long jumps like that, ended by a extremely long jump, which you're going to have to activate these to get to. But there's a shaman at the end of this area, and we're basically going to go into a warp gate and then also use a precise dash timing to get to where the shaman is.
Which again, this is an incredibly hard jump. And I will say exactly what he told me when he was teaching me this jump, was that you need to go until you think you have already missed your timing and you're already going to fall, and then you need to dash in order to get the jump, because that's how long it is.
Yeah. Now we have that shaman, and we're able to go to the next area. This area, we're actually trying to go over there, but there's an invisible wall there that we need to get cleared, because we're not supposed to get over there, but we actually can with our dash. So to clear it, we have to go and get this boulder to drop down, which requires us powering both of these pillars.
And then we're going to have a little race.
Yeah, because whenever we activate the boulder, it starts rolling down. And like I said, we can reach the area we need to get to. It's just blocked by an invisible wall. So as soon as the boulder gets to the bottom, it removes the invisible wall, but it also raises the water level, and water is very slow. So we're going to try and get to the bottom first so we can jump while there isn't water, and that will allow us to get to the area without being slowed down by swimming. But luckily with our dash, we move pretty fast now, so we can get down here pretty easily. And then we're just going to come up here, jump, dash, and now we're into the next game.
Yep.
Alright. There's one more shaman here, and then after this point, things start to get a little bit harder. You'll notice that the flowers that we get power from, they start to become a lot rare. And so you have to kind of conserve your power a little bit better. And of course, since we can only dash while we have power, we want to make sure that we are currently having power through the majority of the run, just because it speeds things up. Alright, so this next area is another one of those things where there's a lot of things that happen in very quick succession. Stand on here, go into spirit form, jump up to here. So this is up. Come up here, you dash through the window, activate that, cancel spirit form, and keep going.
I will say, when you're in spirit form, you only have like a limited amount of time before you fade and go back to normal form. So casually doing all of that quick enough to activate that pillar is not easy.
Yeah. Alright, so we're going to come over here, get some more power, and then we're going to activate another boulder up to the right side. Do kind of a similar thing that we did with the last boulder that we did, which is going to activate it and then run down to the bottom. Luckily, this one, it doesn't matter if it beats us because it opens a doorway, but the door takes a couple seconds to open. I'm glad it doesn't take a couple minutes. Yeah, it takes a couple seconds to open, so we have a little bit of leeway here.
Yep.
We're going to grab the power back from there. And you'll notice that there are some of these monoliths that have to have power stay in them to be used, and then some of them are one-time activations. So with that one, I was able to put power in it. It activated the boulder, but then I could take the power back, which will allow me to keep dashing through the rest of this section. So now the next shaman is up on that cliff there, but we have to go all the way over here to the hut over here to get its actual step.
Yeah, and dashing is very nice when it comes to water, because you can dash while you are in the water.
Yeah.
So while water is normally very slow, dashing makes it much, much faster.
Yeah. It still is slower than normal speed, so we still try and avoid water as much as we possibly can, but it does help a whole lot. So here's another one of those fast closing doors. Dash through it as soon as we can. And then right up here, you'll notice that there's some black stuff over here. And this is a new mechanic in the game that basically there's this sludge around that whenever you're in it, it slows you down. So we're going to try and stay out of it as much as possible. So over here, I'm going to come activate this warp gate over here. But we're not actually going to use it yet because we're going to need to have power when we go through there. So we need to activate another thing at the end of it. So we're going to run back here to these flowers, pick these up, and then once we have power, we'll go through that gate.
this is probably one of the most fun sections of the game because you just get to basically fly.
Yeah, there's a lot of warp gates, lots of flying, and so it can be really fun. We're going to activate that, but then we need power going through that warp gate, so we're just going to drop back down to where we were, pick up some power again, and then we can go back through all.
Because again, we're at a point where powers are few and far between.
Yeah. So before we go that way, we're first going to come over here and pick up our next shaman staff, as we will get to see the next shaman after we go through that section. Come here, over here, and then jump through here, and then dash. And now we're over here. That's another thing about the dashes is that, like I mentioned before, this game is momentum-based. So if you have momentum, like if you are moving in one direction and you jump, you're going to keep going in that direction in the air. However, dashes don't move you in the way your fox is moving, they move you whichever way your screen is going. So as soon as you dash, it cancels out all your momentum and gives you new momentum in the direction you're looking. So we can use that to kind of change directions quickly while we're in the air and to get around some things. All right, so here we're supposed to go down there, but instead of doing that, we're just going to jump up here and activate this pillar. There's two more here we have to activate. And then that opens up a whole bunch of warp gates in sequence, which allows you to fly for quite a while. Activate this one twice and then grab our next shaman staff. And then, luckily, the warp gates, you can go into them from the front or the back. So in that case, it's faster to go into the back of them instead of going into the front. Now it triggers a little of a cutscene. And then we get to the one very interesting shaman of the run. So we're going to jump under a bridge here to get to this next shaman. But this one is different from all the others in the fact that you've noticed that whenever we get a shaman, after a couple seconds, the screen comes up showing us that we have gotten the shaman. Well, there's a checkpoint right after this, and for some reason, if we go through that checkpoint, when it hasn't registered that this shaman has been completed, we don't get the shaman, and the run is invalid. So we have to just wait there until we see confirmation that we got the shaman, and then we can run down here. So this area is a kind of long puzzle section where we have to destroy a lot of these things to... What? Am I right? We have to destroy a lot of these balls of corruption to raise the water level throughout here. There's going to be a lot of running to different areas and a lot of swimming, sadly, because there's water. But we actually don't have to do a whole lot of swimming. Found a couple ways to get around.
Yeah, there's not really any like skips for this section, so we kind of just have to do it
So here, as I've activated that pillar, I also activated a flower. So while the cutscene is triggering, I'm getting the power from the flower, which will allow me to then come straight here and destroy it.
And that's number 2.
All right, so now we will have to do a little bit of swimming. We have to come over here and activate one of these flowers over here to get power. And then luckily, we found that once you have a dash, we can just dash straight over to here so we don't have to stay in the water for this area. And now we'll come to this pressure plate, which will open that door, and that's where the next corruption thing is. I'm going to wait just a minute to get into spirit form, just because the door takes a long time to open. And so we have to wait a second until it's done before we go into spirit form. Alright, now I just have one more. And this is the longest swimming section of this area. Luckily, there is this one rock that is just here for some reason, and we can get on it and jump to give it a boost. And then once we get to these flowers, we'll have power so we can dash again, and that will make it go a lot faster.
Yeah, we really try to dash as much as possible in water.
Yeah.
Because water just gets really annoying after a while.
All right, so now the water level is all the way up to the top, and we can get to the next area, which is another geyser that has multiple geysers you're supposed to go through, but we've realized that you can, if you do it in the right way and time your dashes right, you can actually get through the whole area by only using 2 geysers. So we're going to come up here, going to get a power to activate that. And then while I have this power, I'm going to get Spirit Fox to start opening up the next bud so that I can deliver that and have power. This will get here.
And the geysers are very interesting because they're also momentum based.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're like sitting in there when the geyser starts, you're just going to go straight up. So it's not only about making sure you have the right angle going into those geysers, but also that you have the right amount of momentum to be able to actually get to the platforms.
Yeah. So now we're going to use our spirit form to get over here and destroy another ball of corruption. And you may notice I barked at one of these flowers before I did that. That allows me to, even though I used up a power to destroy that corruption, I was sitting in the power of the next flower, so I was able to grab it immediately. So from here on, things get very enclosed and a lot darker. And this is, again, just one of the harder parts of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to come up here, climb up a bit of a wall that we're not really supposed to do, but it lets us get to this shaman really quickly. Drop that down. And then we're going to come over here, activate this pillar. That will open up this warp gate and allow us to get to the next gate.
Yeah, because the part of the game we're heading into, there's another couple puzzles, but the part of the game we're heading into gets a little sad.
Yeah.
So it all gets a lot darker.
Yep. So we're just going to climb up that. Go over here. And then this next area has multiple platforms that we have to interact with pillars to be able to raise. But luckily, we've found out that we don't actually have to raise all of the platforms. So I'm going to start by doing that. Move up here as much as I can for the next cutscene triggers. This will raise up this platform, which lets us get into the next area. And then to get past this area, there's 2 more platforms that we're supposed to raise up, but we're actually only going to raise up 1. So I'm going to come here, need to activate this pillar twice, so activate it once. Activate it again, then dash and jump, so that I land on this as it starts rising up. And you'll see over past this platform is the next one we're supposed to raise up. But since we have dash, there is just enough space. No! Let's jump straight off. But yeah, there's just enough space for us to jump straight over it without having to actually go through and raise the other one. Second for the stamina to recharge. And
Maybe?
I've never actually done this before. There we go. I recovered. Awesome.
I also love the detail that they added of when you step in that tar or whatever it is, your fox actually gets dirty.
Yeah.
But then if you go into water, it gets clean again.
Yeah.
It's just one of those tiny little details that adds so much atmosphere to the game.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to dash through that little cutscene. Usually whenever we get into cutscenes, we try to be jumping or dashing into them because it lets us move while we're in the cutscene. We're going to come over here, deliver this staff, and this will allow us to get into Chapter 6, which is probably one of the hardest chapters in the game. Just everything is very enclosed, and kind of the gimmick of Chapter 6 is that you cannot get any more power. So you start with 1 power, and there are no... Well, actually, no. There is one in the beginning section of it. But after there is no power, and you can only use the 1 power you have. So there are some puzzles that you go through casually that require you to use your power, and then try and find a way to take it back and still get to the end.
Yeah.
So here we're going to come to the only flowers in this area. We're going to activate them so that our Spirit Fox starts charging up the power. Then we're going to destroy that, come back, and immediately get power from those flowers. And we do this because we need to get this shaman staff to open up the next area. Then we're going to make a very long jump. There we go. And this will open up the next area. So in this next area, something happens to Spirit Fox, where they get hurt or corrupted, or again, the game doesn't actually specify what happens, but they turn red. And so then we're going to need to try and figure out what to do to help them. We activate these, and then while that is happening, we're running over to this door. Because we're not supposed to be able to get through this door, there's a whole nother path we're supposed to take. But if we stand by this door while this cutscene happens, it allows us to go through before the door closes and just go straight to the next section.
Yeah, and as you can see, our little spirit friend is red now.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't really hang out around us much now. She kind of just like... a lot of this chapter was spent like chasing after her, trying to help her with whatever it is that happened.
And this is, in my opinion, the hardest jump up. Oh, there we go. And...
Yeah!
Oh, no! No! Okay, I can recover this. There we go. Okay. It's just a lot of very precise jumps all throughout there, but we're up there, then we're going to jump up here as well. And this just saves us having to go climb up 2 towers, activate a long cutscene, and all of that. We can skip all of that by just climbing up that rock and going here. And now we are going to give up our power to open this doorway. And this is one of the areas where there's a puzzle that we go through that will let us keep our power once we go through here. But that's really slow, so instead we're just going to climb a rock and skip the whole puzzle. So there's this rock here that we can climb up. There, oh, almost. It's this, then we jump up here, and come on. Almost.
Again, the physics in this game is, like the movement in this game is super wonky.
Yeah. So now we're up here, we grab the next shaman staff and activate this shaman. Problem now is we don't have power, and we need power for this next area. But like I was telling you before with the abilities, the game also tracks whether or not you're supposed to have power in a specific chapter. So right after here, there is a cutscene, and not a cutscene, a checkpoint. And so now we're just going to quit the game, come straight back into the game, and we will appear with power. There we go. So now we're going to collect the last shaman of this run, the 28th shaman. And then after that, we're pretty much just going to be trying to get to the end of the game as quickly as possible. So we're going to grab this staff, and the last shaman's over here in the little area. And this is another area that's like probably 5 to 6 minute puzzle area, going and solving all of that. But we can actually just jump straight to the end by jumping onto here, here, and dashing.
And coming up here, we're actually going to use a little skit that Naira here only found a couple days ago in practice.
Yeah. So this whole area, we're supposed to be getting slow because this is a very dramatic, somber area. We're getting closer to the corruption. We go slower and slower until we're barely moving at all. But if you jump, there's a trigger that causes that. And if you jump over that trigger, it allows you to move at full speed through this whole area.
So now we are going to the most beautiful part of the entire game, which is we are going into the spirit realm to try and save Spirit Fox.
Yep. So we're going to leave our body behind for a little bit. And the spirit realm is really nice in the fact that there is no stamina. So we don't have to worry about keeping track of that. We don't have to worry about like that running out. We can sprint and jump as much as we want through the whole area.
Another really cool thing about the spirit realm is, again, at this point in the game, you found all of the shamans. Like, we have got all of the shamans in the game. And as you're running throughout this area, you can actually see all of the shamans that you have collected will be hanging out here in the spirit realm.
Yeah, every shaman you have saved throughout the game will appear here. So if you've only saved a couple, you'll only see a couple. But since we've saved all of them, they're all here. Sadly, we're only going to see like 4 of them just because we're going to skip by most of the area and stay out of bounds for pretty much the entirety of the chapter.
Yep.
Which I'll say, this is one of the coolest chapters in the game casually, just because it's such a cool environment. This is actually a huge level with whole bunches of areas you can go and explore. You can see all the shamans. But yeah, we're just going to basically take a direct route straight to where we're wanting to go. And this is one of the areas, this chapter is actually, in my opinion, one of the easiest to do, but also one of the hardest to learn. Because as you can see, this area looks very similar. And so it's very easy to get lost in it. And so I just have a couple landmarks that I use to kind of keep me on the right track. And that helps to make sure that I'm going in the right direction. But I had to like watch other people doing this for like 10 different tries that I did this before I was able to actually get through this by myself. So up here, we're going to be jumping back into bounds through these invisible rocks here.
And we're going to come into this like temple area, and there's going to be a couple shamans hanging out there. And they are going to help heal our spirit fox friend.
Yeah.
But we're not going to really hang around for her to be healed because that's slow.
Yeah.
So instead, we're just going to like trigger that and be like, peace, we're out, and head the opposite direction.
Yeah, it's honestly one of the coolest cutscenes in the game, but yeah, it takes a long time, and so we're just going to kind of leave that there and let them deal with that and then move on with our lives. But yeah, definitely, if you get this game, you should definitely play it to the end so you can see that, because it's a really cool cutscene. So we're going to activate that pillar, that starts the cutscene, then we're going to run to the door so it starts opening, and then grab power from here. And this will let us dash as we keep going. So behind us, they're getting ready. Spirit Fox is coming to get healed, and we're just going to leave her behind and keep running.
Yep, she'll catch up with us in the next chapter.
Yeah. Come here, wait for this door to open, and then we're basically going to take the same path back that we took here. The only problem is we have to get back out of bounds first. So there's a little bit of wall climbing that we have to do to get. So first, we're going to come over here, jump up here, and then over here, over on that cliff is where we had jumped back into bounds. So we're going to climb back out of bounds, coming up here, dashing up the mountain here, and not quite. Not quite. All right, let me try that again. There is kind of invisible walls that follow the curve of the mountain, so you have to kind of jump out away from them and then dash back.
Yeah, and that combined with the momentum of how the fox moves can be very awful.
Yeah.
But that just means we get to sit here and appreciate this beautiful level. Because again, this is, in my opinion, the most beautiful level in the entire game.
There we go.
Just the whole atmosphere of it.
Yeah.
It's so perfect.
Yep. So now we're back out where we were. You'll notice that's the area that we went in, out of bounds. I'm back into bounds there. So we're going to run back through this whole area and go straight back to where we came from and get back to our actual body and then go to the end of the game.
Yep.
Because, yeah, it's kind of deceiving when you see that there are 8 chapters in the game and you're like, okay, we're chapter 7. You still probably have like another 15, 20 minutes. Chapter 8 is literally like 30 to 40 seconds
It's so
if you play it right. So it's very quick ending.
Yep, we literally just run up a mountain, and that's it.
I will say it is kind of difficult in the fact that this whole area that we've been running, we have basically had no stamina. So we can sprint and run as much as we want to. But then as soon as we get back, we have stamina again. So you have to get back used to that. But on top of that, you're going uphill with stamina, which actually takes a lot more stamina doing it that way. So you have to go from unlimited stamina to very heavy stamina management. There we go. Back into our regular body, and we go in for chapter 8.
And so now Spirit Fox is healed.
Mm-hmm.
There she is. And we are going to go and stop the corruption.
Yep. Yeah, the end of this game is really cool. It's one of the, just the whole build up to it, and then the ending cutscene is really incredible. That's why I say that, if you are interested in this game at all, you really should play it, even if you're not speedrunning it. Mm-hmm. Just play the game. I feel like this is one of those games that everyone should play at least once, because it's just that good. All right, so time's coming up as soon as I hit on this button. In 3, 2, 1, time. All right. So that is the Spirit of the North 28 Shaman speedrun. And so I hope that you guys have liked it. Want to just shout out for the community that's been around this game in the Discord server. They've been really helpful. I'm actually fairly new to speedrunning this game. I've only been doing it for about 4.5 months or so, but they've been really helpful in helping me to test out new things, figure out all the technical difficulties, and just learn the whole run. So yeah, thanks to all of you guys, and yeah, I hope that you've enjoyed this.
Yeah, and thank you for the run. That game is actually pretty sick. I'm probably going to check that out after this, honestly.
Yeah, I love it. And it's, like I said, it's one of those games I feel like everyone should play it once. And then if you want to speedrun it, definitely come into our Discord. We have a speedrunning Discord for this. You can find it on speedrun.com. And yeah, we're always happy to help new people learn all the different skips and things. And all of these categories are still evolving. I mean, a month and a half ago, the fastest time that we could get for this was 1 hour and 28 minutes. And now we've gotten it down to where my world record run for it is 1 hour and 6 minutes, I think. Just a little over 1 hour and 6 minutes. So it's constantly evolving. We're still finding new things. And yeah, if you're interested, come and join us. We'd be happy to have you.
Nice. Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, we're going to head to a quick break. We've got the final run of the GDQ Hotfox coming up next, Seasons After Fall with Trojan Dude 12. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Mm-hmm. All right. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to the GDQ Hotfox, a day full of speedruns of games that include foxes. We've got the final run coming up here with Seasons After Fall, any percent by Trojan Dude 12. So Trojan, go ahead and show us how it's done.
All right, awesome. Thank you, everybody. So yeah, my name is Trojan Dude, and I am very, very happy to be able to showcase this wonderful indie game called Seasons After Fall. Came out in 2016 for PC by a pretty small studio out in Europe. And I think once you'll hear as soon as we get in is one of the coolest things that all the music in this game is string quartet, and it's really fantastic. With me, I have Kiriru, who is over here in the room with me. Say hi. Yes, okay. So yeah, we can start getting counted down here as soon as I press the empty slot right here. So we'll go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So that is our only cutscene skip of the whole game. right there. The only one for some reason is the intro cutscene. And we go straight to being this little orb right here. And our goal, it has a little dash button, so I'm just spamming to to get through as fast as I possibly can. And that right there is pressing the X button is a little yip button, and we're going to be using that constantly throughout the run. That was pretty good right there. Yeah, we're just going. We're kind of like in an underground like route area. And we're trying to go above ground right now, so we're just gonna dash and get eaten up by this little flower right there. And so now we're gonna eventually get out into the main area, which is called the Sanctuary, and we're gonna be meeting the narrator as well, who we'll find out a little bit more about as this run goes along.
Ah, here you are. You took a long time to wake up, little seed. If the Guardians were here, they'd give you serious reprimand. If you sleep too much, one day you'll lose yourself in your dreams.
And so one of the things kind of behind background of this game, just a couple of things that we're going to have to watch every single cutscene and whatnot, so there will be massive spoilers for anybody who does want to try this game. Just FYI, although I will be avoiding some of like the lore in some areas.
Let's see who it is.
And this is a puzzle platformer, and you'll see that as soon as we kind of start getting going after the first little running area. So not a lot of, as far as like dash tech or anything like that, but it's mostly optimizing when we're in certain seasons. And you can already tell like the absolutely beautiful music. So right there's this like little like spherical area that we get through. We can get to the edge, and so I'm just gonna spam, and if you can hear, I'm gonna start, if I go fast enough, I can start glitching out the audio, so you can't hear the narrator anymore while I'm doing this. There you go. Little funny thing that you can do in that area, because it's the only area where you're allowed to really spam it that quickly, I should say. So we are now, our spirit is now inside of the fox right there.
Now you have a body, you'll be able to visit the Guardians of the Seasons.
I know, Foxlander, right? Yeah, I know. Right away.
So, where do I start? Oh, I know. If you follow this path to the east and travel beyond the tall grass, you'll come to the
as you can see by the name, we're going to be really keying on the different seasons of this game, and as such, we're going into 4 different kind of paths, regions of the game. So we are going to be heading over towards our first fragment, which is going to be the winter fragment, and these fragments are really important, more so in the early game, before we gain access to all of them. And I'll explain a little bit more right there. Another thing I want to explain is those little flowers on the ground. And those flowers, in addition to some other dream sequence areas closer to the end game, are what allows you to get 100%. So there's like any percent and 100% with flowers categories for this game. And I just want to enjoy this music for a little tiny bit right here because it's so good in the creek. It's one of my favorite tracks in the whole game right there. And you'll see right there, so that's how we're going to interact with some of the features of the world around us. And that's going to really get a little more expansive as we start gaining access to more seasons.
By the Guardian of Winter. Interesting, aren't they?
So I had a question.
But it can't have been easy with such big paws.
Like fun
Don't
fox?
say too much about
Sure.
them when you see the Guardian. It might
No,
get upset.
I've been learning fox facts all day today. The first one is, did you know that they have over 40 noises that they make?
Really?
Yes. And they're stinky.
I think I heard that one earlier, which that's a very interesting fox fact. So right there, you saw those little jellyfish-looking creatures. So right here on this, as we yip, we actually interact with those. And so we'll do that in a couple other small spots, but for the most part, we're going to be using them in different manners. And one of the things that I honestly loved about the puzzles in this game is a lot of the way that they made the puzzles are very kind of like underhanded almost. They're not very obvious. They're more on a subtle sense. And so we're meeting our first guardian, which is this big, fuzzy, awesome bear. And they are guarding the winter fragments, so we just need to ask them very politely for the winter fragment. See the little cute yip.
Yip! Is that what a yip sounds like?
Yes, something very close to that.
I don't know. I'm going to try to yip my way into the right yip.
And so another thing that you're going to see really quickly here is that there's not a lot of places, I think just a little bit under 10 maybe, but there are some places where you can actually do off-screen movement during cutscenes, and this is going to be one of them. So you can see I kind of turned right there, and even though we're focusing on the bear, I'm starting to run away. And then how you change seasons with these fragments is by double yipping. So I wanted to do that while I was walking into that little area right there so that it would change while I was waiting in the cutscene. And then, so these are some little shooters right there. And I changed right there because there's a little flower petal right there that I don't want to disengage because it takes a little bit of time to re-engage. And same with these roots right here. I want these roots to be active for when I come back to this area later in the game. So that's one of the things that you'll get a sense of why I do like certain changes into different seasons is that I want to, when they're off screen, they maintain their state. So we have that snowbird right there. So as soon as that passes, I go over to the snow shooter. And so I don't want to change until I'm past the shooter. So it stays activated so that when I want to exit later, I'm able to very easily.
Another fun thing about the game, first about the music. So I'm a big person. I love music.
Yeah.
I love the whole, any game, anytime, anywhere, anything. But when it comes to this, it's actually quite interesting because it is an actual orchestra with studio, and they got together, and it's like the whole thing, and it's so gorgeous. Find the soundtrack at like Bandcamp or different other various, but honestly, oh yes, oh am I? Okay.
Yeah, sorry for anybody who didn't hear that because I think Rue's having a little bit of mic issues. You can get their music in like Bandcamp and some other places like that. And the cool thing too, if you actually go on YouTube and search the game and the music, there's actually a couple videos where they actually show them in studio doing the different tracks, which I find very cool.
Guardians may appear wise, but basically they're very old.
Can I yip until I yip?
Old,
Yip?
they tend to
Yip, yip, yip.
talk rubbish.
Is this better? The yippies?
Luckily, they're here
I'm
to
the
protect the
yippers.
fragments.
I
They have to
can no
learn how
longer
to
sound
let
like a
go.
robot.
This sounds way better.
Yip.
So this is another one of those areas where I want to make sure I stay in snow for as long as I can. Because I want that snow shooter to stay active. So like when I come back there like later for my return trips, I want to be in winter when I go into, so that snow shooter is active and it doesn't have that really long animation of sucking in the snow and filling up the route again. So I can just immediately go to hit the little pad on it. And it saves more time than you would think. And that's really where you'll save a lot of time in this game.
Go on, don't be afraid.
So I did have a question in terms of speedrunning the video game. What got you into speedrunning it? I might know the secret to this answer, but for anyone new who's coming in, just curious on what got you to play Scenes of After Fall as well as into the speedrun.
Yeah, so this was like one of, when I was going through a lot of like platformer games, this is around the similar time frame. I had done Ori the year before, and then I played Undertale a little before that. I was kind of on like an indie game binge, and I came across this game. I forget if it was on like a Steam sale or some other thing, and I thought this looked really, really cool in concept. So I tried it out, and I was immediately hooked by the graphical nature of the game, and also just in general, like obviously the music.
Since we've seen snow here.
Just the general character of the different seasons as you play through it. It really does some really cool things with the environment as well. Background, foreground, a lot of really intricate things that you wouldn't always get from a kind of a side-scrolling 2D style game like this.
Listen, little seed. There are 4 seasons, 4 guardians.
So now we have access to winter, and that's the only one that we have access to here for a little bit. So even though we had the access to summer at the very start of the game, that is now gone.
I should warn you, this one doesn't like visitors. So keep nice and quiet.
And so we are now going to be heading over into this area is a little interesting. We're going towards to getting the autumn fragment. So this area puddle is quite interesting because there's not really anything that goes on in this one for now, at least. It was one of the most interestingly designed areas in my opinion, where it's just kind of like a screen transition that doesn't do much for the majority of the game. But the payoff for it was honestly a really cool thing that they did with the design.
Now, the developers for this game, the art is just so different and it's so beautiful. I definitely have to say, like, they did a great job on the layering effects, but as well as it's a unique style. You don't really see a style like this in most video games, including indie games. I mean, trust me, there's a lot of indie games that have gorgeous artwork, but this is just a very, very different aesthetic from most indie games that I've seen.
Oh, totally. It's almost like if anybody's like kind of knows like the Impressionist style from like way back in the day, it gave me a lot of those vibes when I first played the game, and I love Impressionist style art, and it kind of like took a little bit of those like brushstroke style in the graphics, while still having enough detail to kind of know what, kind of get a feel for what everything is, which you don't always get in Impressionist art. So right there, that's the little crane right there. That's going to be our next guardian right there. And those little crab friendos are going to be our next piece of the puzzle for how we interact with the environment. And so, as you'll see, once we get the autumn fragment, right now they're kind of stuck on these little geysers that have frozen over, so they can explode when they are in the winter season from being so cold, and that allows us to break the geyser height as well. Yes, it feels like a painting. Yeah, moving paint. That's actually a really great way of describing the art style. And so on our way over here is pretty straightforward in general, other than breaking it. And then on our way back,
Hear the whistling of the wind? The Guardian can't be far
we're going to have to do a little bit more intricate stuff. And there's some cool momentum things that I'll talk about when I get a little bit closer to a couple points. And here we go. We are at Crane. Just all the dissonant music right here is so cool. It like changes when depending on which Guardian you meet. So I'm going to immediately be changing over to Autumn and those little crab friends that we talked about before. We're going to use that. Oh, a little bit too far right there. There we go. We're going to use that. They're going to attach to the geyser and then we're going to break right there. And then those little air vents on the ground with the leaves, you'll be seeing that quite often in some places. Oh, that's right. I did that earlier. Let's see if I can... sometimes it's a little bit random, but you can actually have those crabs keep their same momentum that they were when they were a small crab.
It's okay. The Guardian of the Fall has finally gone back to sleep. You're safe now.
So I'm going to lift on up and we're going to try and yep, there we go. And use that little bit of momentum boost right there to get up onto the third leaf right there. Otherwise we'd have to go down and around. So that saves a little bit of time. Oh, here we go. There we go. That's what you see what the crab looks like when it goes fast. And so there's another way that you can do this puzzle, but we're actually not going to do that. It's very long-winded. All we have to do is actually go over here to this little leaf on the ground and then just ride it up. We're just going to wait for the snow shooter. And there we go. Go. Cool. And now we're just going to be heading back over towards the sanctuary with our second fragment. You can be fairly aggressive with your yipping in certain spots, and once we actually get the seasons menu, you'll actually see how much more aggressive I can be with changing.
Yeah, it changes a lot, and it becomes super vital for the second half of the speedrun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're actually going to be seeing it coming up here really quickly, but we're only going to have access to 2 seasons, so it's pretty simple changing between the different seasons at this point.
Now with this, the changes of the seasons, and it's each time you yip. I know that in the speed run, the casual side of things of this game is you play the level and then you're problem puzzle solving through the platforms and trying to, and so in order to do the speed run, that is like your main source of the whole entire run. But at certain points of the run, what is the best strats to use for like the most complicated puzzles? in my opinion. I've seen like, you know, we've seen the beginning and we've seen like how it works, but now as like it keeps climbing and climbing on the challenge, what do you do?
So we can talk about it a little bit more in depth when we get there, but there's probably 2 places in particular where that becomes a really big issue. One of them is when we're getting the summer fragment, the cicada tree, just kind of everything surrounding that is very, very necessary for optimization. And then the underground area, when we start getting to the pillar section over where we were just at in the autumn section, that is an absolute maze. So those are probably the 2 areas where it'll matter the most. In the other areas, it still matters, but it's a lot more forgiving.
So he'll have to put up with us for a while longer. Maybe you should try to reassure him.
Yes, we will reassure him by possessing the fox again. Yeah, that'll definitely reassure the fox.
But at least he likes you. That's something. I promised you, little seed. Now you have absorbed 2 seasons.
So the narrator's telling us what we already described with now that we absorbed 2 season fragments, we can use our new menu that's going to pop up here shortly in order to hot swap between them.
By the way, I don't know about the narrator. I love the narrator's voice and everything, but I'm not sure. The narrator I'm sus about. Just saying. Just saying, I'm sus with the narrator.
You could use the power of the seasons to reach the entrance to this cave.
Just wait.
Just a suggestion.
That's all I will say. It becomes a little bit complicated. So now we are heading over to the pits. And now that we have the autumn season, those mushrooms that you'll see will be activated in autumn. That's kind of the biggest thing you'll see in autumn outside of the geysers going downward. And one of the things you'll see me do is actually jump and then change, because
You have now mastered how to use the
what
power of
kind of
the
happens.
What a stroke of luck. The third guardian is just beyond this cave.
Oh, all right. We got that out a little bit early, so that's cool. I don't know why right there sometimes that makes a really, really loud sound. It's like a huge gong, because there are no gongs in this game. Oh. All right. And so those little cute mushroom crabs will allow you to spawn some mushrooms, and we'll be using them quite often for certain puzzles. And again, the nice thing that this game does is while you're moving around, and if it sees something in screen, it will automatically like activate that, which is honestly really, really nice. And then we're gonna stop right here, and then we're going to do that, and we're gonna completely skip that little movement right there. We completely skip that run around puzzle just by changing right there.
Yeah, a lot of the speedrun entails utilizing that yip function to change the seasons, but change the seasons so that you're able to just, you know, bypass a lot of the casual puzzles, I want to say. But a lot of times that's the fastest way to do it.
I'm not sure if your fox can jump far enough to get across.
So, and very important with the mushroom crabs, you have to change to winter, and then you can change back into autumn while it's creating the mushroom, because those crabs will drown if there is water. And then you have to restart it all over again.
Wait, you're telling me mushroom crabs can't swim?
Correct. That is what I am saying.
Duly noted.
You're right.
Yeah.
If you can't solve a problem with
So we're not going to solve this mushroom crab puzzle quite yet. That'll be for on our way back after we do this area. But what we are going to see now, which we'll see in a little bit, is fireflies, which we will get in a little while once we go to the summer area. And it's really hit or miss if I am able to get that right away or not on the drop down, because it's kind of a little finicky on how the circles work. So now we're done with the pit area on our first time through. And we are now going to Cascades. And we are going to be meeting up with the Guardian of the Spring Fragment.
Yeah, we do have to go through each season. It's important. Yep. That's why it's seasons after fall. We go through all the seasons. I love that each season each time you have different season, it changes the environment altogether. So for example, like walking on that water, but now it's a frozen lake in the wintertime. You'll see that a lot throughout this run.
Oh, and one of the other things I wanted to mention that I just thought was really neat about the design is that instead of it being open world, you essentially go all the way to the quote-unquote end of an area when you're getting the fragment, and then you have to go backwards, and backwards is completely different going back towards Sanctuary in every single screen transition almost, except for that one I talked about, Puddle, in the other one, which I thought was so cool with how they designed this game in general. And so we get rain now with the spring fragments, and so these little huge mushrooms right here, as you can see, they're full right now, and we're going to allow it to rain out and fill up the lake. So now we can actually get back across that lake that we just went across on the way in. And the cool thing is that while that's going on, I can actually just invoke that winter season while the geysers are changing, and I can be fairly aggressive with it. I'm going to change back into winter right now because we have to bring this mushroom crab back across that lake that we passed earlier. Otherwise, we have no way of getting out. All right, there we go. Another thing too is that these carvings too, showing that you like completed an area, were always, in my opinion, like super cool, and they represent like each season. There we go.
Well, the storyline for this game is very interesting too. I don't want to give out too much right now because there's more to come. But essentially, you do have, you know, right now we're like retrieving the spirits, and then we're getting into each of the sections, and then we have to go through like being able to reach a certain point. I'm trying not to say too much just because I'm being vague for a reason, but it's a very important story. It's a lot of hidden meaning behind a lot of what you're seeing right now, and even though you're just seeing the environment changing for the speedrun, the storyline is actually really, really vital and important.
And I also use those orbs as kind of like a visual tool to know when those geysers are going to change. It's pretty accurate. Like within probably like 5 frames or so like that.
Yeah, because even though this is a very chill run, it's a very cozy run, but there actually is quite a, like, the tech on it is very, very precise in terms of just, like, the movement and timing of, like, with the orbs and everything like that and changing the seasons and yipping. But it is, like I mentioned, it is a cozy run, but it actually is pretty technical on the movement side of things.
Yeah. We got to go over another little lake area. And then right there, another small thing about the seasons menu. If you are already off the ground, you won't raise any more height, which is really useful for situations like that. So you're not wasting time going off the ground.
Now, I did have a question, and I know, like, in these speed runs, there's no enemies really, like, at all.
Correct.
You only have, like, the environment. So you have, like, a lot of friends. So you do have, like, you know, critters or creatures throughout the game that will help you out, like the crabs or... but there are no enemies. And it's kind of similar to, like, the game that I have sped run. And please forgive me if I mispronounce this right now. It's Grease. And I know that, like, that's the same idea there. It's a very, I don't want to say pacifist, but you don't have any enemies. You don't really have, you know, like, boss fights. It's kind of like, here's the game and this is what it is, and it's the storyline that you are unfolding and discovering. And that's what probably is really neat about the speedrun, is that even though you don't have any enemies or bosses, quote unquote, you are essentially just trying to figure out what's going on with the storyline and why this forest is in the shape that it's in, and you're trying to see what's going on there.
Yep. And again, the difficulty comes, even though there's no enemies, the difficulty comes with just certain puzzles are, when you're casually doing it, are very roundabout in manner.
What a shame. I expected more from the spring. Why does it always rain in spring? And why do we always complain when it rains?
I still find this such an interesting speed run for Trojan Dude to run. Because it's just like Trojan Dude ran Ori and the Blind Forest DE, and then that's a forest game, and then we have Season After Fall forest game. But he does love foxes, and guess what? This is what we're on right now, is the Hotfox. And so it's just kind of cool to see Seasons After Fall on, especially like for the Fox Day. But all the gifts are just so cute.
Yeah, it's a far cry from my favorite genre, which is first-person shooter games, and the game I was most recently playing on my stream, which was Doom Eternal.
As I was saying,
yeah, this is very, very opposite of that.
Very opposite.
And try not to break a leg. I mean, Paul. Be brave, little seed. You're nearly there.
Now, in Doom Eternal, I have questions.
No, we're not. No, we're not doing Doom Eternal commentary.
No, not Doom commentary. I'm just saying, out of all the first-person shooter to speedrun, Doom Eternal was just not the one I expected. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, I haven't started running it quite yet, but I'm very close to finishing my casual playthrough of it.
I may or may not have inside information that you do want to speedrun it. Just maybe, just a tiny bit. But to give some context, by the way, Trojan Dude is my husband. Yeah, I'm in the room with him right now. What are you doing?
So the one thing that you may have already noticed from the last one is that when you're in spring and it rains, you can grow trees. And these saplings right here are the ones that will allow you to do that. They go in there. You can see the little top of the tree right there.
Yeah, I definitely have to say that is the funnest way to water a tree, to be more precise.
Yeah. It's 100% accurate too. Once you plant a seed, it initially becomes a huge tree just underground. Oh, apparently it didn't like my first yip right there, so.
Just think, little seed. Just one more season to bring back to the sanctuary, and our lives will be changed forever. We've been a
I
great
swear, this
team.
narrator. We have to have discussions about this narrator. What do we all think about the narrator? Chat, let me know what your thoughts are because this narrator is quite something.
There we go. Sorry, I forgot to change to autumn right there. Oh! Oh! Okay. That sapling might be having a slight problem right there. Okay, we're good.
Sapling help, please.
It wouldn't be a GDQ without a never seen that before moment. I've definitely not seen that ever before.
Oh, interesting.
That's for
The Guardian of Summer is hiding in this trunk somewhere.
That is epic. That is very, very good.
Like you can use.
I always knew where to find him.
That's so great. You could still hear like the helicopter top like still making the sound, but it was just in the long animation. It's good. Oh, I got a little extra height on that one. Thank you, platform. That was going to be a tall tree. Yes, yes, agreed. It's gonna double the height of it, actually. So, this is the cicada tree that I mentioned earlier. And this is kind of I'd say like the craziest overall when it comes to just the puzzles. Not right now, but later when we come back, it's going to be a little bit in depth. So. And another thing too, I don't think I've mentioned is, if you ever see me while I'm in the air, turn around like I'm doing with some of these fireflies, it's because there's actually an animation for turning around and it's kind of slow. So if you can do it while you're in the air, it saves a lot of time.
I agree. This game is super cute. It's a hidden gem. And it's it's interesting too, because unfortunately with the speedrunning community, there isn't like necessarily a Discord that is for this particular speedrun. So if you were able to find, like, there are people on the leaderboards and there are speedrunners on the leaderboards, but it's just mainly like if you ever need any assistance or help, the best way to contact to learn about the speedrun is watch the video, but also you can reach out to Trojan Dude. Definitely can help out there because I know that when you don't have like a Discord or like a community, it's kind of harder to learn the speedrun, but there are runners out there that do run this game, and definitely Trojan Dude is one of them. So if you ever have like any questions, you can reach out to him.
All right, let's see if I can actually hit this kind of blind drop and stuff. I've had issues with it in practice. It's like one of the only few blind jumps that's kind of really sketch right here. I might just drop down. Yeah, I'm just going to drop down just to be safe. Yeah, there you go. I'll just do that. It's a little bit safer. It's definitely not faster, but for the purposes of this, I would prefer not to fall all the way back down.
Yeah, how much of a time loss is it? Is it about like it's about 45 seconds?
For that right there, probably close to 20 seconds.
Okay, well, I was way off. Okay. So it's 20 seconds.
So, I mean, if you make really big drop-down mistakes in this game, it's very punishing because there is no dash button or whatnot. Oh, oops. There we go. Yep. So now we have gotten all the fireflies, and the cicada is shown on the tree, and we are going to get the summer fragment right now, which is our final fragment. And so if you guessed it, which you'll see coming up here after we go through the screen transition, is the opposite of spring, and it is very hot, so things want to absorb water that is out there. And we are going to be using that very often. First, we got to do a little bit of a puzzle right here. I got to grow this tree over here really quickly so we can get back up. Yay, awesome.
Referring to getting the game as a, in the wish list from anyone that was, on the chat side of things.
That's almost as big as a real life cicada. That's still smaller.
Now I'm looking into this. Hold up. We're going to look into this.
Oh, I've seen them in person. Back when I was younger, we went to the East Coast, and there was a lot of cicadas. No. So now, instead of the pink little flower right there, we've got the yellow flower, and through the root of these mushrooms, it absorbs the water, and then we can get to a completely new bottom path.
You know, little seed, you and I are very alike. Much more similar than you'd think. Not just anyone can take part in the ritual of the seasons.
We just got to go one more route to get back over because we will not have an opportunity to do that over here. I've definitely never dropped down through that first hole right there and have not been able to get back through it unless going all the way back around. Definitely never done that.
Why do I have a feeling that is not the truth? Just saying. Copy now.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep. Just saying.
So now we have all 4 fragments, so we are going to prepare to do the ritual of the seasons, as our little narrator friend has talked to us about.
May or may not have read what chat was saying. Just saying. So as we are traversing into the greenery of the green, we're actually getting into this stage of the game where things will start kind of changing just a little bit in terms of the storyline. I don't want to spoil it though. Like, I once it happens, it happens,
so,
and I can say it. But yeah,
there's issues right now of us, our spirit, or being inside of the fox for a very long time. So now we're gonna try and perform the ritual of the seasons while the orb is still inside of our fox friend over here. Also, again, one of my favorite songs in the whole soundtrack right here.
I'm listening to the song.
Well,
So, do you feel different? Has anything changed?
Bueller.
I don't understand.
Bueller.
Excuse me, Bueller.
Somewhere. It's because of the fox, I'm sure.
And then the narrator's playing blame game now, so that's cool.
This is why I don't like the narrator. Just saying. Take responsibilities. Take accountability. That's all I'm gonna say.
Never mind.
So now we're wondering what's going on with the narrator right now and how they're playing into this. And
well, little seed, or whoever you are, go now. You were good for nothing.
We also have another problem. Our fox isn't moving.
Shh, don't tell them that. I don't want to see this again. This is so sad. This is, like, honestly, it's hard to watch every time.
But with our powers combined, we are able to become Spirit Fox. So now things are getting a little more interesting and complicated. The narrator abandoned us, so that's cool.
Thanks, narrator. Bye.
We still don't know exactly how the narrator ties into everything, other than they wanted us to perform this ritual of the seasons. For whatever's that worth, I mean, they failed, so that's kind of a problem. Our fox is non-responsive, and we need to figure out some more answers. So, who better to talk to for answers but our big, lovable bear guardian over here in the winter area? So now, the bear guardian has woken up from their slumber. Yeah, definitely. The fox is just sleeping, for sure.
But what's that smell? Who let an animal into our forest? A fox? Yes, I remember a fox.
And no matter how many times I've seen this sped run, it always is so much fun to watch this part though, because of the puzzle just gets that much harder. It's just it's so much more complicated. Like, even though on the screen Trojan Dude's doing a great job of just making it look, you know, like it's easy to do, when in actuality the puzzles ramp up a bunch in the second half of this game.
Yep. Break it up pretty much into thirds. This being the second part of that. And yeah, second, third is very much the hardest puzzle-wise.
Who are you? A seed? You? Don't make me laugh. What gave you that idea? You may look like one, but you aren't a
I'm gonna be right
fox
back,
either.
okay?
And apparently the bear can holographically talk with us.
But I don't sense her presence.
Ah, so now we have find out maybe the narrator is the seed rather than her claiming that we're the seed. Ah.
No more than me, Fox. If you're as cunning as you look,
Seems like
help me
that
understand
she might have been using us. So now they're going to show us these pillars. That's kind of the second portion of the game. And we have to figure out these very, I'd say, relatively intricate puzzles
to help me,
for that.
go to the foot of one of them. I'll then explain how you can make yourself useful.
All right. So now we're going to go over to the first pillar over there. You probably saw it when we were going over to the Winter Guardian previously, but on the way there, we are actually going to be doing some other stuff. In order to complete the puzzle, there's 3 routes right there, and 1 route is on the left-hand side. So in order to avoid backtracking, we're going to take care of that while we're running through that area.
I always imagine in my head, like, the yip needs to become like a soundtrack in itself. Just be like, yip, 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 yip. Or wait, that might be Mario. Hold on. Yip. There you go. I just remembered it sounded like Mario when I was yipping. Let's go back to the game though. So as we're changing into the seasons and we're figuring out everything else, we're going to be using our little critter friends to help us, you know, solve all the lovely puzzles. But we are going to be getting all the fun stuff for the trees. My brain can't remembering what the tree's name is, but there's trees.
Oh. So we're going to go back over here. We're gonna do this. So while we're here, Summer opens up those flowers. Ah. And there we go. And that's 1 route down before we even get to the main cutscene.
The stones of the winds are enchanted. We have to break the spells that are holding.
Yeah, right now we're trying to get through each section. As you see, the roots are like untangling. That's the whole premise of the next part of the storyline, is to get access to the is it the crystal thing or I forgot what it was called, but basically we're trying to get rid of all the roots that you see that's tied around it.
Yep.
Fox, I beg you, find a way of releasing the stone.
Nope, we don't need that root anymore. Oh.
So, Trojan Dude, are you want to explain what you're going to do right now?
Yeah, so right now there's a lot of these mushroom crabs that we have to build up some mushrooms, so I'm taking care of that beforehand. Because once I do then I can easily just kind of have my path straight across and I don't have to worry about going out of my way for certain items. So this is our second little jellyfish. We'll have it yip with us. There you go. It has sufficiently yipped.
Can you yip? that. Oh wait, you yipped and I talked over it. Can you yip again, please?
Nope.
No. Pretty, please.
Yep.
Yatta!
So now that we got all those mushrooms, that one's a little nervy because it's like in a very awkward kind of space. Where is... Hold on. Forgot my jellyfish friend here. Can't forget jellyfish friend.
A jellyfish friend is important.
There we go.
Importante.
Jeez.
I think your jellyfish friend was just hiding.
There we go. Now we're good.
Right there was actually kind of bad because
yeah,
dropping
that
is
was
a huge
bad.
time loss.
That was a bad
Yeah.
one. That was a very, very bad one.
How much of a time loss is this?
That was probably like 30 to 40 seconds. Just for not jumping. That was unfortunate. All right.
Yeah, so even though it's a very cozy speed run, the time loss are pretty big though. Right when you when you drop down.
All right, so we have now activated the first pillar.
It will guide you to
And we are going to head over into this kind of like hidden away world, almost like a netherworld type of place. And this is essentially where the seed is hiding away.
What's happening? Who's there? Hey, how did you get in here? My treasure! Look what you've done! You've broken one of my treasures!
And now the seed is angry.
What happened, Fox? Have you found the seed? I can't find her anywhere, but I'm starting to sense her presence. I think I even heard her voice. She must be hidden here, in the very heart of the sanctuary. 3 other stones of the winds have been enchanted. I desperately need your help, Fox. While you're setting the stones free, I'll concentrate and try to locate the seed.
Yep, so now the Guardian's gonna kind of help us out a little bit. I mean, still gonna help us in general with like the normal stuff that you've seen with like giving us hints on how to complete these puzzles and whatnot. So now we're gonna be heading back into the pit again and trying to navigate that as quickly as possible. And now we're gonna start seeing some fast traveling portals like you just saw in the other one. And then these ones will be very, very helpful. We're going to use these on the way in and also on the way out later in the third portion of the game. And see, just like that, where we kind of came up as we were exiting the pit, we're going to go straight back down through there, and that actually skips a couple puzzle areas. And even though it may not save us a complete amount of stuff right now, it's going to save us when we return for the third portion. And so I think casually, this one coming up was probably one of the ones I thought, it's simple, but I thought it was a very cool concept. And we just have to go through the Firefly portion one more time. This will be the last time we have to go through this Firefly area. Oh, I need to activate that first before I can't drop down like I did previously to do it. And then just really quickly. And then I'm just gonna change to winter so I can prepare to walk over. When I get through the screen, transition into Cascades. And I was a little early on the jump right there, but you gain access for the first time to move around in that cutscene. So this one, we're also going to do another fast travel portal to get through. So we're going to activate it right here. And it's going to allow us to go all the way over this really tall ledge to get through this kind of secret back area past where we met the Guardian.
I can't talk anymore. I'm officially not talking, even though I'm talking. I was wondering about what is your favorite part of the speedrun?
Favorite part of the speedrun? That's a good question. Honestly, I think just because of the coolness of the way that you go about it, probably the cicada tree in the second part. So when I go in depth for it a little bit more, it's really, really, it's very cool and very rewarding when you get it really cleanly.
But part of its reflection is still visible in the water.
So for this one,
there must be
you have to get it up to match the reflection and whatnot. So we're going to have to... We're going to need to kind of like we absorb twice by going through this. There we go. So now we got to get back into spring right here. And we're going to use these little shooters that have waterfalls. There we go. And then we got a second one right here. And then we got a third one over here. And then while we're in midair, we can switch to summer right there. And then, as we can see right there, we unlocked a fast travel portal. That we're now going to go to the left-hand side of the lake, and we're going to do that. And then we're going to do a series of releasing the water in spring with all these mushrooms. And there we go. Again, very simple one, but casually I had so much fun doing this puzzle.
Yeah, what was the difference between, like, I know the puzzles and you know how to solve the puzzles in the speedrun, but like casually when you were trying it out for the first time, imagine that like it took quite a bit of while. How did it feel when you did accomplish all the puzzles?
God, it was so long ago. It was like almost 5 years ago when I played it. Actually, it was 5 years ago. So I don't really fully remember, but definitely a little bit of difficulty figuring out which, how to use all those waterfall like shooters right there. That's probably the hardest thing of it.
Wait, really? 5 years ago? Sorry, I'm just realizing because, yeah, just thinking of the things in the timelines of this stuff.
You. Why did you do it? I'm warning you. I'm keeping a close watch on the
Yeah, so now the seed is very much not our besties anymore.
If I hadn't confused you with a
And the seed is upset.
A lot of consternation with us breaking her first treasure. And now we have these little kind of roots that stick out and they have flowers that we have to activate to kind of release them. It was a little early on the jump right there.
I don't know how or why you assumed this, guys, but it's pathetic. You should never have trusted this fox. Sooner or later, he would have betrayed and abandoned you.
All I keep thinking about is when I see.
Now we're saying we shouldn't have trusted the fox. So that's interesting after it was just blaming us. So that's really...
Yeah, that's really frustrating. I was gonna say, we're just a cute little fox running around. We're trying to help the environment. Come on now.
You saw what I did to the forest, so what do you think I could do to you? Go now. I won't tell you again. One more step, and you'll regret it.
Yeah, technically speaking, we don't quite know how we played a part into this.
Stay away! No! I told you not to touch that! It's mine!
Seed, is it really you I can hear? Why are you hiding?
What? You traitor! Why did you awaken the Guardians without my permission?
Answer me, Seed.
So now we've gotten all the pillars on the right-hand side.
Okay. Just leave me alone.
And we're going to get a little bit of an interesting
What's the matter with her?
cutscene coming up here.
Like her normal self. Her voice is strange.
Now we're seeing that the Guardian even knows that the seed is acting a little irrationally right now. But now we are getting cutscene. And cutscene is showing that... Oh, we are getting a new item in both the creek area that we were in and also the pit. And we've got new places that we can go to. But we won't get into the details of that quite yet because we're not there completely. But it will be important. That'll give us access to what's considered the third part of the game for the any percent run.
Now that is something that I am curious about between the two runs. I know that there is two categories on the speedrun.com leaderboards. What is the difference between, so there's the any percent, but then we also have the, basically like the full game, the 100% I would call it. It's with it's called the 100% with flowers. So what does that entail with getting 100%? I know it has to include the flowers, but what does that mean when you're watching or playing this game?
Yeah, so any percent, there's the basic requirements are, best way to say it is we get all the fragments, we get all 4 of these pillars, and then we complete all 4 of the next portion of the game. And that's kind of the baseline, what you have to do. And then for 100%, there's these dream sequences that you have to complete, which if we get to the credits area, they'll kind of explain it a little bit more. But you have to complete 4 of those, and all those flowers that you may have seen that I've been kind of initiating at different points depending on my routing. You have to get all of those, and a couple of those are, most of them are in very okay positions. A couple of those are in very annoying positions. And you have to kind of get them along the way as you're doing the later portions of the any percent run. Otherwise, it is very difficult to go back to certain areas. Okay, so we are now back in Quagmire, where we met the Autumn Guardian. And this is by far, in my opinion, the most disorienting puzzle in the whole game. I wouldn't say it's the hardest one, because I still think the cicada tree is the hardest, but this is definitely the most disorienting for sure. And there's probably ways to like optimize it a little bit more, but basically we're going into this underground area by using those jellyfishes to turn the puddles into portals to go underground. And we have to trigger these like air vents type things in the environment. And that's how we're going to kind of complete the puzzle in a roundabout kind of way, essentially. Okay, so this jellyfish is going to go into this portal, and there's a little tutorial saying, oh yeah, the crabs can also go down with you as well. But we're not gonna get a crab quite yet. Because everything on the left-hand side as we go in, which is only accessible with the crabs from the outside, is not necessary whatsoever.
That's crabby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I thought you might like that one.
I did. Thank you.
Yay.
Oh. I missed that jump, but then I got a little disoriented right there. There we go. There we go. So we're just going to break this to set up for something coming up here in a little bit. Oh, because we have to get farther down. And this will allow us... It kind of does twofold. And then these are the little air vents that we have to activate. And again, we're going to go over here to activate another jellyfish portal right back there to the left. And that's where we're going to actually go outside and get a crab to come with us. Otherwise, we are not doing that the rest of this puzzle.
I was going to say, it's kind of cute how like you're like scooting the crab. The way it works in the game is just like you keep on scooting. Just No.
You have to, because trust me, running by them is a very bad idea. Especially when they don't have water in them. They run faster than you.
Oh, so they're sitting there being like, nope. And then they're scared and then like go the other way.
Yep. There we go.
Are there like any names for any of these little creatures? Because I know like in Greece we have macaroni.
I haven't named them personally. I don't know if there's like actual names that like the devs intended for these creatures.
Well, can we name them now?
I mean, we can.
Okay, chat, I want your help. Help me name the creatures in this
Help
game.
name that crab that we went outside to come get.
Or that exploded.
Yeah. Yeah, they're no more anymore. I mean, it was short-lived. Oh, okay. That was interesting. Went through that leaf. That's fine. Sorry. So this is the vent for the other side. So that vent that we hit earlier goes all the way up over around the left-hand side.
Okay, I'm gonna name off some of these names that we requested. You want to hear some?
Sure.
We have Steven.
Okay.
Paul, Cake.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Let me rephrase that one. Cake. Krabby McCrabface. Nathan. Mr. Krabs. Bomb Crabs? Or no, not Bomb. Boom. Boom Crabs.
Boom crabs. Huh.
I'm gonna go with Bob.
Oh. Okay, there we go. We're good.
I mean, maybe Cake? I like that Cake. But you have to say it exactly like that because of the exclamation.
Okay, so now we're gonna see one half of the. So we have both wins right there. So that looks really weird. If you haven't played the game. So we have both wins in there, but you may ask yourself, why haven't we completed the puzzle? Well, the game actually intends you to go the full left-hand side, go back up to trigger the cutscene, go back out to complete the right-hand side of the puzzle, and then come back into the center. So we actually have to leave through the teleporter right there, and then go quickly back through. And it tricks the game into thinking that you've done both sides in the intended order. And then, as well, we can actually run off screen to the right for some reason during this. So there we go.
Okay, so out of all, I have a few more names. There's Corby.
Ah, yes, there we go. Okay, almost. Oh, no.
No.
Oh, it teleported me back. No, I almost. Okay, so that is very hard blind movement to teleport yourself right there. So I must have teleported and then slightly moved and then it teleported me back. So I actually got that when I almost never do. So that was cool.
While I'm in the middle of this looking for names for the crab cake. Crab, whatever. Crab. The crab, mushroom crab. By the way, that was really good.
I can hear everything you're saying, you know. You and that stupid bear.
Oh yeah, and so now the seed is calling the Guardians names by calling the bear stupid. So that's cool. That's where we've become right now.
But bear is friendo? Question mark.
No, we like bear. Bear's cool.
Yeah, bear. We don't like. You know what? I disagree. That's all I'm gonna say. We like bear. Now bear needs a name. Hold on. What's a bear's name?
I don't know. I like Corby.
Do you realize what the Guardians
Well,
will do to you when you're
what about Cake for the bear?
They'll forget you and make you promises they'll never keep.
Because, I mean, I don't know. Crab cakes are good and all. I just feel weird saying cake now, just thinking about saying crab cake. So, I don't know. I might have to go cake for the bear.
But want one thing only, for you to disappear. They'll do the same to you as they do to me.
I do see some.
Ooh, Yogi Bear.
Yogi. Yep, Yogi Bear.
In honor of Yogi Bear. Ooh, that's a good one. I like that.
Apparently, we have the bear is Yogi and the crab is Corby.
It's not too late to do the right thing. Stop! Stop! You're actually no better than them.
All right. So now we've broken 3 of the treasures. We only have one more left to go, and that is in the cicada tree.
I just want you to leave us alone. Me and my treasures.
I can't believe we have Yogi the bear and Corby.
These aren't treasures you see around
And don't
you.
worry about that, Fox.
These are your fears.
Okay. I've heard that 1,000 times before.
The fox is
Save
just
your
sleeping.
lectures for someone
And watch
else.
this. Fox slide.
That was so adorable.
It's like the only time I'm able to actually show that off. So I'm taking advantage. So, as we were talking about with the puddle area earlier, all of that water that we just like went through is like gone now.
She won't listen to me.
It's just it's poof.
I'm sorry to ask you to do this.
It is no more. That lake is no
I
more.
must persuade the seed to return.
Wait,
Or
no.
is it?
Oh. Don't do this to me. I've already been with earlier, okay? Don't do this to me again.
I couldn't help myself. Sorry. All right. So let's head back up to the cicada tree. And on the way there, we are going to use another one of our new favorite friends. And that is the fast travel portals, which will allow us to skip over the whole lake, both on this one and on the time that we return. So again, those fast travel portals may not seem like they're worth it for this time around, but they are very, very useful for our third time going through the sections. That is where a lot of the time is made up. And so that little jump right there, I call the, when you go through very particular like branches that are just close enough for you to do a turnaround jump, I call those the max swag jumps. Because they look cool. So again, this is going to allow us to skip over the whole lake right there. There we go. All right. So as you're going to see, so cicada is still there. And we are going to take the fireflies with us. And what are those cool symbols? Well, the symbols are tied to each particular season. So we got orange diamonds for autumn. We've got winter are white lines. Spring is some pink kind of infinity symbols, and summer are yellow circles.
Okay, so pop quiz, what are all the seasons and what each color and shape are they? Come on, chat. You got this. Let's go.
Yeah, so we're gonna
watch them closely.
We're gonna head down our first portal right here.
These marks.
And just for some complete transparency, the way that I actually do the cicada tree is very similar to how, how some of the Pokemon towers are done. So I call these ones, so I call the floor you come in on 1F. And then that one I was just on is B2, and now I'm on, or B1, and now I'm on B2. And so as we go up, we go 2F, 3F, 4F, things like that. All right. So, what we're gonna do. So we're gonna do summer right there. Ah, just barely got that. There we go. Ooh, there we go. Beautiful. That was really nice. And so while I'm doing off-screen movement right here, I'm gonna actually trigger this cutscene if I can find it. There we go. Ooh, just barely. Okay. And that allows me to overlap the cutscenes. Ooh, there we go. There we go. And that saves probably about 15 seconds or so. Just missed that cycle. There we go. And so now we're heading all the way back up to the second floor. I'm gonna have to wait for the next cycle. Those cycles are not conducive for me making that. There we go. Awesome. And so I've got notes that are helping me go in this particular direction right here. Go. And then just... Ooh! Okay, there we go. Nice. And I will stay in autumn because I'm going to start down here in the lower left.
So right now we're trying to bring all the seasons to the tree, correct?
Correct, yeah. So these symbols that we saw near the pillar, there's like clues throughout the tree that tell you which one is supposed to go where. And so we do autumn up right there, and then diagonal with winter, and then we're just gonna float across right here with summer, and then we're gonna go back to winter right here. And then back to autumn for the bottom one. And then we're gonna try and get up as high as possible. Might be able to only get up to this one. Yeah, so I'm not gonna take a chance right there to fall back down. And then we're gonna start from the top right, and then we're gonna end down at the bottom, and then we're gonna do more blind movement.
So we're gonna do the hokey pokey and turn yourself around?
Exactly, yeah, pretty much.
That's what I heard.
And sometimes those can glitch out for some reason. But thankfully they didn't this time, so I was able to immediately. And then winter. And there we go. And that's all they wrote on that one.
So then that's when you turn yourself around.
Yeah, exactly. I think I got actually pretty far down there, but we'll have to see here in a second. That blind movement, sometimes it's hard to... Oh, I did. Awesome. I was actually almost into that room. Cool.
The seed isn't so bad, you know, Fox. She just doesn't understand the ritual of the seasons. Her fears have overwhelmed her.
Okay.
And she's built a prison.
So now we're gonna get the last treasure from the seed in this nether world.
To us.
And then you do the hokey pokey.
Listen, just leave me alone. Please.
Apparently I don't know, String Quartet doesn't give me a lot of hokey pokey vibes.
I want to return to the sanctuary.
And then you turn yourself around, and that's what it's all about. I don't know. I just kept on hearing hokey pokey.
The ritual of the seasons isn't what
It is a very pretty game. I agree.
I'm sure the Guardians want to forget me. They wanted to
I
abandon me.
honestly have to admit, I'd never heard of this game until I met you and you were speedrunning this. I have to admit, never heard of this game until then. But definitely say it's a hidden gem.
All right.
I'm really sorry, you know, about your fox and
Oh.
for all the mistakes I made.
At least the seed is apologizing about the fox now.
I've suffered because of it. The Guardians don't understand me, but
And that's what it's all about?
here, take the last of my treasures. I only hope you know what you're doing.
And so now we have freed.
The seed. That's her, all right.
And the seed is back into the sanctuary.
Thanks a million.
So we've done the first important part. Now the next important part is we have to
Guardians are assembled. Nothing can stop us from performing the
we have to give the Guardians back their power so they can do the actual true ritual of the seasons, like the bear was just talking about right there. And what is this? We have flying trees.
Wait, why do trees fry? What? Wait, when did this become part of the program? I thought this is about seasons, not about trees flying.
It's the first time a seed has
Is that how you make a broom?
in the ritual.
And then you're a fox that flies on the trees?
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah,
to force her like
we were a fox that was flying earlier, now trees are flying.
get the feeling I've still got
Seems normal, right? It's a normal forest.
If you think we're acting,
I always see flying trees in the forest that I go to.
what you have to do.
What forest is around here?
Go in search of the last altar.
All right. So we're going to stay to winter right here again because that snow shooter that we're going to run by, that is a very long animation. And so we're going to avoid that animation on the way back by staying in winter as we walk by. And then after we trigger that little portal that just kind of flew from a meteor into the ground, we're going to go into the sky. We're going to the clouds. That's a great question. How else would the trees fall then in autumn? That, yeah. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree with that.
I don't know what forest y'all going to. I need to go to this forest apparently. Because to this very day, the first time I've ever seen flying trees is until seasons after fall.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the forest is? I'll go there now.
It just has flying trees. That's all the forest has. It's just flying trees. As you can see, everything is flying here. Even this altar piece is flying. So that's what we're going to talk about a little bit. So now you're going to first see these altars, and that gives each guardian their power. So we're getting 4 fragments in 3 of the places and 2 in the last one. Oops, I did not jump far enough. There we go. And we're going to use those air vents to get access to this portal right here. And then this whole area is about trying to optimize being in different seasons so things don't deactivate and we don't waste time doing that. We're going to go back into summer. And then while we're jumping, we're going to change to autumn on the way back down. And get back on this mushroom and get the second fragment. So that's the first part of as I want to call the Spirit in the Sky portion of the run. And if anybody gets that rock reference, that will be awesome. And then we're going to continue back out. Also, fun fact, if you buffer sometimes coming out of that, you can actually soft lock this route and then you can't complete the game. So that's cool. Oh! Okay. Apparently that deactivated at some point, and I'm not sure when it did that. That's cool. All right, so we're gonna hop over here on top of our little tree that we had the fresco, the little carving earlier. And then we're gonna go back onto the left-hand side of that little kind of center cliff area, and we're going to go to the second part of the sky. And again, just like the first area, it is very important to be in certain seasons at certain points because it really saves a lot of time. Because again, snow shooters are very, very slow. So we're going to use a snow shooter right here to get up to the second area. And that's going to get our ticket to get to the 4th fragment. And on the way there, we're going to get our 3rd fragment. So this area is a little more straightforward, but being in the right season is more important in this area. Also, a lot of the ambient noises is a very underrated portion of this game. They did a great job with doing the sound effects and such.
Like the yip and the whoosh.
Yep, exactly.
No, I think sound effects are actually super important in a video game.
Yep, indeed. And then we're going to use that snow shooter to break that so that we can get the 4th fragment as we drop. And then we're going to run back on over. We're going to scurry on over.
You're going to scooch on over?
Yep. And then we're going to turn ourselves around.
And that's what it's all about. And in all seriousness, though, it is interesting to see how you're getting all of the fragments putting together from the seasons and utilizing the seasons, and each of them represent.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to change it to autumn so that does not fall down. So now we have given power back to the Bear Guardian. And it's gonna bring this power back to its pillar, like little formation in the sanctuary. All right, so then we're gonna exit out of the creek area.
I'm still too weak to perform this task alone.
So we're going to change to winter so that when we get back to the exit, the snow shooter stays active and we can be on our merry way. So like I said, I hope everybody's been appreciating the kind of the unique variety of puzzles in this game. Because again, not a lot of tech outside of a couple cutscene skips, some stacks. Not too much crazy stuff like that, but it's really neat how you can like manipulate things to optimize your puzzles. It's a really rewarding speedrun when you do things very cleanly.
Well, thank you for showing this. It's been amazing. Yeah. Appreciate the commentary as well. I'm the silly commentary. I'm here to bring you all the weird flying trees and yogis and all that fun stuff.
Hey, the flying trees are important, all right? They're going to get us what we need to do for one of the altars.
I'm still waiting. I still need to see these flying trees in action. I'm excited to see what they're going to do.
So we're going to take this fast travel portal back down again. And then now, instead of going to the right after we drop down from this previous puzzle area, we're going to go to the left. Like we were going to, like on our exit path. And we're going to go to that rock that it showed that dropped from the top of the cave. All right. So most of the movement that I'm going to do here is based off of my notes, and it's going to be blind movement. So that is my secret surprise thing from this run.
Is there flying trees?
No, there's no flying trees in this portion, unfortunately.
Dang.
Yeah, I know. It's a bummer.
I'm just imagining a flying tree while I doing blind movement. It's just really funny to me.
So I'm gonna bring this mushroom crab back over to that little hidden area. Right. So I'm actually going to... That is a very hard blind jump right there, so I don't bother with it. Okay, nice. There we go, and that's our first fragment right there.
So while we're in the dark, essentially, are we like waking up the crystals, deeping them?
We're still getting fragments. There we go. That's our second one. Sorry, I need a little bit of focus on that one because that's a very specific spot I need to jump from. The other ones are pretty straightforward. But yeah, pretty much we use the crystals to get vision in a couple spots, but otherwise, yeah, it pretty much. All right, so we're gonna take this crab over. There is a little hidden water portion right here.
So we're taking Corby? Or is it Colby? Colby.
Corby.
It is Corby. I'm right. It is
Corby with an R. Yeah.
How dare I double guess myself?
You're fine. So we got 3 fragments. We just got one other quick one. That's a little bit difficult, but it's not as hard as the second one. Usually. There, got it. Nice.
Nice.
That was very, very clean section.
I'm super curious about what your pace is at because I know you PB'd 3 times.
Cool. I always love showing off that area because like casually it's actually kind of difficult, but they have a bunch of vision stuff that you can trigger and it's not too bad. But just doing that with mostly blind movement is so rewarding.
Do you actually know what a seed is, Fox? A seed is an extremely rare thing in the life of a forest.
We're going to skip that trigger because that's a useless trigger for what we're trying to accomplish. But we're going to get this fast travel that's over here.
A seed's destiny.
Nope, I don't want to be in summer. I want to be in autumn. Thank you.
Provided she's ready.
And then we're going to get this fast travel. This is the one that we want. We don't need those anymore, so those can go away. And then we'll say bye to our little mushroom crab friend. All right.
So these fast travel points, are they required? Like, I know
They're
for the
just
speed
faster.
run,
No. They're not required, but they're very much faster. And there's another gong sound. For some reason.
Is that normal?
It happens randomly. I was doing a run last night and I heard it on my second time coming in and it about freaked me out because I was not expecting it.
Yeah, no, the fast travel, I know it's the fastest way, but I was just super curious if it was required or not because I know, you know, casually it would be different, but yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to be heading over to that area where the lake is now gone in the puddle. And then this one, as I accidentally hit my right joystick, this is the only completely RNG portion of the run. I'm going to be falling down and trying to grab 4 of the fragments while I'm falling. And just where they spawn left and right on the screen, I only have a little bit of time to react to it, and so that really just depends on where they land. Yep, see? Okay, I got that one. Got that one. Okay, that was not too bad, actually. I'll take that.
Yeah, the RNG on that wasn't too bad at all. I've seen it worse.
So we're going to change immediately back into winter so I can run faster. So after we exit this and go back up towards that foliage ranges area, that's going to be going towards our last altar. So we are getting close to the end right here.
And she must continue her evolution alone.
And this is definitely one of the ones that it's not difficult, but
maybe she thought she was going to disappear.
Can
would abandon her.
Can be a little difficult to work with because of one of the saplings and kind of like the camera in one of the areas. You'll see, I'll point it out when we get there. And so we can skip over that little portal piece right there, and see that the lake wasn't actually that deep. It felt like it because we were falling. It was all a trick.
Where's my flying trees?
Don't worry, the flying trees are upcoming very shortly. You will have more than your fill of flying trees.
Yay. I'm just asking because, I saw this whole lake not being deep enough, and so I was just wondering.
I provide the audience what they want, and that's flying trees. Well, technically the game provides it, but I will provide the gameplay to show off the flying trees. There we go. Nice. 3 out of 3. All right, and then we're gonna fast travel portal all the way back over again, just like we did earlier. And again, this is the trip where it saves a massive amount of time. All right, so we're gonna be heading back into foliage, the cicada tree area, and we're just gonna say hello and goodbye really quickly to it for now. We will be back in a bit. One last hello to our cicada guardian friend. All right. So all of these flying trees, or a lot of them at least, have a season associated with them. And so we need to change between those to activate their kind of like cycles back and forth. And then I have specific branches that I need to jump onto.
Yay, I have my flying trees.
Flying trees.
I'm so excited. We get to fly.
Do that. We're change the winter, stay on this left branch. And then... Oops. I was not close enough apparently on that one. It's fine. We're change to spring for this next one right here. That's coming up. All right, we're going to be on this top left branch, and I'm just going to wait until the tree stops moving. And then I'm going to jump over. And then we're going to get our little sapling friend.
Can I name that one Bob?
Yeah, we can name the sapling Bob.
Great.
All right, come on, Bob. So we're going to keep it on the ground so it goes a little bit faster through this area. And then... All right. Oh, did I get it? Ah, yes, I did get it. Sweet. All right. Whew! I thought I overshot it a tiny bit, but that was good. All right. Can we get the cycle? Oh, no! Ah! Darn. Oh, I was so close to hitting that cycle. All right, so we're gonna have to chill right here for a second and wait for that to come back. We have to stay in spring for the next tree to trigger. So we're gonna... Okay. And then as we jump across, we're gonna change to winter because we got some icy... Change to winter. Because icy water is coming up right here, so we can run across. And then we're going to be on this top right branch. And we're going to get to our final fast travel portal of the run right here. Our last little portal, friendo. All right, so let's see if we can get a good cycle right here. Ah, come on. Ah, darn. Nope. Wouldn't have made that cycle regardless. Alright, so we're going to jump on this tree, quickly get to the right branch, and we're going to jump across over here. And then here is our... our teleporting. And so we are going up to the very tippy top of the cicada tree. And then we're going to get the first of the 2 fragments that we need right here. And then we're just going to go quickly outside to the right. And then after that, all we need to do, activate that altar to give the last guardian their power. And then head back to the sanctuary by going down below to the pillar for a fast travel point.
I'm super curious about, the ending to this game. If you have been watching the run, the ending of this game, of this particular run on any percent, is probably the worst ending ever.
Yep. There's a very specific way to get like an actual true ending, and I'm not going to spoil how. I'll just say that there is.
The 4 guardians have gathered in the sanctuary. Everything is ready.
Does it
for the
involve
ritual. Come and join
Bob,
us, Fox.
Yogi,
See this with your
Corby?
own eyes.
There we go. Ah, no, don't grab onto that.
Jump into the stone if you want to return to the sanctuary.
All right, and time is going to be coming up here as soon as I lose control in the middle of the sanctuary. And time.
Nicely done.
Nice. Just over 2 hours.
Yeah. So based on my timer, I just got a 24-second PB.
Nice. Let's go.
Woo!
Wait, another PB?
I got another one. Another one.
Let's go. Yay.
Yep.
Cicada?
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the music at the end right here is so good as well. Like just in this whole ending cutscene area, it's super, super good.
Well, if people want to check out this game, where should they go?
Yeah, so if you want to check out this game, there's a speedrun.com page that has all the runs. I don't remember if I don't know how old. There used to be saves as well, but those might be pretty old. But the best thing to do is just watch some of the runs and get a feel for how we do some of the strategies and such in each. I've been wanting to at some point actually do legitimate notes for this because mine are just in a notepad and they look really like old school, but yeah, that's where you can go to learn about it. And you can always reach out to me in DMs if you're interested at all in learning. Always willing to help out people and give them some advice on where to start as well. And just in general, it's a really, really great game just to play casually, even if you don't speedrun it. It's such a treat to play through.
Yeah, I think I might be checking it out after this, to be honest.
Yeah. Like I know it's like you have to watch all the cutscenes, so it's a little bit of spoilers, obviously. But like I skipped over like several like sections of areas that you would do if you were doing a full-on 100% casual playthrough.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Can we do something for you?
All right. Well, any other shout-outs from the two of you?
I just want to shout out my wife, Rue, for helping with the commentary. I really, really appreciate it. It's always a fun time. And yeah, if you want to check out any of my other content, I stream on twitch.tv/TrojanDude12. The same, TrojanDude12 on Twitter as well. And just shout outs to the devs, honestly, for making such a fantastic game. Like really, really just a game I never expected to like love as much as I did, but it was just so well made, like in my opinion. So want to give huge shout outs to them. And then obviously the string quartet with the music and stuff. They did such a great job with all the music in the game. Yeah, I think that's it.
Awesome. Well, thank you again to all the runners and commentators that helped us put on this show of foxes today. Obviously, shout out to Kidiru, who did, most of the work organizing this. I offered to help her host this because, sitting in hosting an event for 9 hours straight is a long time. So we switched it off. But yeah, shout out to Rue. She did a lot of work on this. If you want to see more Fox runs, Rue mentioned it partway through, but we'll actually be having a Hotfox but Tails showcase in just about a month. So make sure to check that out. Tomorrow, we have the Ruby and Sapphire 20th anniversary showcase. So it's a bunch of Pokemon races between a bunch of really good runners. And if you missed any of the runs today, you want to watch them back, go to youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And if you're finishing up this Hotfox marathon, you're like, I should check out some of that content live. Twitch.tv/gamesdonequick at 7 p.m. Eastern every weekday and 1 p.m. Eastern every weekend. It's really hard to not move my head so this doesn't fall off. That's pretty much it. If you like this content and you want to help support us, gift subs, Prime Gaming subs, bits, cheered, just regular subs on the GDQ channel help with supporting the HOTFIX showrunners and the GDQ 2023 costs. So if you like it, please feel free to subscribe. And like I said, we'll see you tomorrow for the Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire 20th Anniversary Showcase. See ya.